Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Boss, love snatcher morning paper man, leave 20. HP, 20,000. Description, it holds a funeral for love, and you are the target. The information of the paper man appeared before Guan Shan. As he had guessed, a B-level esper in the simulator's view was at least level 20. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The thin paper money covering the ground looked light and fragile. Still, under the combined push of high-speed internal and external rotation, it easily cut through everything around it, producing continuous slicing sounds. What appeared as wooden walls and floors in Guan Shan's view were actually special alloys in reality, with a hardness that could withstand a full-force strike from Guan Shan's Yellow Springs Demon Blade, which had a base attack power of 1,500. Don't ask how he knew, let's just say he tested it out of boredom. But now, these alloys were crumbling under the scraping of these paper pieces. It showed how sharp they were. As expected, they also cut through Guan Shan's skin, surrounded by these papers. When the paper money flew by at high speed, they were like locusts, devouring everything in their path. When they rotated in 3 dimensions, they became like a pencil sharpener, biting inward with blades, shaving off unnecessary parts. At this moment, Guan Shan was the pencil being inserted. Wait. As the first round of paper money turned, Guan Shan, sweating profusely, shouted, "I have nothing to do with Qi Xingyu's disappearance. She came to me because of Captain Sun's task. Our conversation did not involve anything personal. If you don't believe me, you can ask Captain Sun." Although Qi Xingyu had used her ability on him at the time, and because of its nature, it seemed very ambiguous and was all initiated by her. But in front of her pursuer, he definitely couldn't say that. Hiss! Guan Shan saw his arm being cut open, with blood seeping from the wound, staining the swiftly passing paper pieces red. At the same time, a tingling sensation came from his back, throat, and outer thighs, clearly indicating they had also been cut by those paper pieces. -4, -7, -6, -3, -1, -1, -3, -2, -4, -5. A dense array of damage numbers flooded his vision, more frequent than those inflicted by the esper who released poison mist, a swarm of flies in Guan Shan's eyes, in the room. This single attack took away nearly 200 HP from Guan Shan. It's okay, just minor injuries, surface wounds don't count as injuries. Guan Shan took a deep breath, staying calm as his blood pressure and heartbeat soared. He pulled out his Glock 17. But he still tried to communicate, reasoning and appealing. I am now a witness for the room archive. Before the archiving ends, I should be protected by the special security group and won't leave Wuhao base. You can ask me anytime, but attacking me is not only against the rules but also openly defying the special security group. Qi Xingyu is missing. Instead of finding her, you're destroying your future by tangling with me. What's the point? After all, this was in Wuhao base, the opponent's home turf, and Luo Yi was a B-level esper. He probably couldn't win, and Qi Xingyu had only interacted with him before her disappearance, so blaming him was normal. However, the paper man, which Guan Shan saw as Luo Yi, gave no positive response. Hiss. Its hissing paused momentarily. Guan Shan thought it was going to listen to him and felt relieved, thinking he could manually stop the simulation after knowing the truth. The simulator seemed to activate automatically when Guan Shan was in danger, and each time he had to kill the boss to end it. But since Guan Shan knew everything he saw was based on reality, if the boss lost its intent to kill, wouldn't the simulation end? If not, staying in this simulation might be like exploiting a bug, preventing the formation of the next simulation? In this way, wouldn't it be an indirect way to avoid experiencing different horror scenarios each time, not a complete release but a new approach? Guan Shan was thinking optimistically. Then the paper man gave him a bizarre smile, making weird noises, shaking its entire body as if mocking him. Guan Shan was stunned. The paper man's reaction was completely different from Luo Yi's rage in reality. Although he couldn't understand the paper man's language, it was clear it wasn't worried or angry about the loved one's disappearance. Instead, it mocked Guan Shan's explanation and reasoning. It seemed, it only wanted Guan Shan dead. Swish! Guan Shan's pupils contracted. He couldn't understand the paper man's language but saw its hand gesture. The paper money danced. A strong sense of danger and fear exploded from his spine, bringing chills and tremors. This Luo Yi didn't return for Qi Xingyu, he just wanted an excuse to kill me. Why? We don't even know each other, why does he want to kill me? Guan Shan couldn't understand and had no time to think. As the second round of paper money turned, it contracted by nearly 30 centimeters, showing no mercy. These 30 centimeters marked the boundary between life and death. The paper money, already close to Guan Shan's body, rotated inward like a white cocoon filled with blades. In the snow-white world inside the coffin, clusters of blood spurted out like roses blooming in the snow. Guan Shan instantly experienced the pain of 1,000 cuts. His arms and legs were divided into thousands of parts, his torso and head split, separating into a neatly arranged fruit platter. Due to his hesitation and not expecting the opponent to attack with lethal intent within the base, Guan Shan couldn't react in time, and his HP dropped to 0 in an instant. His only thought at this moment was, beep. Guan Shan could have taken timely action, but knowing the truth about the simulator affected his judgment. Although he felt no pain, watching himself being dissected was more terrifying than any previous simulation. This was the horror of death. I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated the monster as a person. If it were a person, it would appear as an NPC. A monster is a monster, all just experience points. In the fading and darkening vision, Guan Shan deeply regretted, if I could do it again, I'd follow the simulator's rule, kill them all, no mercy. But now, it seems too late. Guan Shan's vision went completely dark. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared. You are dead. You triggered the effect of blade-wielding monk's prayer beads. Blade-wielding monk's prayer beads. Effect, each Buddhist-related item increases its effect bonus by 5%, stackable. Upon reaching 0 HP, there is a chance to avoid death and restore 1% HP. HP plus 71. Current HP, 71. Qing Yi's prayer beads. Guan Shan's eyes snapped open, overjoyed. In his vision, his fragmented body parts emitted a faint golden glow, linked together by the golden light. Following his backward motion, he pushed off the ground with his hands, performing a backflip. His body instantly reassembled during the motion, escaping the paper money's encirclement. Even though he managed to escape the circle of paper money in an instant, Guan Shan's health was still dangerously low, like a candle in the wind. The healing talisman needs me to be still to activate, and I don't have any other healing items left. To quickly restore health, I can only rely on the life demonic mark from demonic markings, but at level 3, it only instantly restores 30% of health, which still isn't enough to get out of danger. I remember there's an emergency medical point nearby. I'll try to get some healing items, and the base should have noticed something is wrong by now. If someone comes over, it should be in this direction. As soon as Guan Shan landed and stabilized, he immediately turned and rushed towards the exit of the corridor. At this moment, the fractures on his body had mostly healed, and his health was back over 100, allowing normal activities. Normally, without subsequent healing items, Guan Shan wouldn't be able to recover his health. However, the potent active serum from Xiang Wen had greatly enhanced his self-healing ability, showing its powerful effect when he suffered a fatal injury. His body parts reattached without any hindrance, with all muscles, nerves, and blood vessels connecting seamlessly. Of course, his clothes also reattached. If it were before, Guan Shan would have wasted at least a second because he couldn't adjust his posture while falling, inevitably falling to the ground. As soon as he rushed out, Guan Shan used demonic markings. Demonic markings, level 3. Type, active. Cooldown, 3 days. Effect, draw one of the life, protection, blessing, or thorns demonic marks to grant different effect boosts. Duration, 100 seconds, can be interrupted. Life, instantly increases health by 30% and provides faster healing over time. Following the system's guidance, Guan Shan pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. From the touched skin, white lines instantly spread over his entire body. These lines were soft and fluid, composed of complex circles and arcs. When dispersed over the body, they seemed random, but when fully displayed, they formed the shape of a lotus. In the areas he couldn't see, these lines connected to the red, spiderweb-like paths on his back, causing these red lines to briefly light up and converge on the circular pattern at the base of his spine. Arnob. This originally blurry circular pattern suddenly became clear. It looked like an eye. The paper man rustled, shocked and angry at Guan Shan's resurrection, shouting gibberish before waving its arms. Swish, swish. The paper money, like wind-blown leaves, followed closely, rolling up like a stormy sea. Guan Shan didn't sprint in a straight line but zigzagged between the walls, trying to confuse the paper man's judgment and avoid being surrounded by the paper money again. Despite this, he continued to get cut by the paper money, but the life demonic mark's healing effect was decent, slowly increasing his health bar. However, Guan Shan knew that in reality, these paper money were the transparent fishing lines he had seen earlier. These fishing lines are made of special materials with incredible cutting ability at high speed. Combined with Luo Yi's telekinesis, they are incredibly flexible and deadly in combat. The gap between B level and C level is huge. Even if Luo Yi is only level 20, he must have just advanced, but he can still kill C level instantly, like he did to me. I must hold out until Sun Han arrives, or I'm dead. Guan Shan barely escaped the blockades repeatedly and finally saw a prompt point on the side wall. Medical point. Effect, special device installed in the wall with built-in emergency medical kits. Description, open the cover to use, quick and convenient. Damn, it knows I don't have time to follow the procedures to open it. Bang! Guan Shan punched the outer layer of the device, denting it, then forced his hand into the gap, bending the steel-like wooden board. Although it was actually the alloy steel wall of the base. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. The internal alarm of the medical point was triggered, emitting a piercing sound. But it didn't matter now. Guan Shan had already smashed an alarm earlier, and the whole base was now on alert. Guan Shan scanned the inside and immediately saw at least 2 rolls of emergency bandage and a bottle of disinfectant. Guan Shan was shocked. Damn, normal bandages can also be considered usable items. Doesn't that mean all the medical points in the base are my supplies? Disinfectant. Effect, instantly restores 10% health. Description, 1 bottle refreshes, 2 bottles eliminate fatigue, 3 bottles grant immortality. I understand, but why can disinfectant restore health? How toxic am I to need washing to improve health? One bandage could provide 20% health recovery, and the disinfectant could also provide 10%. Guan Shan's mouth twitched, and this description suggests I should drink it. Guan Shan couldn't understand, but it didn't stop him from using it immediately. He quickly wrapped 2 bandages around himself and poured the disinfectant onto his hands. Splash. This added up to 50% health recovery, instantly bringing his health bar back to a safe level, allowing Guan Shan to relax. But he couldn't relax yet. In just this short moment, the paper money had already caught up. Bang, 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 bang. Finally able to counterattack, Guan Shan raised his Glock 17 and fired continuously at the paper money. Due to the split gun barrel effect, the incendiary bullets split, creating a bullet storm. Boom! The intense secondary explosions spread flames, incinerating the paper money into ashes, breaking their offensive. Guan Shan retreated while shooting, aiming at the paper man without hesitation. But the bullets stopped in midair, unable to advance further. The bullets lost their momentum and fell to the ground. At the same time, the paper man suddenly realized that Guan Shan had disappeared. The young man who had been there moments ago was gone. Guan Shan leaned against the corridor door, breathing a sigh of relief, feeling a chill down his spine. Handguns were useless against the paper man. Fortunately, secret behind the door was still useful. Now he just needed to wait. Wait for Sun Han to arrive, or wait for an opportunity. The paper man floated in midair, its hollow eyes bleeding more profusely, and its smile became more exaggerated. Slap. A bloody handprint suddenly appeared on the ground in front of the paper man. The spot it touched caved in. 1, 2, 5, 10. As the paper man floated forward, countless bloody handprints appeared along the corridor, covering Guan Shan's path, turning the entire passage into an AoE zone. Slap 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 slap. In the blink of an eye, the bloody handprints reached Guan Shan, and of course, the paper man. He took a deep breath. Quesadagarba statue buff 7? Shield on? Guan Shan switched to the demon blade, moving from stillness to motion. Under the Buddha's light, he rolled forward, kicked off the ground, and leaped in front of the paper man. The bloody handprints hit the shield, instantly cracking it. Crack. Guan Shan could almost hear the sound of the Quesadagarba statue's shield breaking. The attack power of those blood handprints was undeniable. Judging by how the surrounding corridor looked like a crushed soda can, it was easy to imagine what would happen if they landed on a human body. A B-level telekinetic esper could kill a lower-level esper with just a thought. Unfortunately for his opponent, he didn't expect to encounter a special case. Guan Shan had just demonstrated what it meant to fake death and come back to life. However, such a performance could probably only happen once in a lifetime. If he couldn't seriously injure his opponent this time, Guan Shan would truly be in danger. Bang! At the moment when the blood handprints almost completely covered the shield, the latter finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into golden fragments, scattering in midair. This also meant that if Guan Shan hadn't used the Quesadagarba statue, his fate at this moment would be the same as the shield's. At the same time, Guan Shan instantly closed in on the paper man, the demon blade in his hand turning into a black arc of a shooting star, slashing towards the paper man's waist with lightning speed, the wind cutting through with a fierce whoosh. The paper man looked mocking, not dodging, as if it didn't care about Guan Shan's attack. Guan Shan's slash had no special technique, only his maximum strength, appearing straightforward and easy to intercept. However, it was a feint. The real kill move was gravity control. He concentrated nearly all 1,000 kilograms of gravity on the paper man at this moment, leaving only a bit to enhance the demon blade's power through micromanipulation. He bet that Luo Yi's combat ability was extremely poor. Based on past experience, when the simulator depicted the enemy as a paper man, it usually represented certain characteristics of the opponent. Paper generally gives the impression of being weak to fire and fragile. The weak to fire aspect was obvious, but bullets were ineffective against the opponent, rendering Guan Shan's incendiary bullets useless. The other aspect was fragility, which likely indicated that the opponent's body was very weak. From what Guan Shan knew, Luo Yi had previously withstood a direct attack from a physical class esper. However, Luo Yi's telekinesis ability had an alias called Jack of all trades. This ability could be used for almost anything. In the aforementioned example, Luo Yi could have used telekinesis to protect his body surface rather than relying on his physical strength. Now, Guan Shan's plan was to catch Luo Yi off guard, using gravity control to seriously injure or even kill him while his attention was focused on Guan Shan. Crack. At the moment when Guan Shan applied gravity to the opponent, the paper man seemed to be crushed, folding into a Z shape, and the blood handprints suddenly stopped increasing. Renobis. Health minus 12,465. Half of the paper man's health was instantly reduced. Roar. The paper man let out a beast-like roar, its expression becoming extremely ferocious. Blood flowed from the torn and misaligned areas of its paper body, staining the white paper red. In the next moment, the tear in the paper man's head grew larger, revealing a half-decayed head beneath the white paper. Then came the neck, shoulders, arms, and a humanoid monster seemingly shedding its skin, emerging from the paper man. The humanoid monster intercepted Guan Shan's blade with both hands. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed at the point of contact, as if the monster's arms were made of iron. Just as I thought. Guan Shan's heart sank, confirming his suspicion that Luo Yi's telekinesis was assisting him. In the following moment, validating his guess, Guan Shan felt his applied gravity being counteracted by another force, preventing it from further compression. It was as if the paper man had suddenly turned into a rock. The half-decayed head was within reach, its jagged teeth resembling an ECG graph. Its half-deflated eyes glared at Guan Shan, grabbing the blade with one hand and swinging a punch with the other. The punch was so fast that Guan Shan almost couldn't react. But he was certain that most of the opponent's telekinesis was focused on countering gravity, making the punch not as powerful as it seemed. Bang! Guan Shan was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground, his health plummeting again. This time, fortunately, it only reduced by about 20%. This also indicated that Guan Shan's assumption was correct. The pressure from gravity control on the paper man left it with limited power to deal with Guan Shan. Scrambling to his feet, Guan Shan quickly pulled out a book from his backpack. Title: 100 Years of Solitude. Effect: tear off a page to leave a coordinate at the current location. Up to 2 coordinates can exist. If there are more than 2, the oldest coordinate is automatically erased. Coordinates can be used for teleportation. Current coordinates: 1/2. Tier. Guan Shan tore off a page, increasing the coordinate count to 2 halves, a smile tugging at his lips as he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately chose to use it. The 2 pages torn from 100 Years of Solitude could form a teleportation channel. The other page had been in Guan Shan's room from the start. Now, this guy was too far to catch up to Guan Shan immediately. Haha, unexpected, right? This is my escape route. Teleport. Guan Shan silently commanded, and his vision blurred, bringing him back to his room. His room was now occupied by several NPCs dressed as underworld officers, who were searching and guarding. Guan Shan's sudden appearance startled them, and he was equally startled. Realizing they were special security group staff, Guan Shan shouted, "Your base's Luo Yi is trying to kill me? He's not right. Run, go find Sun Han." Grabbing the nearest person, Guan Shan demanded, "Where's Sun Han?" The person, trembling, pointed outside, she's just. Guan Shan strode out, and within a few steps, he spotted a distinctive NPC level indicator. Level 24? Although the person no longer looked human to Guan Shan, the high level was unmistakable. It was Sun Han. The area still bore traces of the recent fight, particularly the large bloodstain Guan Shan had left, drawing attention. Sun Han seemed to have just arrived, heading towards the battle marks but surprised to see Guan Shan return. Guan Shan called out, "Captain Sun, there's something wrong with Luo Yi." Sun Han, startled, was about to speak when a disheveled, blood-soaked Luo Yi emerged from the corner, his expression twisted, pointing at Guan Shan. "Captain Sun, don't believe him? He's the one who killed Sister Yu? When I confronted him, he slipped up and attacked me to silence me." At this moment, Sun Han faced perhaps the most difficult yet simplest choice of her life. On one side was her teammate of over 3 years, someone who had a good actually, a somewhat ambiguous relationship with the missing vice captain. Luo Yi always believed he had a chance with Qi Xingyu. However, Sun Han, who knew Qi Xingyu well, was fully aware that this woman was a true Sea King, who didn't even take Luo Yi, a B-level esper, seriously, treating him merely as one of her many admirers. Qi Xingyu always believed that as long as they were men, they could be used by her. In a way, Qi Xingyu herself was actually more dangerous than her abilities. Luo Yi, on the other hand, was straightforward in Sun Han's understanding. A simple-minded, straightforward guy, deeply infatuated with Qi Xingyu, practically at her mercy. Every time he returned from a mission, the first thing he did was find Qi Xingyu, whether to boast about his achievements or give her gifts, constantly trying to win her favor. Always Sister Yu this, Sister Yu that. In other words, Luo Yi's character made it unlikely for him to lie, and he genuinely cared about Qi Xingyu. At this moment, this devoted Luo Yi, a frontline fighter of the base, was covered in blood, clearly severely injured, and accusing Guan Shan of being the murderer of Qi Xingyu. On the other side was Guan Shan, an outsider who had arrived at the base only a few days ago, whose behavior was full of suspicion, and was the last person to have a conflict with Qi Xingyu before her disappearance. Currently, Guan Shan claimed to be hunted by Luo Yi, but he himself was spotless, clean as if he had just woken up from a nap, showing no signs of being chased. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed very suspicious. But one of them was clearly lying. Sun Han received information that Luo Yi headed straight for Guan Shan's residence upon arrival, but what happened afterward was unclear. The surveillance camera outside Guan Shan's door had been smashed beforehand, indicating a premeditated action. When they arrived, the battle had been ongoing for some time, leaving behind a heavily distorted corridor and blood everywhere. Considering Luo Yi and Guan Shan's current states, the first thought was that all this blood was from Luo Yi. So, who to believe? Choosing wrong could invite a hidden enemy into the base. Yet, the situation seemed glaringly obvious. But there was a doubt. Would Guan Shan, who hadn't shown any abnormalities in the base for days, really slip up just because of a few words from Luo Yi? Though not impossible, Luo Yi was known as a simpleton in Qi Xingyu's words, unable to discern even the simplest lie. Sun Han hesitated for a moment. Then she suddenly remembered that Luo Yi had a mentor with him during the mission, but he returned alone this time. Such situations weren't unprecedented, so out of habit, Sun Han only performed a basic identity verification. If something went wrong, it most likely happened during the mission. Seeing Sun Han's silence, Luo Yi looked anxious, clutching his gaping abdominal wound, coughing as he approached her, and shouted, "Captain Sun, what are you doing just standing there? Act now, he's the killer? I'm this injured, are you going to wait until he kills everyone in the base, Rao?" Although Guan Shan couldn't understand what the paper man was saying, he was sure it wasn't anything good. The red glow in its eyes flashed, and it seemed to harbor malicious intent. With Sun Han present, this so-called Luo Yi was clearly trying to distort the truth. "Damn it, a good NPC being misled by you?" Guan Shan quickly said, "Captain Sun, you must see clearly. Think about it, he's a B level, I'm a C level. I almost died dealing with a C level room, how could I have beaten him to this state? These injuries are clearly self-inflicted." The paper man. Who is really distorting the truth here? Why are you so adept at this? Guan Shan chuckled. As a reporter living off his reputation, do you think you can out-argue me? Sun Han was stunned, then realized it made perfect sense. The gap between B-level and C-level abilities wasn't something that could be bridged with mere skill, especially with someone like Luo Yi, an experienced fighter. How could he be beaten like this by a C-level? Sun Han immediately activated her earpiece, using telepathy to contact a special channel established for Wuhao team's mentor during missions. The mentor responded promptly, "What's the matter? Is there any abnormal situation at the base?" Sun Han asked. "Luo Yi, what about me?" From the other end of the earpiece came Luo Yi's voice. He sounded anxious. "Captain Sun, I heard Sister Yu is missing. What's going on? I'll come over as soon as my mission ends. The Church of Unity cultists are causing trouble again, picking this time to show up, damn it. Captain Sun, what's wrong? Is everything okay over there?" Sun Han took a deep breath, feeling a chill spreading from her spine throughout her body, shivering involuntarily, goosebumps rising on her arms. If Luo Yi was still on the mission, then who was this in front of her? Sun Han asked again, "Do you still have your identity badge?" "Yes, of course." Luo Yi paused, suspiciously. "Why wouldn't it be?" The mentor realized something was wrong, immediately asking sternly, "Is someone impersonating Luo Yi?" "Yes." Guan Shan suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Bang. Sun Han felt as if she had been hit by a cannonball, intense pain overwhelming her. The Luo Yi in her view grinned maliciously, then swiftly retreated. Whoosh. Damn it. Guan Shan used gravity control to instantly dodge, catching her and they flew together. So this is the full power of a B-level Esper? 1,000 kilograms of gravity control can't offset it. Luckily, he exposed himself. Sun Han should be on my side now. Guan Shan's thoughts flashed by, then he used innocent child's drawing, creating a crayon-style grassy field where they landed to prevent further injury. He held Sun Han steady, landing softly on the grass. Guan Shan thought, this children's drawing grass is so soft, warm, and bouncy, giving a sense of security. Turning his head, he saw Sun Han, now a stick figure, throwing up a rainbow. Guan Shan's eyes widened. Although he knew Sun Han was likely vomiting blood, seeing the amount of blood loss, and her health bar halved, indicating a serious injury, the scene was quite surreal. After vomiting, Sun Han glared at the paper man, breathing heavily. "He's not Luo Yi." Luo Yi laughed heartily, his tone changing completely. "Tisk tisk, just realizing it now? Isn't it a bit late?" Sun Han sneered. "Is it? I think the timing is just right." Guan Shan looked subtly at the front of Luo Yi, where a prompt was flashing. Explosive device, level 3. Guan Shan saw it clearly. Sun Han had set up an explosive in an instant while being thrown. Now, Sun Han raised her hand, clenched her fist, and Luo Yi's location exploded. Boom. The explosive device, level 2, that Guan Shan had seen before was the self-detonation collar worn by a special security group member who was a scapegoat. It was designed to prevent the scapegoat, who was once a criminal, from escaping again and could also be used in emergencies. Naturally, the power of the explosive was quite high. Thus, this explosive, rated as level 2 by the simulator, once instantly blasted away 60% of the sea-level Esper Tao Luo's health, which was 6,000 points. Now, the level 3 explosive created by Sun Han's ability evaporated 10,000 health points from Luo Yi in an instant, although it seemed to have only increased by 4,000 points. But Luo Yi currently had the protection of telekinesis, unlike earlier when he was also distracted by fighting Guan Shan. Without the protection of telekinesis, this blast could have instantly killed him. Guan Shan saw the large number appearing amidst the flames and smoke, feeling deeply impressed. Is this the battle between B-level Espers? Every second involves tens of thousands of health points, terrifying indeed. But what impressed Guan Shan even more was Sun Han's combat awareness. When Luo Yi launched his attack almost without warning, she still managed to plant a bomb in an instant, achieving a counter-kill. This is what professionalism looks like. It was evident that Lin Shuman wasn't joking when she said Sun Han liked to challenge people to duels to train herself. With such a powerful ability, she wasn't content to be just a support personnel. Her observational skills were also astonishing, realizing this person wasn't Luo Yi. Wait. Guan Shan suddenly realized, he's not Luo Yi. The innocent child's drawing effect was still active. Sun Han coughed up another small mouthful of rainbow, wiped her mouth, and took out an injection from her pocket, giving herself a shot. Luo Yi is still on a mission. No, to be precise, he had already completed his mission but got held up by people from the Church of Unity, and his identity badge was stolen. So, this Luo Yi is most likely someone from the Church of Unity in disguise, targeting you? The target must be him. They hadn't even finished speaking before launching a deadly attack. Guan Shan's eyes twitched, glancing at the still glowing rainbow puddle on the ground, forcibly shifting his attention back. I heard you killed a Nirvana practitioner from the Church of Unity before, so you've probably offended them. But it's unclear which Esper this is. Those cultists are elusive with bizarre abilities, and their intelligence updates slowly. Sun Han spoke while glancing at the smoke, then informed the non-combat personnel in the base to evacuate and asked those with combat abilities to converge, sealing off all exits, and called for the outer military base to send reinforcements. She asked Guan Shan, does this person's ability completely match Luo Yi's? Even the use of fishing lines is identical. Then I can guess. Puppet Master Huo Ni, whose ability is to create completely identical clones, but they can only exist for 2 to 3 hours. Special security group's identity badge isn't within the cloning range, so it had to be stolen. Sun Han stood up, looking much better, her health bar recovering to about 4/5. She raised her hand and planted a row of explosive devices, level 3, in front of her, exuding deterrence. All right, just a mere puppet. Even if it copied Luo Yi's strength, as long as I'm here, it won't be able to touch you. Luo Yi's telekinesis isn't enough to interfere with my explosives. Sun Han spoke, planning to take a detour to the other side of the passage to block the other exit. Guan Shan quickly said, wait, I can teleport us there directly, much faster. Okay. Sun Han nodded. She wasn't surprised since the information indeed mentioned Guan Shan as a multi-ability holder with spatial abilities. Guan Shan also wanted to test if he could teleport with others. He tore another page from 100 Years of Solitude. The original second coordinate, being farther away, was erased and replaced with the current one, while the new connection point was in his room. Swish, and they were both teleported back to Guan Shan's room. After a few steps, they could block the other exit from the opposite direction. Guan Shan pondered, it seems teleportation has no limit on the number of people? No, there must be other limitations, I can try again later. Sun Han, meanwhile, twitched, watching Guan Shan put the book away, thinking it was the same book that surveillance showed was supposedly very impressive. Arnues. Qi Xingyu once said Guan Shan was pretending, trying to discourage her from challenging him. But now it seemed, this thing was merely a tool? Qi Xingyu probably admired Guan Shan but, constrained by his outsider status, used reverse psychology to get her authorization. Sun Han sighed internally. She knew Qi Xingyu's character, but she herself was also prone to getting riled up, which was indeed quite unfair to Guan Shan. Although he sneaked in, those who know Luo Yi best are here. Using this clone means he must have anticipated this, so he immediately tried to kill you, with a clear target. Sun Han patted Guan Shan's shoulder, then frowned, but honestly, you've made quite a few enemies. Death Hive aside, you've also attracted the Church of Unity and someone of Honey's level. Guan Shan laughed dryly, but isn't Captain Sun here to save me? I'm alone and weak, very scared. That's why I called you for help right away. Even though we've only known each other for a few days, as long as you're a big enough support, you're like family. Sun Han glanced sideways at Guan Shan. Honey is A-level, I can't beat him. She pointed at the smoke. He can create at least 10 B-level clones, and Luo Yi just recently advanced, ranking low among B-levels. A slightly stronger support personnel like me can easily trap him. Honey can create the top B-level clones and control them. If not for infiltrating the base, he wouldn't have chosen someone like Luo Yi. Guan Shan, 10 of them. 1 B-level nearly took his life, hard to imagine 10 stronger ones. Guan Shan now had a clear understanding of A-level strength. But, sadly, he somehow offended an A-level Esper. Humph. As the smoke cleared, the severely injured Luo Yi stood there, sneering. Special Security Group's intelligence remains as inefficient as ever. But I was careless this time. His remaining health of over 2,000 points was rapidly decreasing. Coughing, he looked at Guan Shan, then suddenly showed an appreciative expression. Impressive, very impressive. Luo Yi looked at him as if he were a rare gem. You truly misjudged this time. What a stone, it's a jade that needs a little polishing to please the Lord. Sun Han frowned. Guan Shan was puzzled. Who? He told Sun Han he didn't understand what the guy was saying, hoping she could translate. Luo Yi said, you haven't met him? He was the one responsible for educating Qin Diguang. Since the detailed files were with Yuhao team, Sun Han wasn't aware of the specifics, so she asked Guan Shan, Qin Diguang was the Nirvana practitioner you killed? Was his superior. Guan Shan's pupils contracted, anger rising. It's him. This was the person who instigated Qin Diguang to sacrifice Han Ying and her daughter, destroying an ordinary family's life. Luo Yi smiled. It seems you've remembered. I was his educator, guiding him on the right path. Carried out my will, becoming Qin Diguang's educator. I can see your regret. Tell me, I will. Whoosh slice. A black shadow instantly crossed the air, spinning and piercing Luo Yi's throat, cutting off his words. It was Guan Shan throwing his demon blade, furious. Damn it, you're talking too much. The demon blade pierced Luo Yi's throat but did not kill him immediately. He tilted his head, his smile and voice sounding eerie. So unwilling to listen. But it's okay, enlightenment is not achieved overnight. Even someone like Qin Diguang took only half a year and ended up just a C-level. Truly pitiful. If anyone could achieve enlightenment instantly, wouldn't the teachings of the Divine Master be too cheap? At this moment, Luo Yi had only a few drops of health left, but he remained calm. He thought for a moment and muttered, however, since you are already designated as my Nirvana practitioner and have passed my test, at least I don't want you to die at the hands of Death Hive. I'll give you a hint. They are coming for you, or perhaps you'll go looking for them. Luo Yi's forehead suddenly split open, revealing a golden eye with a strange rectangular pupil. His voice changed again, becoming ethereal and echoing. Fallen leaves return to their roots, the lost return home, fleeting youth, gone like the flow, only unity is eternal. After speaking, he melted into a puddle of wax-like substance on the ground, lifeless. Sun Han cautiously watched the motionless body, confirming it was truly dead before frowning and spitting in disdain. What the hell is this cultist rambling about? The Church of Unity. When will we finally get rid of this scourge? The foreign official espers are definitely colluding with them. Every time they talk about joint efforts to combat criminal organizations, nothing ever happens. Sun Han cursed for a while, then briefly explained the situation to the distant instructor and the real Luo Yi before turning to Guan Shan. I didn't expect Huo and I to go to such lengths to frame you, pretending to be severely injured. But his cunning plan backfired. If I hadn't heard you came out of the room crying for your parents, I might have believed him. But since even Huo and I used this excuse to frame you, it actually clears you of suspicion. Guan Shan's mouth twitched. It wasn't that dramatic, I wasn't exactly crying for my parents. He noticed the scene summary interface appearing, but the countdown to destroy the scene was still ongoing. Guan Shan hadn't understood the latter part of what the guy said, but based on previous experiences, he knew the guy was trying to deceive again. He couldn't afford any mishaps now that the scenario was ending. Given that Huo and I's body was just a puppet, the opponent wouldn't care about its death. Any further questioning would be met with lies, confusing truth, and falsehood, especially aimed at tricking Sun Han. In such a case of information asymmetry, Guan Shan didn't want to create more trouble for himself. So he killed the puppet outright. This scenario taught Guan Shan one thing: never hesitate again. Even if it was someone he knew, once in the simulated scenario, he should discard all prior knowledge and logic, otherwise, he'd end up in a dangerous situation due to hesitation. Hesitation leads to defeat. So far, every simulated monster targeted Guan Shan's life. Seeing the countdown, Guan Shan told Sun Han, this unidentified liquid left by that cultist must be problematic. We should evacuate. Sun Han nodded. I already informed the support team and revoke. The instructor said Huo and I's puppet-making materials are special liquid explosives, only activating after death. Many have been caught off guard. We need to leave the base to be safe. Arno Thailand body yes. They evacuated to the helipad outside the base. White Knight and Lin Schumann, who had already evacuated, approached. White Knight, full of admiration, said, you're something else. You've been here a few days and already attracted big trouble. I used to think I was trouble-prone, but seeing you, I know what real trouble is. By the way, was Luo Yi jealous and wanted to kill you out of love? Guan Shan shook his head and explained, then heard a muffled explosion from the base. If Guan Shan had to describe it, it sounded like popping popcorn. From the outside, there was almost no vibration, showing the base's design was indeed well thought out. But it also showed how strong Luo Yi's combat power was to treat the base walls like paper. Although this one wasn't real. Guan Shan suddenly realized a serious problem and asked, Captain Sun, what about the real Luo Yi? What's his attitude? Won't he also want to beat me up? Sun Han hesitated. Hard to say. He was just asking about the situation. Luo Yi is straightforward, and you indeed had a conflict with Xingyu at the time. But don't worry, he follows the rules. Alright, I get it. Guan Shan sighed, feeling a headache coming on. When will he be back? Tomorrow. With such a major incident, someone has to be back to oversee things. Sun Han patted her chest, but don't worry, the instructor will come back too, guaranteeing nothing will happen. The more you say that, the more worried I get. Guan Shan pondered, I have some matters to attend to. As previously agreed, I need to go out for a while. I can avoid trouble and save you more hassle. He was genuinely afraid the simulator would treat the real Luo Yi as a monster, forcing him to redo the scenario. Sun Han hesitated. Qi Xingyu's disappearance was still unresolved. Letting Guan Shan leave now made her uneasy. Also, Huo and I's words meant he saw Guan Shan as the next Nirvana practitioner. These cult fanatics never stop until they achieve their goal, and they'd target Guan Shan again. At this moment, White Knight suddenly said, speaking of which, has the corridor where Qi Xingyu disappeared had its lights on all this time? Sun Han nodded. Why? I've had people searching there many times, but found nothing. White Knight raised a finger. I have a guess. Box might refer to a separate space. Since he said you could find it, it can't be far. Is it possible she's still there? Guan Shan was surprised. You mean, she's still in that corridor? White Knight nodded. Yes, hidden in plain sight. We can try recreating the scene. Maybe a miracle will happen. Sun Han and Guan Shan exchanged a glance, finding the idea reasonable. Let's go, give it a try. They returned to the corridor. Since Qi Xingyu disappeared during the flickering lights, the base repaired the lights and kept them on, always under watch. But no one thought to turn the lights off again. The base's power was connected in segments. Sun Han had the support staff turn off the lights in this segment. Buzz. A deep hum signaled the power down, plunging them into darkness. Click. Guan Shan turned on his nuclear-powered flashlight. In the darkness, illuminated by the light, lay a dried-up corpse confirmed her identity. Yes, confirmed. Sun Han sat next to Guan Shan, her expression heavy as she stared ahead. They were currently in the base's medical department. Not far in front of them was the strictly sealed-off body of Qi Xingyu. She had died of dehydration, with no other injuries on her body. However, her muscles were severely strained, indicating that she had been running for a long time in an extremely dry environment. Additionally, large amounts of starch residues, possibly from food like buns, were found in her stomach. Based on Guan Shan's description, it was easy to imagine that in a confined, dark space, Qi Xingyu had wandered around like a headless chicken. The space's owner had considerately provided her with food. Initially, she would have refused to eat, but after several days of extreme hunger, she eventually chose to consume the food. Without any water intake, the food acted like a poison, leading her to a painful death. The horror of this experience could only be truly understood by Qi Xingyu herself. White Knight was circling the body, occasionally touching his chin or muttering to himself, seemingly driven by his detective instincts or a strong sense of justice, trying to figure out who was responsible. However, judging by his deeply furrowed brows, he didn't have any leads. Sun Han said, "The support team has fully examined the area. Not a trace of energy was left behind. To achieve this, the culprit must be at least an A-level Esper, if not higher. But when did Xingyu ever offend an Esper of that level?" Just as ordinary special security group members couldn't know who, where, or what the Heaven Squad members were doing, they had almost no interaction with high-level Espers. Moreover, the information about these people wasn't public, so even if they wanted to investigate who it was, they had no way to start. Not to mention, even if they found out, it wouldn't help. Sun Han clenched her fists and sighed. Another unsolved case. But she could guess the most likely reason. Qi Xingyu had a habit of misusing her abilities in private. Although her abilities were not highly dangerous, they could easily provoke hatred. A crime not deserving death? Who cares? Esper criminals who wanted to kill didn't even need a reason. Such incidents were far too common. Guan Shan asked, "Another one?" Sun Han looked at him. "You've only been with the special security group for a month, right? In your view, what are Espers like? Good or bad?" Guan Shan thought for a moment and said, "A mix of both. But it seems there are far more bad ones than good ones. Even in the special security group's ranks, at least a quarter are criminals who joined to survive. Our beta." He shrugged. "I guess many people find me scary too." "Indeed." Sun Han smiled. "You have a clear understanding. Espers are inherently different, existing outside, or even beyond, society. Xiaolei probably didn't tell you this, but the Special Security Group has a central command department, and the Heaven Squad is directly under them. Their actions are only accountable to the central command. Their file codes start with boundary instead of human world. That's the privilege of A-level Espers." Sun Han's eyes darkened as she spoke in a low voice. "Laws and morals no longer bind them. Only greater power, or strength, can make them obey. In this context, as long as they follow orders, what can't they do? Generally, they just choose not to. If even the special security group has to treat them this way, what about A-level criminals like Huo and I? Killing is just a trivial matter to them." Guan Shan's jaw dropped, shocked. "Are A-level Espers really that powerful?" Sun Han changed the topic and asked, "Actually, Yu Hao team was the strongest among our three groups before. They had 3 B-level and 1 nearly A-level Esper. Do you know why they ended up like this? Even Xiaolei was recently assigned." Before Guan Shan could respond, she answered herself, "Because a year ago, Yu Hao team took on a mission, initially thinking it was a regular B-level Esper. But as the investigation progressed, they found themselves facing an A-level. And the result of that mission was total annihilation." Sun Han sighed. "The world of Espers is unreasonable. Even our team has replaced about 2/3 of its members since I joined. It's best to get used to it early." Guan Shan. He felt increasingly uneasy. Wasn't Huo and I already targeting him? Sun Han saw his expression and guessed what he was thinking, comforting him. "You don't need to worry yet. Huo and I sees you as a potential Nirvana practitioner to convert. According to the Church of Unity's process, he'll try to brainwash and recruit you first, then use force if that fails. He might even protect you during this period." Guan Shan felt no comfort. He'd seen the methods of the Church of Unity firsthand with Qin Diguang. Sun Han added, "By the way, Huo and I mentioned Death Hive might come for you. Be careful." Guan Shan recalled the final words of the paper man, asking Sun Han if there was any other content. "Fallen leaves return to their roots, the lost return home, fleeting youth, gone like the flow." Guan Shan frowned. What's he trying to say with all this mystical talk? Sun Han patted his shoulder. "Cultists use vague language to confuse you. Now that Xingyu has been found, you're cleared of suspicion. Take this time to lay low. I'll find someone to accompany you." She then went to oversee the final arrangements for Qi Xingyu's body. Guan Shan stood up, looking at the deformed and somewhat ugly corpse from a distance. "A cockroach will die of poisoning and dehydration, in the dark places you can't see." Shen Dinggua's words over the phone flashed in Guan Shan's mind, eerily similar to the scene before him. Startled, he shook his head. What was he thinking? He was the one who mentioned cockroaches first, not Shen Dinggua. That conversation happened for a reason, and there was nothing suspicious about it, not even a coincidence. I'm overthinking this. The constant threats and attempts on my life are making me paranoid. I need to stop this. Guan Shan took a deep breath, feeling too stifled. He needed something normal to do. He pulled out his phone and found Li Jiying's number. Last time, Xiaoshan mentioned that the club president was in Liaoshan. Maybe she needed help. Guan Shan called her, and although Li Jiying was surprised to hear he was in Liaoshan, she gladly accepted his offer to help. Li Jiying gave him a location. Get off at this intersection. The road here is tricky. I'll pick you up. No need to trouble you. It's easier than you getting lost. Remember to bring your essentials and call me. Okay, thank you. Guan Shan hung up and then asked Sun Han for authorization to find the Wuhao team's logistics officer. He felt he needed some supplies. The officer was very friendly. How can I help you? Guan Shan coughed, putting on his professional smile. Do you have any emergency bandages and disinfectant from the medical supply points? The officer nodded. Yes, we have plenty. How much do you need? They had many spares for emergencies. The medical department needed them, and sometimes espers requested them. Guan Shan said, a truckload. The officer. Needing a large amount of bandages might be understandable, but why so much disinfectant? Even if the special security group's disinfectant had improved formulas and exceptional disinfection effects, it was still just disinfectant. Was it to drown someone? Despite his confusion, the logistics officer at the base eventually agreed to provide Guan Shan with a carload of bandages and disinfectant. He even seriously asked about the specifications of the car, whether it was to be fully packed or just filled in the trunk. Guan Shan actually thought about it for a moment and decided to buy an off-road vehicle first and then just load it up. He wasn't yet sure if a carload of bandages and disinfectant could be recognized by the simulator as a single independent item. Only items recognized as equipment by the simulator during a simulation could be put into the inventory. Ordinary items couldn't be stored. Guan Shan admitted there was an element of gambling in this operation. However, even if it didn't work, the separate bandages and disinfectant would still be useful. Since there was no limit to the amount of health recovery in the simulator, having many 20% and 10% recovery items would provide a significant sense of security. The logistics officer mentioned that they didn't have that much stock on hand, even though bandages and disinfectant were common items. They didn't keep large quantities because injuries among espers either didn't happen often or, when they did, required immediate and significant medical attention rather than basic first aid supplies. Nevertheless, the logistics team would fulfill the request as permitted. Guan Shan returned to his room, packed his things, and then lay down on his bed to check the simulation's settlement screen. Simulation ended, White Valentine's Day. Final boss defeated, 1/1, rating upward arrow upward arrow upward arrow. NPCs protected, 17/17, rating upward arrow. Items obtained, Skill Book Shadow Clone X1, Experience Book Battle Hardened X1, White Chocolate X1, Whetstone X1, Bonus. Rating, Transcendent, eligible for bonus items. Rewards, Game Coins X 30,000, Skill Points X1. Achievement unlocked, Bounty Hunter, cumulative 150,000 game coins earned. Achievement reward, free selection of one item from store. All rewards have been issued to the inventory. Please check. Settlement complete. Please wait patiently for the next simulation. Although this was the strongest enemy I've faced so far, the rewards are still pretty average. Probably because Sun Han helped a lot. Guan Shan pondered, the simulator doesn't explicitly state this, but rewards seem to be reduced when NPCs deal significant damage. Even so, it's not much different from the last time. If only I could get the full rewards, never mind, my current strength doesn't allow it. The best reward from this time was probably the free selection from the store granted by the Bounty Hunter achievement. However, he didn't lack money, and the store hadn't unlocked the next tier, so he had no desire to shop. New Epsilon. Let's look at the other rewards. Guan Shan was most concerned about the new skill he obtained. Skill, Shadow Clone, Unlearned. Type, Active. Cooldown, 7 days. Effect, creates a shadow clone with half the attributes of the original, equipped with 2 skill slots and 2 equipment slots. Cooldown starts after the shadow clone dies. Description, another me in the world, though only half. Only half? Sounds like some kind of horror story. Guan Shan chuckled. Although the clone only had half his attributes, given his current high level, even half was still quite substantial. Especially since this simulation had awarded him 50,000 experience points from Huo Ni's clone, allowing him to level up. His current attributes were level 16, experience 4962/70000, health 8079. Though the simulator didn't provide detailed stats, Guan Shan had tested himself in the base's training area during his idle time. His strength now rivaled top C-level pure physical class espers. In close combat, a single punch could severely injure any B-level or lower non-physical class esper. Even halved, his clone would be on par with a regular C-level physical class esper, and the clone could equip skills and gear, making it even stronger. After learning Shadow Clone, I'll unequip Soul Burning Whistle and give it to the clone, along with Strange Marking and Soul Capture Bell, making it a ghost-specific specialist. This will free up my inventory and make things less chaotic. Guan Shan stroked his chin, thinking, I need to experiment to see how this works. Luckily, the cooldown only starts after the clone dies, which gives me plenty of time to test. Additionally, there was a new item he hadn't seen before. Experience Book Battle Hardened. Effect: grant the designated target all of the user's combat experience and skills. Description: at this moment, you are not fighting alone. This experience book wasn't a typical pay-to-win item that directly increased experience points. Instead, it enhanced combat experience and skills, or soft power. Speaking of which, up until now, I've been relying on auto-aim for shooting and rolling around for melee. In summary, my fighting style is haphazard and emotional, with no real techniques. Guan Shan laughed dryly. But in a horror game, was technique even necessary? Wasn't it all about either being chased by monsters or chasing them? Once caught, either the monster died, or he did. There was no second option. This is useful, but how much it helps depends on whether I can find a reliable target. As for whom to choose, Guan Shan thought he could ask Xiaolei, the instructor, when he returned to Hangzhou. Xiaolei would know many strong espers in combat. Let's see the other consumables. He continued browsing through his inventory. The effect of white chocolate is forcing the recipient to accept it. He twitched his lips. What kind of weird function is that? Wait, Guan Shan realized, I can use this to interrupt the enemy's skills or actions, buying myself a chance to survive. Guan Shan felt very clever. Lastly, the item Whetstone. Whetstone. Effect: adds the sharpness attribute to the demon blade, ignoring defenses and causing true damage. This meant that if he encountered another telekinetic esper like Luo Yi, their protective measures would be ineffective, and they'd have to endure the damage physically. If the attribute evolved further, it would become Sever, which could cut through all physical objects. Who knows where to find a second Whetstone? For now, let's test Shadow Clone. Guan Shan shook his head, unequipped Soul Burning Whistle, which turned into a temporary skill book, and used 1 skill point to learn Shadow Clone. I'm really scared. That afternoon, Guan Shan received a call from the logistics officer. The disinfectant and bandages he requested were ready. Additionally, Sun Han, having heard that Guan Shan wanted to buy an off-road vehicle, generously allocated one to him as the temporary base leader. For an esper of her level, such items were just disposable external possessions. Thus, Guan Shan received an off-road vehicle filled with disinfectant and bandages. White Knight, who had followed out of curiosity, knocked on the car door and looked at Guan Shan with confusion. Are you planning to move to the Middle East to be a war correspondent selling medical supplies and making a fortune from the war? Get lost. I'm not like you, a dignified B-level esper but an unemployed wanderer, idling around taking commissions from ordinary people. Guan Shan retorted, I'm going to work. The newspaper editor happens to be in Liaoshen recently. Unemployed wanderer. White Knight pointed at the supplies and mocked, you're taking these to work? This is enough to mummify at least 10 bodies with a disinfectant scent. Feeling indignant, White Knight protested, besides, I'm not an unemployed wanderer. I'm still in university, and I have my own detective agency, okay? If it weren't for my high recruitment standards, leading to only 2 members in the agency, I wouldn't need to take commissions myself. Oh, Guan Shan responded indifferently, closing the trunk after checking the supplies and moving to the driver's seat. White Knight felt exasperated. Do you know how many people would break their heads to join if I, a B-level esper, announced recruitment? Yet, you refuse. He clearly remembered what he said in the room, constantly inviting Guan Shan to join his detective agency. But Guan Shan had his job and didn't want to play detective games. Although White Knight was a B-level esper, he didn't join the special security group, so his organization was still a civilian esper group. Guan Shan had asked Lin Schumann about some esper taboos and learned that due to the unknown nature of his abilities, some people were wary of him. Guan Shan wondered why he hadn't been captured and dissected despite his odd behavior from the simulator. Lin Schumann explained it was due to the special status of Xiaolei, his guarantor. How special? Lin Schumann didn't know and suggested asking Gaoya. Guan Shan then learned that the seemingly doll-like cosplay girl was Xiaolei's direct disciple. Despite this, theoretically, he should avoid contact with civilian organizations to show his loyalty. Otherwise, his natural trust level would be low, and in situations like the recent Qizingyu incident, he would be more easily suspected. For his safety, Guan Shan dismissed, and then, by the way, the 3 logistics guys have agreed to join my detective agency. Guan Shan was baffled. You really got them to join? White Knight proudly replied, yes, a B-level esper's invitation is hard to refuse, especially just to hang a name. Oh, honorary members. Guan Shan understood. Why do you look like of course no one would join that detective agency? Absolutely not. Don't falsely accuse me. Guan Shan denied and deftly changed the topic. By the way, any leads on how Qizingyu was killed and by whom? White Knight got excited. Though no energy residue was left, their methods indicate conditional abilities. White Knight elaborated. First possibility, it must be in a dark environment. Second, in a confined space. Third, the target must be female. Fourth, Guan Shan had tuned out, longing to return to his regular job as a journalist, away from the bizarre esper world. Mr. Guan, we meet again. I'll be accompanying you this time. A familiar voice called, and Guan Shan saw a somewhat familiar figure. The companion, or monitor, assigned by Sun Han was revoked from before. Real name BNG, known as a G, he was in Sun Han's first-tier team, strong in support. Sending him showed the importance placed on Guan Shan. Thanks for the help. Guan Shan nodded to BNG, inviting him to the front passenger seat. White Knight looked on expectantly. You're leaving just like that? What else? Guan Shan inquired, amused. The car's full, or I'd take you. He saw through White Knight's intent to join him. Though a B-level esper, White Knight's thoughts were easy to read. All right then. White Knight looked disappointed, then stubbornly added, I could sit on the roof. Sorry. Lin Schumann, already on the roof, dispelled her invisibility and innocently said, the roof's full too. White Knight. Just great. How did I forget about the ever-invisible Lin Schumann? At this point, there was nothing more to say. All right, have a safe trip back. White Knight waved, watching them leave with longing. Guan Shan started the car and sped off, leaving White Knight's goodbye in the dust. Lin Schumann, on the roof, couldn't help but laugh at White Knight's dejected look. She heard the expert detective looked down on the special security group, often inviting but always being refused, and only recruited C-level and above. His reputed arrogance made him notorious. Oh, yet, after days with Guan Shan, he turned into a persistent salesman for his detective agency, constantly rejected. What are you laughing at? Laughing at his misfortune, huh? Lin Schumann realized something was off, seeing a shadowy figure beside her. The figure resembled Guan Shan, flickering like a poor signal. Lin Schumann turned to the driver's seat, seeing Guan Shan focused on driving, making an okay gesture. She turned back, and the shadow clone mirrored the gesture. Lin Schumann was stunned. Lin Schumann's eyes were filled with horror as she looked at the shadow clone in front of her. Anyone would be scared if a shadowy figure resembling a ghost appeared beside them. If Lin Schumann didn't have decent psychological resilience, she might have fallen off the car in fright. Lin Schumann cautiously moved back and opened the earpiece channel, hesitantly asking, is this something? Did you get another pan-spirit object? Lin Schumann earnestly reminded, in the future, if you get a pan-spirit object and can't fully determine its function, it's best to have it identified first. Otherwise, it might cause problems. Pan-spirit objects, though varied in functionality and helpful, often had adverse effects and were highly dangerous. Especially those that looked eerie. It's not a pan-spirit object. Guan Shan shook his head and earnestly explained, this is the shadow clone technique, which I can fully control. No need to be afraid. Lin Schumann was taken aback, then thoughtfully said, you also learned Ying's Hu's ninjutsu. Guan Shan modestly replied, just a bit. Lin Schumann understood, considering the record of Guan Shan seemingly using European witchcraft, learning an Aizu ninjutsu didn't seem impossible. While Lin Schumann found Guan Shan multi-talented, Guan Shan thought Lin Schumann seemed a bit naive. She actually believed that. Guan Shan laughed inwardly. Sometimes, he found this personal customer service quite cute and gullible. But remembering how, in the restaurant, Lin Schumann, a D-level esper, was easily disarmed by him when he just got the simulator, it wasn't surprising. This child isn't very bright. At this moment, Guan Shan was also getting accustomed to the existence of this shadow clone. Fortunately, as with previously acquired skills, any skill within the simulator system could be learned quickly without a teacher. Guan Shan was now multitasking, driving, chatting, and controlling his shadow clone. If Guan Shan were to describe this feeling, it was like controlling a game character. The shadow clone's intelligence was almost zero, and its view had some delay, requiring a strong mental effort to move it. This thing might be like a toad, hopping when poked. I hope it runs more smoothly at higher levels, otherwise, it might only serve as a meat shield in combat. Guan Shan didn't have high expectations for this level 1 shadow clone. Future potential was there. Thus, the off-road vehicle sped along, with 2 people, one invisible and one looking like a ghost, squatting on the roof. If seen by a passerby, it would surely become an urban legend. The vehicle headed towards the remote mountainous area. Guan Shan asked BNG to check information about the destination. After all, he was a free laborer, no need to waste. Though Lin Schumann could also check, BNG, as a Wuhao team member, was like a local expert. He could find more information. In the passenger seat, BNG explained, Kaiyuning Mountains Beihe Village is a key poverty-stricken area. Editor Lee came here for teaching support 7 years ago. It's surprising she's still helping with promotion now. Charity work doesn't get as much attention as explosive social news. Beta Epsilon. Guan Shan nodded. Previously, his understanding of his editor, Li Jiying, was just as a very capable woman with a strong background. Even Lu Rui couldn't gossip about Li Jiying's specifics, but she was at least on par with Xiao Shen, if not better. Usually, she wasn't seen at the newspaper office, always out networking and planning, only occasionally inspecting work, either stern or highly efficient. In Guan Shan's view, Li Jiying was a work-first person, not expecting her to be so nostalgic. From the base to Kaiyuning Mountain took about 2 days, thanks to the already remote location of Wuhao base. We're here. Going up from here is Beihe Village. Guan Shan pointed to a mountain road ahead. The road was paved with gravel, underneath it was mud, but it was wide enough for vehicles, showing considerable effort had been made in recent years to connect the village to the outside world. Guan Shan first called Li Jiying, hello, editor, I'm at the foot of the mountain. SHH. The phone first emitted a burst of static, like a poorly tuned TV signal, but the sound lasted only a second or two, and as Guan Shan frowned, Li Jiying's voice came through. Hello, Guan Shan? The signal here is bad. I'll come to pick you up. Send me your location. All right, thank you. I brought an extra temporary photographer to help with filming. Guan Shan took a camera from his bag and handed it to BNG, making up a story. Li Jiying was a bit surprised. You thought this through? Not at all, it's what I should do. Guan Shan politely responded, then sent the location to Li Jiying and got out of the car to look around. He gazed at the surrounding mountains and forests. It was already dusk, with the setting sun casting everything in an orange glow, gradually darkening. Huh, what's this? Guan Shan squatted and touched a small stone statue in front of him. The statue looked like an oval stone, covered in moss, unrecognizable from a distance. But upon closer inspection, it had faint carvings, difficult to describe but seemingly with large eyes and wings. Guan Shan felt a bad premonition and searched around, finding similar stone pillars along the way. Some places even showed signs of having bowls, indicating past worship. It's widely known. In horror genres, combinations like mountain village and strange statues usually spell trouble for the protagonist. Guan Shan frowned. I hope I'm not that unlucky. He reassured himself. Editor Li taught here 7 years ago and knows this place well. There shouldn't be any problem, it's just local customs. Still uneasy, he asked BNG. BNG hadn't heard of any Esper activity here, suggesting the stone pillars were part of Beihe village's spontaneous belief system, with no further details. No Esper activity, that's good. Guan Shan breathed a sigh of relief but still felt uneasy. Li Jiying arrived soon, but she walked. Dressed simply, Editor Li looked capable and beautiful without makeup. She addressed Guan Shan. I've almost negotiated everything but need help organizing drafts. After working here for days, I haven't taken any promotional photos. You came just in time. Li Jiying curiously asked, by the way, why are you in Liaoshan? You took leave for an injury. Guan Shan quickly changed the subject. Do we have to walk up? Li Jiying shook her head. No need, drive up. I'll lead the way. It's not far. My car is up there, but it's troublesome to drive down, so I walked. Guan Shan nodded in understanding, then returned to the car and started it. He looked at Li Jiying ahead, about to remind her of the slippery path, but noticed her shoes had no mud. With Li Jiying leading the way and the steep mountain road ahead, Guan Shan drove the car behind her. His view was limited to Li Jiying's lower legs, so he couldn't help but notice her perfectly clean shoes. The dirt road was so muddy, yet her shoes remained spotless. Guan Shan had already learned how to open a private channel with his headset. This channel connected him to BNG and Lin Schumann. Without showing any emotion, he brought up this point and asked BNG, didn't you say there were no signs of Esper activity? What's going on? Guan Shan wouldn't doubt his own boss, but he was wary of another shape-shifting creature like the one from the Church of Unity. BNG responded cautiously, there was nothing before. Once we get to the village, I'll use the energy level detector to be sure. We need to avoid alerting anyone prematurely. Now, Guan Shan insisted. Report to the base and check immediately. If we wait until we get there, we might have to deal with more than just one enemy. Given his recent experiences, Guan Shan prioritized his safety above all else. The incident with Huo and I had left him deeply shaken. The world of Espers was far more dangerous than just fighting monsters, and he couldn't afford to be careless. BNG, though not entirely understanding why Guan Shan used the term monster, decided to follow his instructions since his task was to assist Guan Shan. He performed a series of quick and discreet checks. What's the result? Guan Shan asked tensely. Nothing, BNG replied. Guan Shan was taken aback. Really? BNG showed him the device, pointing to the 0 on the display. 0. The energy level reading is 0, indicating a normal person with no Esper abilities. If you don't trust me, you can have Miss Lin check as well. She should have her own detector. Despite the logical conclusion, Guan Shan, still wary, asked Lin Schumann to verify with her detector. She got the same result, confirming that there were no energy levels detected from Li Jiying. Reluctantly reassured, Guan Shan continued driving toward Beihe village. BNG found Guan Shan's behavior somewhat neurotic. Guan Shan had earned a reputation as a formidable Esper, having survived an encounter with Huo and I, who had impersonated one of Wuhao team's strongest members. Yet, he seemed excessively afraid of encountering another Esper. Guan Shan, still feeling uneasy, relied heavily on his intuition, which had often saved him in dangerous situations. He had learned to trust his instincts, and something about this situation felt off. Before Li Jiying arrived, Guan Shan had sent his shadow clone to Beihe village to scout ahead. The village appeared even more rundown than Han's village, with roughly the size of a school playground, dirt walls, low houses, and piles of straw and firewood. The village had an almost timeless quality, lacking any modern conveniences. Among the various nooks and crannies, Guan Shan's shadow clone spotted more of the peculiar stone statues, clearly used in some form of ritual worship. There were bowls and partially burned incense, further adding to the village's ancient feel. As the shadow clone scouted the area, Guan Shan overheard a conversation between two men, one of whom seemed to be the village chief. Is everything ready? This is the biggest event I've organized since I took office. It must be perfect, flawless, do you understand? The chief asked. Yes, sir. Everything is ready. But about that teacher, Li, should we be concerned? The other man responded. Do you really need to ask? Just stall her as we did before. Can't you see? The chief replied impatiently. I'm just worried. She promised to help build houses and a school for the village, the other man said nervously. Are you tempted by that? Do you want to leave? Don't forget our mission, the chief retorted sharply. No, that's not it. I'm just thinking about the village's benefits. Can't we use her identity for more leverage? The man suggested. The chief snorted. Anyone can promise us the moon. She's just a teacher. What background could she possibly have? In a few days, another one will come along. Just handle it quickly so we can report back to the envoy. Yes, sir, the man replied, clearly intimidated. Guan Shan pieced together some information from this conversation. The village chief, named Ba Dian, and his son-in-law, Ba Zhang, were involved in some significant event related to their traditions and had plans for Li Jiying. They also mentioned a figure called the envoy, who seemed to play a crucial role in their activities. This envoy inspected their work, making Guan Shan wonder about his identity and the village's mysterious practices. Our Nigerian Naira OES. After relaying this information to BNG and Lin Schumann, they continued their journey. Upon reaching the point where the road narrowed, they had to abandon the car and proceed on foot. Guan Shan noticed Li Jiying's car, covered in a thick layer of dust, indicating it hadn't been moved in a long time. Guan Shan, feeling uneasy, decided to follow Li Jiying quickly as she led the way into the village. He needed to ensure her safety and uncover the village's secrets. As they entered Beihe village, the sense of foreboding grew stronger, and Guan Shan knew he had to stay vigilant. I'm really scared. Guan Shan wasn't foolish enough to chase blindly. He still had his shadow clone in Beihe village, monitoring the situation through its perspective. As they approached the village entrance, they immediately drew the attention of nearby villagers. Those further away quickly dropped what they were doing and ran off, presumably to alert others. The remaining villagers eyed them with suspicion and wariness. The deep-seated distrust was palpable. Compared to Han's village, which had been somewhat modernized, this truly isolated mountain village exemplified the phrase rural and cunning. Soon, a group of people approached, including Ba Dian, the village chief, and his son-in-law Ba Zhang, both of whom Guan Shan had observed through his shadow clone. You must be Li's friends, Ba Dian greeted them warmly. She told us about you. You're from the newspaper, right? We've arranged a house for you. You'll stay at Ayang's place. It won't be easy for city folks like you to adjust here, so take your time. Ba Dian pulled over a young girl with braided hair and patted her shoulder. If you need anything, just tell Ayang. She's small but smart and very sensible. Ba Dian's appearance matched the stereotype of a simple mountain villager, dark skin, short and sturdy build, a kind smile, and heavily accented Mandarin. If Guan Shan hadn't overheard his secretive conversation with Ba Zhang, he might have been deceived by this facade. It seemed Ba Dian didn't know that Li Jiying was the head of the newspaper, only that she was a former teacher. Guan Shan put on a sincere and naive smile. Sir, are you the village chief? Ba Dian nodded. Yes. Guan Shan continued, do you know why we're here in Beihe village? Ba Dian hesitated before nodding again. To do some news about poverty in rural areas. We understand. People have come before. Guan Shan shook his head and spoke seriously, that's just a small part of it. Before being Li's friends, we are part of a national geological survey team. Ba Dian and the others were taken aback. Even BNG and Lin Schumann were surprised. We are, they thought, bewildered. As a journalist, Guan Shan was adept at adapting and changing his story. The country suspects there might be significant coal deposits here and wants to develop the area. But since there's a village here, if resources are found, you might need to relocate. Ba Dian didn't fully buy it but was unsure. We can't move. We've lived here for generations. Guan Shan softened his tone. I said if resources are found, then you might need to move. If not, there's no need. We're here to investigate. He introduced BNG, this is Guan Shan, and this is Stephen Chow, our geological expert who studied abroad. BNG, tall and thin with glasses, looked the part of an intellectual. He nodded blankly, internally puzzled by Guan Shan's smooth lies. Guan Shan explained in the headset channel, just play along. This village has secrets. If they think they might need to move, they'll reveal something. Ba Dian, now more convinced, stammered, Mr. Chow, we are simple folks. We can't just take your word for it. Guan Shan flashed his special security group ID, an intimidating prop given to him by Xiaolei. See this? It's a central government seal. Those who know, know. If you don't, it's pointless to explain. His superior, arrogant demeanor was modeled after Zhang Xiyuan, an annoying but effective strategy. Ba Dian, now fully convinced, nodded and bowed. How long will the investigation take? Guan Shan pondered. Not long, 3 days at most. We're professionals. Just go about your daily lives. We need someone familiar with the mountains to guide us. With Tilda and Thailand bot. Ba Dian exchanged a look with Ba Zhang and said, my son-in-law has been a hunter for decades. He knows the mountains well. He can guide you. Guan Shan nodded. Good. We'll stay as arranged. Where is Li? Ba Dian's eyes flickered. She's staying next door but is often busy visiting students or going into the mountains. You might not see her. We just saw her, Guan Shan thought. Maybe she's avoiding you. After some polite conversation, they followed Ayang, a quiet girl who seemed to have some cognitive issues, to her home. The house was shabby, with dirt walls, chickens and ducks in the yard, and an unpleasant mix of manure and mud smells. But Guan Shan, seasoned by the simulator, didn't mind. Through the shadow clone, he saw Li Jiying behind the next house, talking to a young boy. Guan Shan approached and squatted beside her, noticing the boy's crippled legs. This is... Li Jiying sighed. This is Ba Ping, the child of one of my former students. Guan Shan was stunned. Your student. Li Jiying continued sadly. 7 years ago, my oldest student was no more than 10. I'm really scared. Guan Shan did the math and realized that this student must have given birth to the boy in front of him when she was around 13 or 14 years old. Though he knew such occurrences were possible in remote areas, witnessing it firsthand was still hard to accept. He couldn't help but ask, where is his mother? That student, does she live next door? Li Jiying shook her head and pointed to a hill in the distance. She lives there. Guan Shan looked over and saw a dense forest with a muddy path barely visible. He was even more incredulous. Alone? Doesn't anyone in the village take care of her? She's not the only one. Li Jiying retracted her hand and said in a low voice, there are many others like her. After giving birth, they all live there and never return to the village. Guan Shan was puzzled. Why? Li Jiying thought for a moment. Maybe they don't want to come back. The people here only want them to have children. She smiled wryly. The reason I want to promote this place is mostly because of the feelings I had teaching here 7 years ago. I wanted the children here to get a better education. But now that I'm back, I realize I might be a bit late. Just think about it, such a remote village, far from the government's reach, how could it possibly follow our plans? Most of the supplies donated over the years probably went to waste. Li Jiying sighed. We were too naive back then. Mending the pen after the sheep are lost is not too late. We are here now, aren't we? Guan Shan comforted her and turned his gaze back to the silent, disabled boy. And what about him? How did he end up like this? Considering the girl named Yang, who clearly had cognitive issues, it seemed like there was an unusually high rate of disability among the children in the village. Li Jiying gently patted the boy's head, her expression softening. It was an accident. An accident. Guan Shan frowned. It doesn't look like an accident to me. Li Jiying replied, at least, that's what the villagers say. Guan Shan suddenly stood up. Wait here, boss. The friend I brought along isn't just a photographer. He's actually a medical professional. I'll have him take a look. Li Jiying gave him a curious look. Your friend is quite versatile. Guan Shan gave a thumbs up without changing his expression. That's right, he's practically a jack of all trades. Although Aji and Lin Schumann weren't medical professionals, they had enough combat experience to distinguish between natural and inflicted injuries. Guan Shan ran to fetch Aji, who agreed without hesitation. As an esper with the ability Revoke, Aji had to learn many other battlefield skills to provide better support, including basic medical skills. In the battlefield of espers, everyone had to perform the work of 3 people. When Guan Shan returned to the back of the house with Aji, he found that Li Jiying was gone. His phone buzzed with a QQ message from Li Jiying. He took it out to read it. Boss, I need to go into the mountains to check on my students. Let me know if you find anything. Smiley face. This emoji is quite old school and oddly comforting. Guan Shan couldn't help but laugh at Li Jiying's vintage emoticons. He then thought of Xiao Shan, who loved sending cute emoticons. What was she up to now? Though they had spoken on the phone recently, he couldn't help but miss her. Yes. Guan Shan shook his head, pulling his thoughts back. It was already late November. By mid-December, he should be back. They could spend New Year's together. But it's already past 4. Is it safe for the boss to go into the mountains alone? Guan Shan sent his shadow clone up the mountain while asking Aji to examine the boy named Ba Ping. The boy remained mostly silent, only making vague sounds. He seemed to have language issues as well. After a while, Aji put down Ba Ping's remaining leg and said gravely, it doesn't seem natural. Though the scars are faint, there are signs of stitching. It looks like he had surgery. As expected, this village has issues. Guan Shan knew his intuition was never wrong. He crouched down and gently asked Ba Ping, do you live here? Ba Ping nodded. Have your legs always been like this? Ba Ping nodded again. Your mom left. Who is your dad? Who's been taking care of you? Since the question was complex, Guan Shan used gestures as well. Ba Ping opened his mouth, making an sound, then shook his head. What are you doing here? There's a welcoming banquet waiting for you. A man's voice suddenly came. Guan Shan stood up and saw Ba Zhang approaching from around the corner. He smiled and said, we were just looking around and met this little guy. He seems to have trouble walking, so we chatted a bit. Ba Zhang walked over, saw Ba Ping lying on the ground, and immediately picked him up. His expression turned fierce, and he raised his hand to hit the boy. Why are you running around again? Then, as if he remembered something, he changed his tone, gently patting Ba Ping's back. Do you know how dangerous that is? Be careful, or a wolf might take you away. Ba Ping shrank back fearfully, shaking his head and making an sound. Ba Zhang was about to say more when he suddenly felt something tug at his foot and a force push him from behind, causing him to fall forward. Whoa! Panicking, he let go of Ba Ping, only to be caught by Guan Shan, who grabbed his collar. Ba Zhang sighed in relief, looking up to see Guan Shan holding Ba Ping, smiling slightly. It seems you're not too steady on your feet. I'll hold the boy. Let's head to the banquet. Feeling uneasy about the strange forces, Ba Zhang nodded instinctively and led them to the village's largest building, the ancestral hall. It was dusk, and the statues inside the hall were hard to see, but the outlines resembled the stone stels they had seen earlier. Outside the hall, tables and chairs were set up, and the villagers had gathered, with Badian sitting at the head of the table. Guan Shan sat down, made some polite conversation, and said in the earphone channel, "Don't eat too much of this food. Do you have any antidotes?" Aji replied seriously, "Yes, we have 4 doses of the universal antidote from the team, effective against most common poisons for 24 hours. Guan Shan, 4 doses, save 1 for the boss." Perfect. During the banquet, Badian and Zhang kept urging them to eat and drink. Aji pretended not to like the village food, while Guan Shan showed disdain, embodying the snobbish city dweller perfectly. After the banquet, they returned to their lodgings and discreetly took the antidote. Guan Shan lay on the wooden bed, eyes closed but not asleep. It was already dark, but Li Jiying hadn't returned. Strangely, his shadow clone couldn't find any sign of human habitation on the mountain, not even a simple hut. And Li Jiying was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? Could she be lost in the mountains? Guan Shan was about to investigate personally when he heard hushed voices. Are they all down? Yes, they wouldn't suspect I put the poison on the chopsticks and bowl rims. Hurry and finish this. They were sneaking around with Ping behind the house earlier. They might have discovered something. But, aren't they from the government? If something happens, won't it alert? Alert who? Once they're dead, everything can be handled. The messenger will take care of the rest. Creak. Guan Shan's door was pushed open. Hearing the door open, Guan Shan raised an eyebrow internally, but he remained motionless, pretending to be asleep. He instructed Lin Shuman and Aji through the earphone to stay put for now. As expected, the intruders were Badian and Zhang, who had been suspicious from the beginning. Though these two spoke with murderous intent, the simulator didn't trigger, likely because it didn't consider ordinary people a threat to Guan Shan anymore. The simulator disdainfully refused to open a scenario for such trivial threats. Guan Shan also felt that dealing with a few ordinary people was now a simple matter of a thought. Instead, he decided to wait and probe what this divine messenger truly was. Badian stealthily approached Guan Shan's bed, holding a kerosene lamp. He turned and whispered, "Are you sure they're all knocked out? It would be a hassle if they woke up halfway through." Zhang nodded quickly. "Definitely. I used the best stuff, just on the chopsticks and bowl rims. They won't react even if we chop their legs off." Hiss. This guy talks tough, clearly not his first time doing this. Guan Shan couldn't help but frown internally. The problem in this village was probably more severe than he had imagined. When Li Jiying came 7 years ago, she could leave safely, possibly because the villagers were hiding things well. But over the past 7 years, times had changed. Those students were no longer in the village, and their circumstances seemed dire. Who knows how long this village had been a den of iniquity. Now, Li Jiying might have discovered something wrong, which is why these people were targeting her, planning to silence her and dispose of the bodies. Guan Shan speculated that they hadn't acted earlier because Li Jiying received his call, and they were concerned about external discovery. They waited until he and his team arrived, intending to eliminate them all together. What secrets did this village harbor that required human lives to be buried? Guan Shan had an inkling. The stone stele seen along the road and the largest ancestral hall indicated an ancient and primitive faith in this village. Coupled with Badian and Zhang's frequent mentions of the divine messenger, it was likely these events stemmed from the messenger's instructions. Combining these factors, the answer seemed clear: the village was likely a cult. Badian sighed heavily, clicking his tongue. So troublesome. If that woman hadn't found that place, we wouldn't have to deal with these two. Handling those sacrifices is already hard enough, and now we have to deal with 2 more adults. If this brings any trouble, well, we can always ask the divine messenger for help. He always answers our prayers. Zhang walked over, preparing to carry Guan Shan on his back. Where to? The cliff or the sinkhole? Badian thought for a moment and decided, the sinkhole. It rained recently, and the cliff isn't safe. Got it. Zhang carried Guan Shan while Badian carried the smaller Aji. Under the cover of night, they sneaked behind the village, descending several slopes to reach a cave entrance. Only then did Guan Shan notice that not only was Zhang, a strong man, carrying someone without much effort, but even Badian seemed at ease. Guan Shan thought, this divine messenger might be someone with abilities different from espers. Little Transparent mentioned that apart from espers, some people can use other powers, like chi used by immortals like Gaoya. These people are rare, and their powers can't be detected by energy level detectors. He might have bestowed these powers upon Badian and Zhang, making them believe these were divine acts, turning it into a faith. Badian led the way, extinguishing the kerosene lamp, and walked deep into the cave before stopping. Guan Shan had Little Transparent follow them, and his shadow clone had already arrived. Inside the cave, there was a large swamp with many stalactites. Badian and Zhang tied Guan Shan and Aji to stones and threw them into the swamp. They watched the bodies sink, even waiting for a while before leaving. Once they were gone, Guan Shan and Aji emerged from the swamp. Guan Shan climbed out first and pulled Aji up, asking, "Are you okay?" Aji waved his hand. He was trained, and Guan Shan had Lin Shuman give him a straw to breathe through when he realized it was a swamp. Aji coughed mainly because the swamp air was foul and likely toxic. But these were minor issues. Aji, with a serious expression, said, "Many people have died here. Is the village using human sacrifices?" "I don't think so. Their sacrifices are something else. We're just considered unstable factors. There must be other victims. Now, they think we're dead. Let's observe secretly and wait for the divine messenger to appear. Then we can find out who he is. Guan Shan took out his nuclear-powered flashlight and shone it into the swamp's depths. In the dark, muddy swamp, various rotting clothes and corpses floated, with more likely sunk below. From a quick scan, there were at least dozens of bodies, possibly more hidden in the swamp's depths. They mentioned 2 locations. These bodies are only part of it. IG pointed at several smaller skeletons. Those bones are noticeably smaller, probably children. Not just children. Most of the bodies here are children. At this point, both considered how to capture everyone in this village once they returned. Guan Shan suddenly frowned. I made a mistake. Aji was puzzled. What's wrong? Guan Shan pulled out his phone from his pocket, tapping it. As expected, it had water damage and was unusable. I need to warn the boss to run. She'll be the next victim. Thankfully, she's in the back mountains now. Aji took out his phone. Use mine. It's specially made, waterproof. But the place is full of marsh gas. The antidote won't last long. Let's wait until we're out. Guan Shan nodded. They exited the dark cave together. Guan Shan used Aji's phone to message Li Jiying. Mountains beyond mountains, boss, are you still on the mountain? Li Jiying replied almost instantly. Boss, what's up? Yes, I'm still on the mountain. Mountains beyond mountains, good, don't come back. The village has issues. The village chief wants to kill us. Mountains beyond mountains, just don't return to the village. We're heading up the mountain. Tell me where you are. I know this might scare you. I'll drop off some supplies for you, and then leave. Your safety is the priority. Boss, okay, I'm at. After they left, while they were sending messages. In the cave, at the edge of the sinkhole, beside a skeleton, a blood-stained, broken phone suddenly lit up. QQ messages from someone named Detective Xiao Guan popped up, as if waking the phone from a long slumber. Guan Shan didn't rush back to Beihe village immediately. Instead, he took a detour along the mountain path because he had already instructed his shadow clone to pack their luggage and also took a few strings of bacon drying at the village chief's house as part of the supplies for Li Jiying, hoping she could stay on the mountain for a few more days. However, Guan Shan was still puzzled about where exactly those students were living in the mountains. It seemed as if they were hidden in a guerrilla warfare style, and outsiders could not find a trace of them. Maybe it's to avoid being harassed by the villagers. These students must be among the victims or those in the know, so it's normal for them to want to stay away from here. It would be strange if they could be easily found. Besides, I only roughly checked the area along the mountain path. Guan Shan managed to convince himself and focused his attention back on Beihe village. As for the whereabouts of Ba Dian and Ba Zhang, there was no need to worry. Guan Shan had already marked Ba Zhang and Ba Dian with a kiss from red lips while pretending to be unconscious. Though this tool was somewhat disgusting in retrospect, its effect was immediate. Now, in Guan Shan's perception, the positions of Ba Zhang and Ba Dian were very clear, and he could even vaguely sense their environment. It was a very thoughtful and intelligent marking function. If only the description and usage of this tool weren't so gross. Guan Shan and the others met up with the shadow clone, took their belongings, and headed to the place Li Jiying had mentioned. Since there were no signposts on the mountain, the location Li Jiying provided was quite vague. When they got close, Guan Shan was about to use Aji's phone to confirm the location when he saw a familiar figure in a plain dress standing among the low bushes by the roadside. In the dim light, Li Jiying peered out from behind a tree, waved at Guan Shan, and frowned. Guan Shan, and this must be your multi-talented friend. What exactly happened in Beihe village? Guan Shan approached, placed the supplies on the ground, and said solemnly, the village chief has bad intentions. They drugged us at the welcoming banquet and tried to kill us by sinking us into a swamp behind the village. We barely managed to escape. He briefly recounted what he had overheard but skipped the part about the countless corpses in the swamp, merely stating there might be other victims. Having been submerged in the swamp earlier, they hadn't had time to clean up. They were covered in mud, looking utterly miserable. The corpses in the swamp had been soaking for who knows how many years, and the stench was enough to make anyone retch. They looked like they could easily pass as high-ranking members of the Beggars Guild. The sight was so realistic it would be hard to fake, and Guan Shan was someone Li Jiying trusted. She covered her nose and approached, pulling out a bottle of mineral water from her bag. She handed it to Guan Shan, saying, there's a spring up the mountain. I'll take you there to clean up, and you can stay in my student's house for the night. Guan Shan took the water and nodded. He looked at Li Jiying and suddenly asked, Boss, did you also notice something wrong? Li Jiying's reaction had been surprisingly calm. Though she was known for her strong work ethic and composed demeanor, encountering a life-threatening situation should have shaken her more. When Guan Shan first activated the simulator, it had terrified him. Facing life and death was often harder than one imagined. So Guan Shan asked because, earlier, Ba Dian and Ba Zhang had hinted that they needed to kill that woman because she had discovered something. It seemed they were referring to Li Jiying. Li Jiying nodded and, while leading the way, sighed, I did notice something wrong. You must have noticed the high disability rate among the children in this village. 7 years ago, it wasn't like this. She recalled, I was a university student back then, part of a school-organized teaching support program. Due to family reasons, I only taught here for 6 months. The conditions were harsh, but I still remember those days fondly. I remember every student's name. Li Jiying took out an old photo and smiled. This is a photo from that time. After all these years, seeing all those faces that flatter or hide their true selves, I still miss the pure smiles of those children. Guan Shan shone his phone's light on the photo. It showed dozens of children in worn-out clothes, with a younger and more vibrant Li Jiying squatting in the middle, holding two kids and smiling warmly. This side of Li Jiying, compared to her current mature and authoritative demeanor, was entirely new to Guan Shan. The children's faces beamed with simple joy. Guan Shan figured he had gained Li Jiying's genuine trust, so he took the opportunity to flatter her. Boss, you haven't changed much over the years. I don't see much need for reminiscing AOES. Women, especially those nearing 30 like Li Jiying, often appreciated compliments on their appearance. Despite talking about missing the children's smiles, she was likely also reminiscing about her younger years. Li Jiying was surprised. Now you know how to flatter people? Why don't you do that more often? I saw you mercilessly mocking Zhang Xiyang before, and I thought you didn't know how to please your superiors. She teased. That Shen girl seems close to you. Wouldn't she get jealous? This was clearly a light-hearted jab, meant to lift spirits. Guan Shan felt a bit guilty but remained firm. Xiao Shen isn't that petty. A few compliments don't mean much. Li Jiying couldn't help but laugh, then regained her composure and continued. 7 years later, things have changed. She looked at the dark forest ahead and said softly, my students are here, but many of their children are disabled, left in the care of the villagers. I knew something was wrong and started investigating secretly. Guan Shan asked, and then? Li Jiying replied, then I discovered that a small, backward village like this couldn't have so many children. They lacked medical and financial resources. Coincidentally, I recently came across a missing person report while organizing some publications. The girl in that report was born with intellectual disabilities. You've probably met her. Guan Shan's eyes widened as he instantly realized it was the girl named Yang. That girl was a missing person, meaning she wasn't originally from Beihe village. Li Jiying suddenly stopped and said, we're here. Ahead was a dilapidated wooden hut, hidden among branches and bushes on a remote path. Without Li Jiying's guidance, it would have been impossible to find. Guan Shan circled the hut and found the door, pushing it open. Inside, it was covered in cobwebs, clearly not inhabited for a long time. He was about to ask Li Jiying something but, turning around, found she had disappeared. Guan Shan was startled, taking a step back and looking in horror at Aji, who was a step behind. At that moment, his companion's face also showed an expression of shock, as if seeing a ghost. But this was indeed seeing a ghost? Li Jiying, a living person, disappeared in the blink of an eye right in front of them. If this wasn't seeing a ghost, then what could it be? They exchanged glances, not daring to make any sudden moves. In this desolate place, at such an hour, encountering such a strange phenomenon would make anyone, even espers, feel uneasy. Guan Shan's eyelids twitched as he frantically asked Lin Shuman, how did she disappear just now? Guan Shan felt terrified. He knew something was off. From the moment he noticed Li Jiying's clean shoe soles, he felt uneasy. But Aji had repeatedly assured him there was no energy response, so he believed the boss was a normal person. And all along the way, Li Jiying's behavior was normal, even familiar with the incidents they had experienced together. Could it be that the person they interacted with wasn't actually the real boss? Thinking about walking alongside an unknown entity sent chills down Guan Shan's spine. If this wasn't the real boss, then where was the real Li Jiying? Could she already have met with misfortune? Were their actions being monitored by someone all along? Espers were the best case scenario, worse would be if it was a ghost. Lin Shuman, now somewhat immune to Guan Shan's frequent displays of fear, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice but quickly calmed down. She turned and smiled at us, then suddenly disappeared. Guan Shan asked anxiously, what kind of smile? Was it creepy or mocking? Why didn't the simulator activate this time? Guan Shan would rather fight monsters in a simulated scene than see ghosts in real life. Does this mean the boss is already dead? The sudden turn of events left Guan Shan feeling a mix of fear, anger, and sadness. Lin Shuman reassured, it was neither, it was just a faint, warm smile, quite pleasant actually. I don't think she had any ill intentions. Maybe she wanted us to come here. Aji, recovering from his shock, wiped his forehead and immediately took out the energy detector. This time, the results were unexpected. It's all over. Aji looked at the wooden house in front of them, sweating profusely as if he had found evidence of a crime. Inside and outside this house, there are various energy responses. And they are recorded energy responses. Energy responses, like DNA, are unique to each individual. In-depth analysis is challenging, usually done by on-site comparison. Only some individuals, especially those closely monitored by the Special Security Group, have their energy signatures directly recorded in the detectors. In other words, those who left energy signatures here are likely major criminals? Thank goodness, there are energy responses, Guan Shan sighed in relief. At least it was human. Aji checked the path they came from and shook his head. There were none on the way here, and none at the entrance. This means that the Li Jiying we saw might have used another form of power. He looked at Guan Shan, or maybe, she wasn't Li Jiying at all. Regardless of the possibility, the chances of Li Jiying being alive were slim, given she was just an ordinary person. Guan Shan felt a surge of mixed emotions. Just moments ago, they were joking together. Now, to say the boss might already be dead was too sudden to process. Forcing himself to stay focused, Guan Shan turned on his flashlight and looked inside the wooden house. Let's check for clues. Lin Shuman carefully observed his demeanor, sensing his poor mood. Trying not to overthink, Guan Shan entered the wooden house, whispering, if what the boss said is true, then Aying isn't from Beihe village. Maybe none of the kids here are with acute new. They are missing people, or rather, trafficked children. Guan Shan's face turned grim as he saw the iron rings, chains, and hooks clearly used for captivity. This explains the high disability rate among the village children and the many child-sized bones in the swamp. Such cruelty and malice? These activities, if they started when Li Jiying was teaching, had been going on for at least 7 years, maybe even longer? Lin Shuman clenched her fists silently. Aji looked at the detector and said, I think I know why they needed the children. He shook his head. The energy responses come from 2 sources. The first is sea-level spatial esper, thief Zhang Heping, a notorious thief known for large-scale teleportation. This explains why there were no energy responses elsewhere. These espers used teleportation, making their movements very covert. Guan Shan recalled something similar. In his second simulation, a test subject named BK had a similar ability. And the other one? IG looked at Guan Shan. It's drone B1. Both Guan Shan and Lin Shuman were stunned. Death Hive. Yes, IG nodded, his expression grave. One of the 2 A-level espers in Death Hive, the brain domain developer esper. He found it unbelievable. 2 squads have been deployed, with a Dizzy team member also joining. They should be besieging the Death Hive headquarters in the west. Why would they be here in Liaoshan? Guan Shan was equally puzzled. He had been in constant contact with the Yuhao team, knowing they were busy hunting down the remaining drone bees. Killing these people would almost dismantle Death Hive, leaving only the low-level espers and the queen bee. But now, the inventor of the Ascension Candy, Drone B1, had been lurking in this remote village for over 7 years. Guan Shan's eyes widened as he looked at Lin and Aji, his pupils constricting. Could the divine messenger Ba Dian mentioned be him, having to say it? Aji felt a sense of sudden realization. No wonder there have been no traces of espers. The abilities of brain domain developer espers do not leave significant energy traces. Their abilities only leave very subtle energy responses when their thoughts are highly active. Since it operates within the brain, any interference from other energy responses makes it even weaker. This was the unique feature of the brain domain developer ability. These espers almost had no combat power, as fragile as ordinary people. But their existence could create weapons and tools with power thousands of times greater than themselves, making them a crucial strategic resource for any organization. For example, the mental doctor Xiang Wen, a C-level brain domain developer esper who died under Guan Shan's blade, provided special healing medicine like active serum. An A-level one was even more terrifying. The Death Hive itself wasn't that frightening, but it was Drone B1, an A-level brain domain developer esper, who had supplied Death Hive with numerous tools for healing, killing, and enhancing combat power over the years. Each time Death Hive went into hiding, it was due to the manipulation of Drone B1. This organization, doing business in killings, was backed by foreign forces, allowing them to keep maneuvering between different regions. If Guan Shan hadn't unexpectedly ripped open a gap, killing many key members and exposing an informant, who knew when their lair would have been found. From this perspective, although Guan Shan didn't participate in the recent siege, he was undoubtedly the main contributor. And now, it seemed he had once again inadvertently found Drone B1's real hideout. Lin Shuman, being part of Yuhao team involved in both sides, was stunned, her heart racing with a mix of fear and excitement. If the divine messenger here was indeed Drone B1, and judging by Ba Dian and Ba Jiang's conversation, this divine messenger would soon come to collect the sacrifices. With Drone B1 here, it meant the large base in the western part of Hangzhou was likely a decoy? No, not entirely fake. Yuhao team had indeed rooted out the remaining drone bees, along with equipment for producing Ascension Candy and other drugs, all based on locations provided by Lili. This place might be a secret hideout even unknown to other drone bees. Drone B1's escape route. If that's the case, we are now intercepting Drone B1 while he's unaware. We might be able to take him down here. This would be a significant achievement. We must notify Instructor Xia immediately and have her inform the authorities to dispatch reinforcements. No, that's too slow, and the only nearby reinforcements would come from the Wuhao base. It's better to have Aji request help from Captain Sun directly. Lin Shuman's mind was racing with various thoughts, but she cooled herself down, worrying about the situation. Even though Drone B1 is a brain domain developer esper with the physicality of an ordinary person, he's a genuine A-level, cunning and dangerous. With just us here, who knows what other subordinates or methods he might have. While Lin Shuman hesitated, Guan Shan steadied himself and continued, this is just a guess. He might have been here, but Bahi village's activities are definitely linked to him. Lin Shuman nodded immediately. Ascension Candy has been confirmed to have better effects on children. Zhao Hong's son, who we rescued, now has his ability stabilized at D-level anti-land body. Her tone was severe, so, Drone B1 is likely using this village, having the villagers' present children as sacrifices to him. Whether these children were the villagers' own or abducted from outside, judging by the current situation, it was likely a mix of both. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Aji quickly contacted Sun Han. Originally, real Luo Yi hadn't returned yet, and Sun Han had to stay on duty. But hearing it might be Drone B1, she knew it was a significant issue. A huge issue, meaning Drone B1 might have been conducting experiments right under their noses for nearly a decade. If Drone B1 escaped again, Wuhao team wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Guan Shan turned and asked, "What did Captain Sun say?" Aji smiled wryly. "She said she's coming over immediately and asked us to stay put." "Stay put? How can we stay put? The sacrifices are about to be offered." Though Guan Shan was timid, he knew that going would almost certainly trigger the simulator. But waiting here, hoping Sun Han would arrive in time, leaving the children's safety to fate, severely violated his principles. From his perception, after Ba Dian and Ba Zhang left, they returned to Ayang's house, likely found their luggage missing, searched around but eventually gave up. Then they headed to a remote house in the village, or rather, a pigsty beneath it. Ba Dian bent down, drove away the pigs, walked to the center, and opened a hidden cellar door. In that brief moment, they reached the underground area. From Guan Shan's perception, he saw the outlines of several children. This confirmed Lin Shuman's suspicion. Ba Dian and Ba Zhang had already tied up the children, ready to bring them to the surface. They were in a rush. Guan Shan and his team had just arrived, and they planned to kill them and dispose of the bodies that very night. It was likely because the divine messenger was about to arrive, and they had to present the sacrifices. From what he had seen and heard, these sacrifices were either dead or crippled. And an A-level brain domain developer Esper could easily realize the truth by probing a bit more, noticing that the two supposedly drowned individuals were fellow Espers. They were never truly safe. Aji added, "Of course, Captain Sun also said she's following your lead. If you want to rescue them, I must go with you." "Following my lead?" Guan Shan patted his shoulder, saying earnestly, "Then I say, you don't have to go. This is an A-level Esper, and your ability probably doesn't work on brain domain developer products, right?" Aji hesitated and asked, "Are the sacrifices really children?" Guan Shan nodded, describing what he perceived. "They are bringing them to the surface now. You should see them soon." Aji gritted his teeth. "I'm going too." Having reached a consensus, Guan Shan searched the wooden house and finally found something useful, a recording pen buried in the dirt. Time was of the essence, so Guan Shan pocketed the pen, and they hurried back down the mountain. I'm really scared. Guan Shan and his companions were not mistaken. The divine messenger who had come to Beihe village was indeed the A-level Esper codenamed Drone B1. No one knew his true identity, but since the existence of the Death Hive, he had always been Drone B1 and had never changed. Compared to the elusive Queen Bee, he seemed more like the actual leader of the Death Hive. In fact, no one but him knew that the so-called Queen Bee did not exist. The orders supposedly from the Queen Bee were always issued by Drone B1 himself. As for the Queen Bee that others perceived, the one who produced the worker bee pendants and was the origin of the Death Hive name, she was in Beihe village, not in the so-called base camp in Hangchang. "Peace, I must thank you for your help over the years, but it seems this body has reached its limit." Drone B1 turned his head and spoke to a middle-aged man beside him. Once again, he had transported himself to the familiar village shrine, with the teleporter thief Zhang Heping by his side. However, the middle-aged man had a blank expression and did not respond. There was a faint crack in the center of his forehead, surrounded by stitching marks. A red light flickered within, not from an eye or any sinister organ, but from the corner of a glass vial containing some blood. It was as if someone had forcibly opened his skull and inserted a glass vial inside. If Guan Shan and Gao Ye saw this, they would surely find it familiar. Because one of the items Guan Shan had retrieved from the exploded head of worker B1 at the Iron Works was exactly like this. At that time, the information Guan Shan saw was as follows. Damaged blood vial. Effect, increase maximum health by 50% for 3 seconds and significantly enhance strength, possibly causing physical mutations. Some effects may partially remain after the initial effect ends. Description, blood from a certain entity, stored in a special container. Though it has been broken, it still contains some power. The difference was that the blood vial in worker B1's head was almost full, but Zhang Heping's vial was nearly empty, with only a little left at the bottom. Correspondingly, the middle-aged man's face was sunken, with dark circles under his eyes, pale skin, and lifeless eyes. He looked very much like a corpse. Drone B1, a kindly-looking elderly man, shook his head in pity at the sight, then reached out and pulled out the blood vial from Zhang Heping's forehead. The vial was connected to a series of delicate tubes, and pulling it out caused the tubes to wriggle like a bunch of thin tentacles. The stitching marks on Zhang Heping's face burst open, revealing the skull and brain within. The skull was riddled with holes like a piece of cheese, and the brain was rotting, with the glass vial being the only thing occupying Zhang Heping's body. Drone B1 genuinely felt pity. He lamented the loss of such a useful tool, wondering how long it would take to cultivate another one. The kid was good, but those useless idiots let Guan Shan kill him during the mission, wasting my effort to recapture him. Drone B1 gently pushed, and Zhang Heping's body fell to the ground, instantly withering into a mummy. He pocketed the blood vial and looked up at the crude idol in the shrine. Drone B1 patted the blood-stained idol with his hand, sighing, so many years have passed. When I first saw this idol, I was just a small-time C-level Esper. Now, I'm a most wanted A-level criminal by the Special Security Group Omicron. He murmured self-mockingly. Now, it's like I'm back at the starting point. But fortunately, after years of experiments, the technology to artificially create espers is almost mature, with a success rate of 25% in children. Even if those idiots are gone, I can still rise again. If one death hive isn't enough, I'll create another cannibal bee or devouring bee until this technology reaches a 100% success rate. By then, I will overturn everything and become the creator of the new order. Drone B1 squinted his eyes. Despite his old age, his bright eyes revealed ambitious aspirations. He circled around the idol and stood in the center of the shrine, waiting for the final offering from Beihe village over the past 6 months. After that, he would take the children and feed them ascension candy. If they succeeded, they would stay and be brainwashed for training. If they failed, they would be handed over to the villagers for disposal. This had been the practice for years. As for the other drone bees being chased by the special security group in Hangchang, it was as if they weren't his subordinates, left to fend for themselves. In reality, they weren't his subordinates. To drone B1, they were merely mercenaries. If they were killed due to incompetence, it had nothing to do with him. As long as he existed, the death hive existed. He would use the blood of the queen bee to create the next batch of better tools. Divine Messenger. Bassian entered the shrine and immediately knelt down to the smiling old man, chanting fervently before tremblingly saying, "Divine Messenger, you are finally here. I have prepared the offerings. Please accept them and continue to bless Beihe village." He waved his hand, and Zhang brought in over a dozen children of various ages. Drone B1 looked at the dazed children and went over to mark their foreheads with the blood remaining in the glass vial. Seeing no adverse reactions, he smiled in satisfaction, patted Bassian's head, and said warmly, "You just took office this year, right? You've done well. I will give you divine medicine to ensure your longevity." Bassian was overjoyed, repeatedly kowtowing in gratitude, ignoring the corpse beside him and the blood on Drone B1's hand. Drone B1 continued, "How is the bee god now?" In the sinkhole, there was a sudden commotion some time ago, killing a few villagers who went to inspect, but it has since calmed down. Are there any outsiders? Bassian quickly bowed lower and said, there were 3 outsiders. One was a teacher named Li Jiying, who taught here 10 years ago. She said she wanted to publicize Beihe village, so we killed her. 2 of her friends were also here, saying they were government geologists. We killed them and threw them into the sinkhole just before you summoned us for the offering. Geologists? How come he didn't know about this? Drone B1 raised an eyebrow and casually asked, what are their names and identities? Bassian answered truthfully, one is named Stephen Chow, a geologist. This name immediately made Drone B1 suspect it was fake and that these 2 had ulterior motives. The other is named Guan Shan, seemingly also from the government. Drone B1 paused, his smile freezing. Guan Shan. Bassian, sensing the divine messenger's tone change, was stunned. Yes, Guan Shan. He even showed us his ID, Guan as in closed door, Shan as in mountain. Drone B1 was expressionless. You said you did what to them? Bassian proudly replied, killed them, used knockout drugs at night and threw them into the sinkhole. I even waited by the edge to ensure they were dead. Bang! Drone B1 slapped him into the ground, crushing his head, terrifying Zhang. The old man sneered, you think you can kill Guan Shan? I hoped he would die here. When Drone B1 heard the name Guan Shan, he knew that Beihe village's existence had been exposed. The idiot before him had attempted to kill Guan Shan and even claimed success. If such a brutal and cunning esper could be killed by a mere mortal, then pigs could climb trees. Furthermore, this meant that his connection to Beihe village had likely been discovered. The only thing he couldn't understand was how Guan Shan had found out. How did he manage to travel all the way to Liaoshan, a place seemingly unrelated, and corner him directly? It appeared that Guan Shan's timing was even earlier than Drone B1's teleportation, as if he had foreseen the future and laid in wait. This is truly uncanny. Drone B1 muttered, walking to the now collapsed Ba Zhang. A physical strength comparable to a B-level esper, combined with special class spatial abilities for storage and teleportation, unknown witchcraft, and an unidentified pan-spirit object, all unprecedented. Could this person also have special class precognitive abilities? Drone B1 had heard various intelligence reports about Guan Shan from his informants. These reports had prompted him to repeatedly order his subordinates to capture Guan Shan, dead or alive. In addition to these, there was an important piece of information: Guan Shan had no energy level reaction. If he could control Guan Shan with the queen bee's blood and supplement it with the highly mature ascension candy, it would surely add a formidable general to his cause. Drone B1 sighed, what a pity. Such a talent would be better alive. But since he found this place, he can only be dead. Ba Zhang, terrified by the sight of Ba Dion's head turning to mush, scrambled backward, begging for mercy. Divine Messenger, spare me. I am loyal to you and the bee god. It was Ba Dion who coveted what that teacher Li promised and wanted to leave Beihe village. It wasn't me, truly. Oh, so you had such thoughts. Drone B1 was not particularly surprised. The village had been in contact with the outside world for a long time, and it was odd if no one had any dissenting thoughts. This place was not his first choice for a base, but because the queen bee was in the sinkhole, he had to let these villagers, who had come to believe in her, help with his work. Well, you've worked hard all these years. Drone B1 finished speaking and extended his hand, crushing Ba Jiang's skull with ease. Although he was an esper focused on brain domain development, it didn't mean he lacked combat power. His self-modifications were no less than those he performed on others, with at least half of his body parts already replaced. Ba Jiang's screams ended with his face twisted in horror, eyes wide open in death. Drone B1 looked at the 3 corpses on the ground, then turned toward the shrine's entrance, sneering, "Still not coming out? Quite patient, I must say, boss. However, I heard you are quite violent but have a strong sense of justice. I wonder if you can tolerate me killing all these good children." He leisurely turned around and reached out to touch the head of the foremost child, ready to close his hand. Drone B1 was confident that Guan Shan would emerge. Although the children had already been controlled by the queen bee's blood when he smeared it on them, there were no visible signs. He didn't believe Guan Shan, known for his selfless heroism, would not come out. However, there was no movement. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Drone B1 frowned. Could he have been mistaken? Was this Guan Shan not the same Guan Shan? Impossible? There couldn't be such a coincidence in the world? Unconvinced, Drone B1 decisively killed one of the children and tossed the body aside. It seems he's really not here. Suddenly, at that moment, a flash of light streaked across, and a grenade rolled into the shrine. Though caught off guard, Drone B1 didn't think a single grenade could harm him. Miscalculated. He didn't care about the hostages at all. Could it be that his previous actions were all a show for the special security group? Drone B1 squinted his eyes and grinned. Interesting, very interesting. This Guan Shan is quite cunning. His thoughts stopped there as the grenade exploded, the blast wave surprisingly small, merely pushing the children aside with minor injuries. However, what followed was a cascade of arcing electricity. What the? Zzzzz. Dash. Guan Shan had indeed been hiding at the entrance. As soon as he arrived, he knew he was late. Because in his eyes, the world had changed. Scene scan complete, generating horror game. Horror game generated, old corpse in the mountain. Plot loading, please wait. Plot loaded. It is a windless night. You and your companions, traveling, take shelter in a mountain village. At midnight, calamity strikes. You narrowly escape and, while fleeing, notice the village chief sneaking into the shrine. Strange phenomena abound, and behind the idol, there is. Note, only by killing the final boss can you end this simulation. You damn simulator, now you even learned to cut off the plot. Guan Shan was speechless at the plot description. It was expected for the simulation to trigger upon arrival, but it was excessive to cut off the plot midway. Couldn't it just reveal what the boss was? The shrine before Guan Shan was no longer the old, yet normal-looking shrine it had been. As if a ghostly filter had been applied, the shrine's exterior flickered with eerie green flames, casting a sinister glow on the bricks and wooden beams. Inside, red paint emitted a creepy red light, resembling the set of a horror movie from the 70s or 80s. The idol, originally a large stone block, was now wrapped in a horrifying mucus. The oval stone resembled a living egg, with blood threads pulsating like breathing. In the shrine's center lay 3 corpses, now part of the background. One unidentified body, likely the teleporter Zhang Heping, and the others, Ba Dian and Ba Zhang. Additionally, there were several child-sized cloth puppet dolls. Indeed, the children who were supposed to be victims were now deemed monsters by the simulator. B-Egg Puppet, Leave 4. Health, 200. Description, a puppet parasitized by an unhatched egg, manipulated by strings in someone else's hands. These cloth puppets resembled the puppet Billy from Saw, with ghastly white faces, striking red cheeks, vacant eyes, and crude theatrical costumes, making them even more eerie. The biggest boss was the rotting zombie holding one of the puppets in the center. Though decayed, its metallic understructure gleamed beneath the flesh, with dislocated metal-framed bones and blood-red mechanical eyes, pushing the uncanny valley to its peak. The information on this boss appeared before Guan Shan's eyes. Boss Puppeteer Mechanical Zombie, Leave 35. Health, 50,000. Description, manipulated by a puppeteer, or perhaps manipulated by fate. Level 35. Based on past experiences, levels 1 to 10 correspond to D level and below, levels 10 to 20 correspond to C level, and starting at level 20 is B level. So, A level would be from level 30 to 40. He really is Drone B1. Guan Shan, using the secret behind the door to hide outside the shrine, took a deep breath, not daring to act rashly. This was a genuine A-level Esper. Even though he appeared to be alone, as a brain domain developer Esper, he must have numerous tricks up his sleeve and wouldn't have come here unprepared. Moreover, the fact that this guy had a total health of 50,000 was an abnormal number for someone whose strength lay in intelligence. This indicated that he had certainly modified his body. This was entirely reasonable. After all, the person before him was the top scientist who invented the Ascension Candy. According to the information Guan Shan obtained from Lin Schumann, even the special security group did not want him dead but instead hoped to use him to continue his research. From the simulator's depiction, it seemed he was the type of mad scientist who replaced his body parts with mechanical components. Wait, mechanical. Guan Shan narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling a long-forgotten item in his backpack. Electromagnetic pulse disruptor. Effect, causes shockwave damage and disables electronic devices within a 50-meter radius. Description, is using EMP on a cyborg considered murder. That's right, EMP. Guan Shan immediately took out the 3 EMP grenades from his backpack. Although I'm not sure if this guy's mechanical components are driven by electromagnetism, I have to take a chance. If it can disable his parts, even just weakening him a bit will be a success. Guan Shan patiently waited. Meanwhile, Drone B1 was still trying to lure Guan Shan out. Unfortunately, although Guan Shan felt sorry and angry for those children, the simulator had already marked them as monsters, meaning they were beyond saving. RA with ring above and beta. Not only would Guan Shan not come out, but he also saw this as an excellent opportunity. Drone B1 must have mistakenly believed that Guan Shan hadn't arrived, making this the moment he would be most relaxed and the best time to launch a surprise attack. After waiting for a while, the old man indeed showed a moment of doubt and involuntary relaxation. Now, Guan Shan threw the 3 grenades consecutively, as if tossing pokeballs. The grenades exploded instantly, creating a massive arc of electricity centered on the explosion point. These arcs, white like lightning, spread out with a roar, illuminating the entire shrine. Even at the doorway, Guan Shan could feel his body hair stand on end, his scalp tingling, and a strong numbness spreading from his skin inward, as if passing through a dense electric net. Judging by his tense muscles, the current must have been quite painful. At the explosion's center, the mechanical zombie screamed in agony as electricity surged through him, black smoke rising from damaged components. His health bar dropped by about 1/10 instantly, with added slowed and spasming status effects. 5,000 damage from 3 grenades. Is this really an EMP? Since when did EMPs work like thunder strikes? As expected, anything from the simulator is top-notch. Guan Shan marveled at the terrifying power while quickly rolling out from behind the door, drawing the demon blade, and charging forward. The maximum level gravity control now allowed for astonishing speed, enabling Guan Shan to appear behind the mechanical zombie in a flash. In his view, the mechanical zombie had 2 critical weaknesses, the heart and the brain. Guan Shan didn't use a gun because a high-level brain domain developer might possess some telekinetic abilities. Having suffered from telekinesis at the fake Luoyi's place, he wasn't about to use a Glock against Drone B1. Guan Shan aimed the blade at the zombie's head and slashed down. Clang. The blade easily cut through the outer skin but hit metal inside. If not for the demon blade's durability, an ordinary blade would have chipped. The demon blade left a groove in the zombie's skull. The recoil made Guan Shan's hand go numb, so he quickly withdrew the blade. Roar. The mechanical zombie suddenly twisted its head 180 degrees, revealing a rotten face crawling with maggots, its impact as shocking as the servant's face earlier. As Guan Shan recoiled in surprise, he noticed a bright white light in the zombie's gaping mouth. A closer look revealed a tiny cannon barrel, gathering unstable white energy, ready to fire. The simulator's prompt appeared in real time. Miniature plasma cannon. Effect, you know what it does. Description, a villain who can't make speeches isn't a good villain. True speech cannon? What the heck? What kind of black tack is this? What year is it? And you can fit a plasma cannon in your mouth. Guan Shan was startled and instinctively tried to dodge but then realized something. A plasma cannon is an electronic device, and those grenades weren't thrown for nothing. It should be disabled. Guan Shan quickly understood. Damn it, this guy is trying to trick me. The next moment, the zombie raised its hand, revealing another cannon barrel in its palm. Miniature air cannon. Effect, propels air at supersonic speed, generating massive impact, causing 3,000 to 5,000 damage. Description, even air can kill. Guan Shan had only 8,000 health. A critical hit from this cannon could leave him seriously injured or dead. Guan Shan abruptly halted his roll and raised his hand, shifting the zombie's wrist upward by 30 centimeters. Boom. An invisible force exploded, shattering the roof and rafters above, sending debris and dust raining down. Even though he was close, Guan Shan felt his chest tighten, as if he had been hit with a sledgehammer. Had he faced the cannon directly, his internal organs would have shattered. However, the zombie remained stable, barely shaken by the recoil. But the EMP's effect and the previous shock had left the zombie momentarily stuck. I need to destroy his weapons first. Guan Shan thought quickly and dashed out of the shrine under the cover of dust. Gravity, downwards. Once outside, Guan Shan raised his arm and swung it down. Boom. The entire shrine seemed to be struck by an invisible giant fist, collapsing inward and burying the mechanical zombie and the puppets underneath. Meanwhile, the commotion woke the villagers of Beihe village, who started turning on their lights. The shrine collapsed. What happened? Be God, bless us. Be God, bless us. Is that someone over there? Guan Shan thought for a second, seeing the NPCs gathering, and decided, head to the sinkhole. The methane there can be used. To the sinkhole. Amidst the sound of the collapse, Guan Shan's command was relayed through the headset to BNG and Lin Schumann. The two had been hiding in the dark and immediately understood Guan Shan's plan upon hearing his words. The sinkhole was filled with methane, which was not only toxic but also extremely explosive. Drone B1's weapons relied on fire or electricity, making them severely limited in that environment. Using them would be akin to committing suicide. However, this meant their attacks would also need to be more cautious and precise. Compared to Drone B1, their advantage was still more apparent. Crash. Drone B1 lifted the debris of the shrine, his skin burnt in several places, with blood streaming down, revealing his muscle tissue and mechanical structure. Quick reaction. To be the blade that cut through the death hive, you are indeed sharp. He dusted himself off and took a syringe from his fully mechanical left arm, injecting it into his neck. The wounds all over his body healed at a visible rate, and his health bar quickly recovered. The supply chain for the pharmaceutical serum also included Shadowman's network, so Death Hive had a certain amount of active serum, though it was not as potent and was considered a stable version. Drone B1 wasn't particularly angry about being tricked by Guan Shan, appearing quite composed. It seems your awakening must be accelerated, he said, looking at the children lying on the ground, injured yet expressionless. He began feeding them ascension candy one by one from a jar. The methane-filled sinkhole indeed prevented the use of hot weapons, but Drone B1 never relied on himself for combat. He was merely a scientist with some self-defense abilities. His modifications were mostly for survival. Guan Shan was strong, but still only a C-level. However, the nearly perfected ascension candy could easily create numerous C-level espers. The shrine collapsed. Quick, put out the fire. Ah, it's the divine messenger. The divine messenger has descended? It must be because our sacrifices were not timely enough. Be God, protect us. These outsiders are so disrespectful. As soon as they arrived, the shrine collapsed. We should have tied them up immediately. They were spouting deceptive nonsense, and B.A. Dion insisted on being cautious. See, now he's dead. Exactly, and B.A. Zhang, thinking he knows better just because he's been outside the village. The divine messenger must have seen his disloyalty. But what now? The sacrifices are all dead. Will the divine messenger punish us? Well, the divine messenger is merciful and won't punish us without reason. If someone is killed, it's because they're guilty. Guilty ones deserve to die. If sacrifices are insufficient, we'll offer our own children. That's true loyalty. Now that the village chief is dead, shouldn't we select someone new? The villagers gathered, either to put out the fire, worship, or whisper amongst themselves. Drone B1 ignored them, watching the sacrifices writhe in pain, moaning and groaning until their eyes sparkled with life again. Some with cold killing intent, others with chaotic madness. Eventually, the children staggered to their feet. Some approached Drone B1, while others cast bloodthirsty gazes at the surrounding villagers. 1, 2, 3. 12 D levels, 6 C levels, the rest are failures. A 2/3 success rate, not bad. Drone B1 looked at the energy detector in his hand, counting one by one, nodding in satisfaction. These C levels were not ordinary C levels. The complete ascension candy combined with fixed ability genes greatly increased the likelihood of awakening specific abilities. In other words, they all had top-tier combat abilities. He patted the head of the nearest C-level child and coldly commanded, "Go, break the blade of the special security group." Meanwhile, the failed children had lost their sanity, just like Zhao Hong and his wife, starting to massacre the villagers. Drone B1 walked leisurely behind the rampaging children, hands behind his back, strolling through the village. As for the villagers pleading for his help, he ignored them all. When Guan Shan arrived at the sinkhole that had previously buried them, the distant village noise made the silence here even more pronounced. Entering the cave where the sinkhole was located, he suddenly felt the worker bee pendant hanging around his neck start to vibrate slightly. What the hell? Why is this thing moving on its own? Originally used as a scouting tool, the pendant was only occasionally useful. Lately, it had been helpful in finding paths in the forest. To avoid it taking up inventory space, he kept it equipped. Now, even without activating it, the pendant was reacting. Guan Shan took it out and saw that the insect sealed in the glass container, resembling a bee, was vibrating its wings as if it had come to life. Stunned, Guan Shan checked the pendant, seeing no sign of pursuit from Drone B1, he closed his eyes to try using it. The dark vision akin to an eagle's eye reappeared, and the sense of detecting other bees was still functioning. In this place, there was indeed a bee. At the bottom of the sinkhole lay a massive, writhing creature, like an egg or pupa, oval-shaped with a pair of huge wings, and numerous legs stirring the surrounding viscous swamp. Shit. Guan Shan's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, stepping back involuntarily. The sinkhole was about 50 meters wide, but the creature at the bottom was even larger? What did this mean? 50 meters was about the height of a 16-story building, meaning if this thing stood up, it would be like a skyscraper. For reference, the original Godzilla was also 50 meters tall. Lying at the bottom of this seemingly calm sinkhole was such a terrifying, living creature? Guan Shan shuddered at the thought of having rested above this thing, possibly even being watched by it. Lin Schumann suddenly exclaimed, "So, the missing worker bee pendant was with you. Gao Ya and the others had been betting on whether you took it." Guan Shan stared at the swamp littered with bones, clutching the vibrating worker bee pendant, and asked, "Is this Death Hive's stuff?" "Yes," Lin Schumann replied, reciting intelligence from the logistics team. "It's a signature pendant of Death Hive, supposedly produced by a physical class mutation type Esper. This is a sub-bug. The holders can sense each other's positions, and the one with the mother bug can control the sub-bugs. Why are you backing away?" Sweating profusely, Guan Shan clung to the wall, retreating. "Stay away from the sinkhole. We need to fight elsewhere. Who could control this mother bug? The creature in the sinkhole must be the queen bee of Death Hive. Wait, something's wrong." Guan Shan took 2 steps back and suddenly stopped, realizing something very odd. Is the boss Drone B1? Not this thing below. This question popped into Guan Shan's mind. This thing looks way stronger than Drone B1, doesn't it? Even if Drone B1 controls it, based on previous patterns, the boss in the breakthrough missions, though controlled by Worker B1 as an irrational experimental subject, was the boss because it was stronger. The simulator doesn't rank by status but by strength, distinguishing boss from elite monsters. If Drone B1 is the boss, then this thing must be just an elite monster. Despite its size, it's just a silver-plated spearhead. Only practice yields true knowledge. Guan Shan closed his eyes again, returning to that special vision. Only in this state could he truly see the essence of this creature and get some prompt information. The simulator's answer was unexpected. The gigantic creature below wasn't an elite monster. In fact, it wasn't a monster at all. It was an NPC. Those villagers are NPCs, which I reluctantly accept since they're not threatening. But this thing is an NPC? Can it communicate? Does it understand human language? Guan Shan's eyes widened, feeling lost in the methane-laden air. The simulator even added insult to injury with a message. Note, NPCs may become valuable allies. Cautiously engage in dialogue, and unexpected rewards may follow. Guan Shan was speechless. I'd love to engage in dialogue, but how do you expect me to do that? Nevertheless, this was good news. It meant that the creature below, suspected to be the queen bee, could potentially become an ally. Guan Shan didn't have time to study it now because the real elite monsters had arrived. BNG had reached the sinkhole and was shouting anxiously. Drone B1 turned those kids into espers, 12 D levels, 6 C levels. The disparity in combat power is too great. We need to delay until team leader Sun arrives. Lin Schumann, startled, showed signs of panic and cautiously said to Guan Shan, let's use the swamp to maneuver and then head down the mountain. They have too many people. The strongest in their Yuhao team was a C-level Gaoya. With so many C-levels emerging at once, Lin Schumann felt dizzy and unreal. Even if Guan Shan was formidable, his greatest feat was surviving a pursuit by a B-level Esper, and that was with Sun Han's help for a successful counter-kill. Without hostages, the priority was to stay alive and wait for reinforcements. Okay, Guan Shan agreed wholeheartedly. He was very willing to seek help when possible. Of course, he wanted to claim the kills for himself. But as soon as he turned around, he saw that the previously level 4B egg puppets had suddenly leaped to over level 10, now labeled young bees. New. They emitted eerie laughter, moving rapidly and awkwardly like marionettes controlled by invisible strings, creating a terrifying scene in the dark, cold light of the swamp. More horrifying was the sight of insects wriggling in the gaps between their mouths and eye sockets. Just looking at them made Guan Shan's scalp tingle. For a moment, he thought about saving these kids, but now, terrified, he had no such thoughts left. They found me. BNG shouted in panic. Guan Shan saw BNG hiding under a stalactite on the left side of the cave. Several puppets split off and charged towards him with astonishing speed. Guan Shan took a deep breath, watch me and follow. Then he also rushed forward. Though a step slower, his speed, when fully unleashed, could still surpass an average C-level physical class Esper. But even then, he was only keeping pace with the leading puppet, who had teleportation abilities. In a blink, it appeared before BNG. BNG's pupils constricted but reacted quickly, activating his ability, Revoke. The puppet froze and abruptly returned to its original position before teleporting. It lifted its head and locked eyes with Guan Shan. Guan Shan raised a suddenly appeared gift box and smiled slightly, shoving it into the puppet's arms. For you. Enemies' gifts should naturally be refused, but an irresistible force made the puppet raise its arms and accept it. It looked down to find a beautifully packaged box of white chocolate, with a pink bow exuding a romantic vibe. The puppet's previously red cheeks seemed to turn pink, displaying an almost shy expression. This man was so unique, making such a surprising gesture in such a dangerous situation, gifting white chocolate to his enemy. His smile was so cheerful, his strength so steady, his embrace surely comforting. What was this feeling? Oh, my heart is racing, like a fawn prancing around. The puppet's hollow eyes seemed to emit hearts as it nervously looked up, only to see Guan Shan raising a long knife and slashing down forcefully. Slash. A flash of silver light, and the puppet's head rolled to the ground, still clutching the box of white chocolate. A gift from the last mission, the white chocolate that could not be refused once offered. Experience plus 3,800. Guan Shan quickly retrieved the chocolate and shoved it into another puppet's arms. This puppet glanced at its predecessor's fallen body, its heart skipping a beat. Oh, this man, killing while giving gifts, so domineering? But why does his irresistible gaze seem to say, I want you? Oh, how embarrassing slash. Thud, thud. Guan Shan's clean and swift slash earned him another 4,000 experience points, but he felt an inexplicable chill. However, the situation was urgent. Without thinking, he grabbed the white chocolate and deftly handed it to the next puppet. This puppet's insect limbs in its mouth twitched erratically, experiencing intense inner turmoil. He gave me chocolate. How can this be? We're mortal enemies, destined for destruction. Must I, like a moth to a flame, bring about my own demise? No, I have my mission. But his struggling gaze is so unforgettable, so intoxicating. Doesn't melting this chocolate signify burning passion? For him, I am willing. Slash. Guan Shan's swift cut ended the third puppet, earning another 12,000 experience points. These puppets were lower level but agile, leading the charge. The remaining three, now wary and hesitant, didn't dare advance easily. Guan Shan, however, didn't hesitate, reaching the cave entrance with BNG. Guan Shan turned and fired at the remaining puppets. Bang boom. The methane ignited instantly. Hungry, give me, food, hungry. As Guan Shan fired, He suddenly felt the worker bee pendant hanging around his neck vibrate again, and a faint voice echoed in his ears. The voice sounded similar to the channel of the psychic headset, as if a private chat window had been opened directly within it. Guan Shan's pupils constricted, for the voice came from the gigantic creature beneath the swamp. Moreover, whether it was his imagination or not, he vaguely felt the voice resembled Li Jiying. Li Jiying's voice was distinctive and highly recognizable. Anyone who had heard it once would never forget it. Guan Shan had worked under her and had numerous phone conversations with her. There was no time to think. Guan Shan took a deep breath and activated the still cooling gravity control. While pulling everyone backward, he pushed the puppets into the swamp. Boom! The instant methane explosion turned into a roaring fire, igniting more methane pockets, causing continuous explosions that spread shockwaves around. Dust and debris were swept up, vegetation was devoured, and the entire mountain rumbled, shaking the ground. The methane explosion's power far exceeded Guan Shan's expectations. Although he had pushed them away, the force of the shockwave behind them nearly threw them out. Fortunately, the subsequent explosions did not reach them. Guan Shan rolled skillfully on the ground and quickly stood up. Beside him, BNG fell awkwardly, eating a mouthful of dirt. Spit, spit. BNG's head buzzed, and most of his bones felt broken, but the urgency of the situation demanded immediate action. He forced himself to calm down and said, Drone B1 gave them ascension candy. Some are still behind us. My ability doesn't affect Drone B1 because he uses technological attacks that don't count as abilities. I'm injured and a burden now. You go down the mountain, I'll stay and buy some time. Experience plus 7,000. Experience plus 3,100. Experience plus 6,500. Experience plus 2,800. Guan Shan's vision was flooded with experience points from the puppets killed by the explosion, all credited to him. The puppets provided over 50,000 experience points, leveling him up again. Leave 16 rightward arrow LV.17. Current experience, 1600/80,000. Current health, 8079 rightward arrow 9079. The explosion injuries on Guan Shan had fully healed, leaving no trace. However, this was of little use since gravity control was now cooling down, and the mudslide was imminent. Unless they could fly, Guan Shan might survive, but Lin Schumann and BNG would undoubtedly die. Guan Shan turned to BNG and shook his head. No, I won't leave. BNG was stunned, then smiled wryly. Brother, now's not the time for sentiment. Guan Shan's expression turned peculiar. No, I'm not being sentimental, I just found a better way. Rumble. BNG's face changed. Oh no, the mountain is collapsing. The explosion must have shifted the mountain's structure, causing it to collapse. Their excuse for being there was geological instability, which was now coming true. How much of it was natural or man-made was unknown. The hill above was collapsing rapidly, like a flood, engulfing everything. Drone B1 stood on another peak, the cliff often mentioned by Beihe village villagers. He looked down with a faint smile. Using methane was a good idea, but it seems you didn't consider the consequences of a large-scale explosion in the mountains. Drone B1 pressed a hidden black earpiece in his ear, slowly turning it to search and connect to the psychic channel. Only one channel nearby was active. He quickly connected. In other words, Drone B1 had hacked into Guan Shan and the Special Security Group's communication channel. He then remarked, whether espers or ordinary people, they are just humans. Before A-level, they cannot withstand natural disasters. Floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, even a small mudslide can bury seemingly powerful espers. That's why I'm not worried about you threatening me. With a little guidance, you've built your own coffin. Drone B1's old voice echoed in everyone's ears. BNG's eyes widened, cold sweat breaking out. How is this possible? This was the Special Security Group's secret communication channel, now hacked by Drone B1. Such a feat was not achieved overnight, implying some of the Special Security Group's secrets had been exposed. Lin Schumann, however, remained calm, knowing from Lili that Death Hive had insiders in the Special Security Group's middle and upper ranks. But with Death Hive nearly destroyed, the lack of leads on the insider was worrisome. Drone B1 continued, Guan Shan, how does it feel to be at your wit's end? His direct communication seemed to break the simulator's rules. His words, previously just gibberish, were now clear. Guan Shan raised an eyebrow. Not great. As expected, Drone B1 smiled. If you become the next Drone B2, I'll stop this landslide. Guan Shan didn't hesitate. All right, stop it first. Lin Schumann and BNG. The response was so decisive that even Drone B1 was momentarily taken aback. Then he laughed. I knew it. You're just stringing along the Special Security Group. Deep down, you're indifferent to human lives, a natural villain. I admire you. Drone B1 kept his promise. His mechanical left arm rotated, revealing a complex hollow device with neatly arranged glass tubes. He adjusted one filled with ice blue crystals to the proper position, saying, watch closely. This is the power of an A-level esper, or rather, a fraction of it. Drone B1 squinted as the glass tube launched. Whoosh! The tube hit the mudslide and shattered, releasing a massive amount of ice crystals, instantly freezing the mudslide and the surrounding moisture, forming strange shapes. Guan Shan was surprised. This old guy had somehow preserved part of other espers' powers, turning them into temporary skills. This should be the power of an A-level element type esper, capable of freezing a mudslide with ease. Humph, did you think brain domain developers lack combat power? Drone B1 sneered, then softened. I've done my part. Now it's your turn. You know how to earn my trust, right? Lin Shuman and BNG's hearts raced. The meaning was clear. He wanted Guan Shan's proof of loyalty. Killing them would mark Guan Shan as a high-risk esper. Guan Shan suddenly asked, is the creature below the swamp the queen bee? You figured that out. Not bad. Drone B1 praised. Yes, the creature below is the queen bee, the source of Death Hive, but Death Hive doesn't follow its orders. It has no consciousness, just a raw material. The Ascension Candy can combine human genes thanks to its blood. That's why I keep it in the swamp. Perhaps thinking Guan Shan had no other choice, he confided this secret. Oh, Guan Shan asked with a strange expression, are you sure it has no consciousness? Drone B1 found the question amusing. He thought, after raising the queen bee for so many years, wouldn't he know if it had consciousness? Although the queen bee had always lived under the swamp and rarely exposed its true form, only extending its tentacle-like limbs at most, making it hard to study, it wasn't far from the surface. Through some equipment, its physiological structure could be analyzed, at least to determine if it had a brain and nerves. The conclusion was, naturally, it didn't. The creature lurking beneath the swamp was merely a large mass of instinct-driven flesh without the intelligence to think. This was an undeniable fact to Drone B1. However, at this moment, Drone B1 keenly noticed a hint of anomaly in Guan Shan's expression. It was a look of confidence and certainty, not speculation, but rather a taunt. Drone B1 frowned, still finding it impossible, and instinctively retorted, from a physiological perspective, it can't generate consciousness. It's just a bigger insect. If you're pinning your hopes on it, I advise you not to waste your time. He cast a sinister glance at Lin Shuman and BNG. My patience is wearing thin. I believe you're smart enough to understand that delaying won't help and will only deepen my distrust. In front of an A-level esper, Lin Shuman's abilities were already ineffective. Guan Shan stroked his chin, though it might not sound nice. Are you perhaps a bit too reliant on science? After all, even I once didn't believe it, but our world indeed holds the transcendent power of science. Drone B1 felt increasingly uneasy and rotated the glass tube in his arms chamber to a red segment. I've been an esper far longer than you, so that's obvious. What are you trying to say? I'll give you 5 more seconds. If you don't act, we'll all die here. 5, 4, 3. The red glass tube contained an element-type esper's fire. If it could freeze a mudslide, it could also bring it down again. Drone B1's countdown was swift and unwavering. Lin Shuman couldn't help but close her eyes tightly, trembling in the psychic headset channel. Guan Shan, kill us, it's your only chance. She didn't believe Guan Shan would join Drone B1, but the enemy had the upper hand, and with Sun Han not arriving, there was no other way. If Guan Shan pretended to switch sides, though he would become an isolated undercover, it would prevent Death Hive from reviving silently. From the day they joined the special security group, they had anticipated this day. Acceptance wasn't too difficult. It's not over yet. Guan Shan turned to her and said solemnly, then took a deep breath, yanking off the worker bee pendant from his neck. The glass container in his hand buzzed and vibrated violently. The once shriveled wasp inside had spread its wings again. The translucent wings gleamed with metallic luster. This resurrected worker bee, filled with aggression, battered the glass walls, desperate to rush towards the back, where the queen bee was. Beta Epsilon. Guan Shan was indeed stalling, waiting for gravity control to cool down and for the queen bee's consciousness to return. Guan Shan looked at Drone B1 in the distance, raising his voice. Have you ever thought that your queen bee doesn't want to be used as a raw material or be trapped in this filthy swamp? It acts on instinct because it instinctively wants to be a free little bee flying around. Drone B1 was unmoved. 3, 2. Guan Shan continued. So, it's been yearning for freedom for many years, but you only think about yourself, ignoring its feelings. Over the years, it has endured torture, and now, it finally sees an opportunity. Drone B1 paused but still counted the last second. 1. Have you considered that although the queen bee can't develop consciousness, it can hijack a suitable consciousness as its pilot? As soon as Guan Shan finished, Drone B1 activated the mechanism, launching the glass tube containing fire. Boom! A fire more intense than the methane explosion erupted, engulfing the frozen mudslide, turning it into a mix of molten rock and burning debris, falling like a hellish demon's maw. Guan Shan looked up to see the terrifying sight of rocks melting, mudslides turning into lava, and falling. He finally couldn't keep his composure, sweating profusely, and cursed under his breath. Damn, how committed can you be as a boss? I spent all that time talking, and you didn't hesitate at all. The stalling plan had basically failed, but fortunately, the cooldown for gravity control was over. He grabbed Lin Shuman and BNG, reversing gravity to fly sideways to a higher mountain slope. Guan Shan didn't want to use gravity control to withstand the lava mudslide, as he could only control 1,000 kilograms of gravity, but the collapsing mountain weighed much more. If he failed, it would mean instant death. Although I anticipated this, if you don't come to save us soon, we're really going to die. As he fled at high speed with them, Guan Shan clutched the worker bee pendant, mentally calling out, Honorable Queen Bee. President Li. President. After several calls, nearly despairing, Guan Shan suddenly heard a familiar but unfamiliar voice. I didn't expect the world to be like this. Well, you seem to be her friend? Although I don't quite understand, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In gratitude for feeding me, I will protect you. Great. Despite some confusion, Guan Shan was overjoyed at the last sentence. Just as he was about to accelerate, a flash caught his eye. Drone B1 had fired another black glass tube. His approach was all or nothing. Since Guan Shan didn't accept his offer, he must die. Guan Shan gritted his teeth, diverting part of his strength to alter the tube's direction. The black glass tube's momentum and mass were beyond expectation, diverting nearly half the gravity, slowing Guan Shan's escape and keeping him within the mudslide's range. Rumble. The mudslide engulfed the trio, and the black glass tube remained inert. It's just a weight-shifting countermeasure for special abilities. Didn't expect it to be useful here. Drone B1 retracted his arm, smiling faintly. Gravity manipulation is rare, but its limits are calculable. You didn't think I could see through it, did you? He watched the still-flowing mudslide with a regretful expression. A pity. Espers with over 4 abilities are rare, maybe once in a millennium. But if they can't be used, it's better they die. Just as he turned to leave, his eyes widened. Amidst the mudslide, not just rocks flowed, but enormous, chitin-covered limbs, waving like ancient monsters. Or perhaps, free little bees. The mudslide continued to surge, engulfing everything in flames, while beneath it, the outline of a gigantic creature began to rise. Decaying sludge and countless corpses slid off the creature, flowing like a waterfall. Its limbs stretched out, far larger than Guan Shan had imagined. The so-called 50 meters was its curled-up size. Fully extended, it was a nightmarish behemoth, blotting out the sky. Due to the mudslide, they couldn't see the full form of the queen bee, but it was enough to understand why the villagers of Beihe village worshipped it as the bee god. Their primitive belief now seemed strangely justified. Drone B1, who was about to leave, halted, his pupils contracting as he witnessed the apocalyptic scene. He was momentarily stunned but quickly realized. The queen bee had indeed gained consciousness, as Guan Shan had said. I used every method to test if it had consciousness or could communicate, and the answer was always no. Now I'm told it hijacked a consciousness from elsewhere. Drone B1 didn't find this amusing, because it meant the queen bee was no longer a toy he could manipulate but an unpredictable time bomb. He couldn't imagine a being he'd experimented on for over a decade feeling anything but hatred towards him, unless it had Stockholm Syndrome. Drone B1 raised his arm again, rotating the firing mechanism and aiming at the queen bee. The waving limbs rose from the swamp, with Guan Shan and his companions hanging onto them. The queen bee, emerging from the swamp, had saved them? Why does Guan Shan seem so confident? Why would the queen bee save them? The answer is clear. The hijacked consciousness is the President Li who was killed by Ba Dion and the others. Drone B1 thought clearly. Why? First, she visited the village 7 years ago, so the queen bee is more familiar with her. Second, her consciousness might be more stable, making her a suitable pilot. My tool, now aiding Guan Shan. Drone B1 showed a conflicted expression. He couldn't kill the queen bee, because the queen bee was his foundation, and he hadn't replicated its blood's effects. If it died, the production of Ascension candy would be doomed. R.A. Nigerian Naira Epsilon. In other words, Guan Shan now had an ally and a hostage. Damn. Bang, bang, bang. Drone B1 fired several times at Guan Shan's group, but the other limbs blocked the glass tubes, which burst with elemental powers crystallizing, cutting like invisible blades, or exploding. These powers only disabled a few of the queen bee's limbs, causing no significant harm. The creature was simply too massive. When a creature's size transcends limits, qualitative changes occur. Its physiological properties alter, making deadly weapons to ordinary beings mere annoyances to it. Or rather, this was a true pan-spirit creature. Guan Shan swayed in midair, climbing up the limb. Once steady, he saw one glass tube shatter, creating a black rift in the air. Guan Shan's pupils contracted. Teleportation. Correct. Drone B1, originally on the cliff, emerged from the rift, using small thrusters to float, and hacked into their communication channel again. You're lucky. Seems I've truly lost today. Guan Shan watched him warily, chuckling. Maybe it's not my luck, but your fate to die here today. If he hadn't come, but President Li still became the queen bee's consciousness, Drone B1 would still turn against the queen bee. But without Guan Shan drawing attention and providing those puppets as food, the queen bee's consciousness might not have awakened so quickly, or it might have been discovered and controlled by Drone B1 before fully awakening. The outcome was uncertain. The queen bee swung its limbs at Drone B1. Drone B1 shattered them with an air cannon, then, amid the blood mist and flesh, looked at Guan Shan with a strange smile. For espers, death isn't always the end. Guan Shan had drawn his Glock and demon blade. Drone B1 nonchalantly extended his hand. My previous offer still stands. I admire you. One day, you'll find the special security group dull and incompetent. When you do, you're always welcome. An open invitation to defect. Guan Shan didn't hesitate. In your dreams. Though lacking benefits, where else could he find a job that legally paid 200,000 yuan a month? Ways to get rich quick are often written in criminal law, and Drone B1 was the best example. His organization was on the verge of collapse, he was on the run, yet he had the audacity to recruit. Moreover, the simulator activated whenever someone posed a threat to Guan Shan. Staying with the special security group, only enemies triggered it. Joining Death Hive, even teammates might. It could trigger a massacre. The Queen Bee, seemingly enraged, swung its limbs madly at Drone B1. Drone B1 merely glanced up. I hope next time, I hear your decision to join us. Then, he raised his hand, pointing the barrel at his temple. He's committing suicide. Guan Shan froze, recalling the simulator's note about puppeteer, or puppet. Drone B1 controlled puppets, so he might also be controlled. Damn, could he really be a robot? With this thought, Guan Shan's first instinct was to shoot Drone B1 in the head and mark him with a kiss from red lips. Bang, bang. The gunshot echoed simultaneously. In Guan Shan's vision, the mechanical zombie's head shattered like a watermelon, revealing a familiar device, a glass vial filled with blood. Experience plus 230,000. An unprecedented number appeared, leveling Guan Shan up twice. Leave 17 rightward arrow LV.19. Current experience, 61600/100000. Current health, 11,079. Final boss defeated. Simulation ending. Scene will be destroyed. Please exit promptly. Countdown, 0059. Guan Shan felt a kiss from red lips mark disappear as the main body died, but reappear faintly to the southeast. But the distance was so far, beyond its range, making the exact location unclear. Guan Shan broke into a cold sweat. He's alive? Damn, how cautious is he? Was he always using a substitute remotely? Rumble. A helicopter's roar suddenly came from above. Guan Shan looked up to see the belated Sun Han, in battle gear, descending swiftly, landing before them, and reaching for the giant Queen Bee. Her movements were seamless, but Guan Shan widened his eyes, shouting, "Wait, we're on the same side." Sun Han paused, momentarily confused, her ability already activated. Damn. Guan Shan, holding Lin Schumann and BNG, used his teeth to tear a page from 100 Years of Solitude. Boom. Damn. In an instant, Guan Shan rushed over, grabbed Sun Han's clothes, and teleported everyone away. Ever since Drone B1 appeared, Guan Shan had sent his shadow clone to wait at the mountain's base, where a car filled with disinfectant and bandages was stationed. Simultaneously, since items in the backpack could be shared with the shadow clone, Guan Shan had the shadow clone tear a page from 100 Years of Solitude inside the car. This action changed the teleportation anchor point from the base to the car. Before they could react, their vision blurred, and after a whirlwind of movement, they found themselves thrown onto the car seats. At the same time, a massive explosion echoed behind them. Boom. The shockwave nearly flipped the off-road vehicle. The ground shook violently after multiple explosions, and the gigantic Queen Bee stirred, causing the mountain structure to collapse, with the entire side of the slope rapidly disintegrating. Guan Shan landed in the front passenger seat, looking up to see dust and debris pouring down from above. Damn. Guan Shan was dumbfounded. The relief he had just felt vanished instantly. Drive? Go. He quickly controlled the shadow clone in the driver's seat to slam the gas pedal, instantly accelerating to top speed, racing down the mountain road. The cooldown for gravity control hadn't ended, so Guan Shan applied it all to the vehicle. The speed surged again, and after a few bumps, they managed to stabilize. The car nearly flew, while the passengers were jostled violently, their faces pale. Sun Han, who had initially recovered and wanted to question Guan Shan, was shaken into silence, grabbing the seat tightly as she saw the ground outside the window turn into the horizon. Sun Han was stunned. Was this called driving? Lin Schumann and BNG trembled in their corners until the car finally returned to normal speed after a violent jolt. Guan Shan looked back, seeing they had escaped the mudslide. The mountain collapse was no longer an immediate threat, allowing him to relax. The simulator's countdown also ended, and the ghostly filter over the world reverted to normal. By now, half the mountain had collapsed, likely killing most of the villagers. Unexpectedly, the scene destruction involved such an extensive collapse. But it seemed Drone B1 chose suicide partly because he was just a substitute and was confident. More importantly, Sun Han's arrival left him no chance to kill Guan Shan, so he made a last-ditch effort to sow discord. Sun Han's face turned pale, covering her mouth as she regained her composure. What did you say? That monster is one of us. She pointed to the mountain, now devoid of the Queen Bee's presence, likely having returned to the swamp. For now, it seems safe. Guan Shan, amused, looked at the still lively worker bee pendant in his hand. That's the Queen Bee of Death Hive. Sun Han widened her eyes, ready to go back and blow it up again. Guan Shan quickly explained, but this is just my hypothesis. The Queen Bee didn't speak like the president, so it might have formed its own consciousness after using her consciousness anobe. Overall, it's friendly and harbors hatred for Drone B1, making it potentially useful. He felt uneasy. If President Li's consciousness truly became the Queen Bee's, he didn't want it destroyed. But the special security group's stance on pan-spirit creatures wasn't friendly, and he doubted they would keep it. Sun Han calmed down. This is beyond our jurisdiction. We need to notify the higher UPS and seal off a 10-kilometer radius. Guan Shan sighed and nodded. Sorry, I couldn't stop Drone B1, and this was just a robot. Sun Han consoled him. This level of pan-spirit creature transcends the importance of killing Drone B1. If it can be utilized, that's a significant achievement. Besides, you've located Death Hive's primary base. Even if Drone B1 is alive, the organization can't recover quickly. Sun Han frowned, realizing that the special security group's extensive efforts to dismantle Death Hive ultimately succeeded because of Guan Shan. It was too coincidental. She felt suspicious. Guan Shan's mission to find his president coinciding with Drone B1's escape seemed too perfect, if premeditated. Sun Han glanced at Guan Shan and the mysterious shadow clone, understanding the special security group's cautious stance. Guan Shan didn't notice her gaze. He was busy reviewing his gains. Simulation ended, old corpse in the mountain. Final boss defeated, 1/1, evaluation rating upward arrow. Elite monsters killed, 18/18, evaluation rating upward arrow. NPCs protected, 43/186, evaluation rating dash. Items obtained, Mechanical Heart X1, Damaged Blood Vial X1, Damaged Air Cannon X1, Ability Extractor X1, Someone's Recorder X1. Evaluation rating, excellent, most items retained. Your backpack dropped Damaged Blood Vial X1 due to the bumpy ride. Please mourn. Rewards, Backpack Expansion Slot X1, Skill Points X2. Achievement unlocked, Hero always arrives late, first time failing to protect all NPCs in a scene. Achievement reward, Experience X233. All rewards have been added to the backpack. Please check. Settlement completed. Please wait for the next simulation to start. This time, I can't argue against losing items due to the bumpy ride. Guan Shan sighed. His control over the shadow clone wasn't perfect, so his 6 out of 10 driving skills plummeted to 1, making the ride rough. Unexpectedly, failing to protect NPCs, crucial in this scene, lowered his score. Guan Shan, frowning, grew increasingly agitated. Those human traffickers were called NPCs? Aiding evil doesn't count as murder? President Lee helped them, and she ended up like this. Who knows what happened to the kids left behind? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Suddenly, he asked, what about the surviving villagers? Sun Han, familiar with this process, replied, they're normal people, so we'll erase their memories and let the local courts handle them. It's not the special security group's concern. Guan Shan's heart sank, recalling Ba Dian and Ba Jiang's conversation. Drone B1 likely covered the village's crimes for years. His expertise meant even the special security group might struggle to trace it, explaining how he hid Death Hive for so long. Moreover, the special security group wouldn't go to great lengths for a few ordinary people. Thus, the villagers might get away with a light sentence, then resume their lives. Guan Shan, holding the recorder, took out the old photo President Lee had shown him. Somehow, this photo ended up in his pocket. President Lee's fate remained unknown, possibly due to Beihe Village's villagers. He couldn't accept that. The off-road vehicle reached the road, where helicopters awaited to assist. After assigning tasks, Sun Han turned to find Guan Shan gone. Sun Han, surprised, heard Lin Shuman explain. Guan Shan said he remembered something and would be back in 3 hours. I'm really scared 3 hours. Sun Han, connecting Guan Shan's previous questions, immediately realized, her pupils contracting as she looked towards the collapsing mountainside, he wouldn't be going. Using abilities on ordinary people was strictly prohibited by regulations, but in practice, it was often overlooked as long as no major incidents occurred. But taking action against civilians was another matter. If confirmed, it would be a serious violation, far worse than Xi Xingyu's bewitching of colleagues. Even if justified, it would result in a major penalty. The privileges of A-level espers, as Sun Han mentioned earlier, ultimately applied only to them. The lower-ranking members still had to follow the rules. Tisk. Sun Han took a step to pursue. Lin Shuman suddenly extended her arms to block her. Guan Shan is just handling personal matters. His cooperation with the investigation is already overdue. Captain Sun, you have no right to interfere with other team members. Sun Han was taken aback. Isn't today? Lin Shuman pulled out her phone. It's December 3rd, 2 a.m. We entered the Wuhao team base 16 days ago. According to regulations, the filing time for an ability case is 15 days. You have no authority over him now. Sun Han paused. So you're covering for him. Lin Shuman shook her head, looking Sun Han in the eye. I'm not covering for him, I'm just stating the facts. If Guan Shan's actions are problematic, the Yuhao team will investigate and handle it, not you. Sun Han was silent for a moment, looking at the forest gradually being engulfed by fire, taking a deep breath. Fine, I have no authority. She gave Lin Shuman a deep look, but as a duty of the special security group, I will still organize a search and rescue. If I find anything during the search, I will act accordingly. Dash. Guan Shan raced through the burning forest towards Beihe village. In his hand, a recorder played a message from Li Jiying, her final words. I am Li Jiying, president of Hangzhou Evening News. What I am about to say are the facts I witnessed and the truth I uncovered through various sources. Inside the recorder's compartment is a USB drive containing all the collected information. If someone finds this recorder, I'm probably dead. They've noticed my actions. Based on my observations, this village is accustomed to killing. This village is called Beihe Village. 7 years ago, when I taught here, I noticed something odd. Some children's speech and knowledge didn't match those from a mountain village. At the time, I didn't think much of it, and my teaching stint was brief. Soon, I returned to the city. 7 years passed quickly. Recently, I saw a missing person notice. The child looked exactly like one I taught in Beihe village 7 years ago. I immediately realized why I felt something was wrong back then. Those children were likely kidnapped. Next, I searched all missing person platforms and found 3 more missing children. A horrifying thought struck me. To uncover the truth, I returned to Beihe village. Guan Shan realized that Li Jiying didn't suddenly decide to promote Beihe village but had already sensed something amiss before coming. The subsequent events were similar to what Guan Shan had learned. Li Jiying's investigation deepened, uncovering the bee-god belief and human sacrifices. The village head, Ba Dion, decided to kill her to keep the village's secrets. A with tilde E. I never saw the divine messenger they spoke of, but he is likely a charlatan, possibly the head of a human trafficking ring, using sacrifices to the god as a pretext to sell them. Before the divine messenger arrived, the villagers already believed in the bee god and did not leave any survivors. In other words, before the divine messenger, kidnapped children were sacrifices. After, they became commodities and breeding tools. This tradition has likely lasted many years. Ba Ping's mother was an obedient and sensible child, also very smart. Her real name should be Luan. Her parents were ordinary workers who spent everything to find her but never gave up. Ba Ping returned with both legs gone after being taken by the divine messenger. When there weren't enough children, they even cruelly used their own. I found a couple willing to cooperate. They had some education and wanted to escape. Their child became a sacrifice last year but reportedly escaped. They asked if I had seen him. Their child's name was Bak, meaning beautiful jade. They gave him a silver plaque with BK engraved on it. The next day, they disappeared. They plan to act tonight. I know I probably won't escape, but strangely, I heard a voice saying it could save me. I agreed. I know it's there, under the swamp in the cave. I don't know the outcome, but please, whoever finds this recorder, reveal the truth and let those children go home. Guan Shan stopped at the village entrance, looking at the recorder, cursing. Damn. BK is Bak. The spider monster that attacked him on the bus with Tao Luo, he had seen its file. It was an unidentified child. He awakened teleportation abilities as an experimental subject, escaped, but was recaptured, brainwashed into a killing machine. BK was one of many children persecuted by Death Hive. Many others couldn't endure the ascension candy and perished in the mountains. Guan Shan's anger was uncontrollable. Li Jiying's investigation uncovered over 40 children. He took a deep breath, pulling out a special item from his backpack. Damaged metal plate, special scenario trigger item. Effect, forces a simulation in the current area, triggering a special scenario. Description, an old, well-kept metal plate, a corner missing. It bears the initials B and K, symbolizing someone's return home. Returning home, that's what the charlatan meant. BK returns to his hometown, and President Li was killed here. Guan Shan walked towards the burning village. Villagers were fighting the fire, praying to the bee god, with bodies strewn around. He donned his mask, the metal plate in his hand dissipating into the air. His eyes, behind the mask, reflected the flames as he raised his demon blade, and I will play the fool. The world changed again. All villagers looked different. Guan Shan didn't know who was guilty or innocent. But it didn't matter. The simulator would judge. Scene scanning complete, generating horror game. Horror game generated, Battle Royale. Loading plot, please wait. Sun Han, despite organizing a rescue operation, faced immense obstacles as the explosion had ignited a fire that spread over almost half the mountain. As Drone B once said, espers below A level were no different from ordinary people when facing natural disasters, whether small or large ants. The strongest esper present was Sun Han, whose ability was precise detonation. Ultimately, they could only wait for the logistics team to arrive and extinguish the fire. The logistics team, seeing the fire that dyed the night sky red, decisively called 119. 3 hours later. Captain Sun, the fire is barely under control. We can start the rescue operation. The logistics team, covered in ash, reported to Sun Han. What rescue operation? Sun Han snapped irritably, internally grumbling that if her suspicion was correct, the villagers in Beihe village, if alive, were probably all dead by now. Saving corpses, perhaps. She pushed herself off the stone she was sitting on, looking listlessly at the nearly ruined forest, deeply questioning her abilities. If only her ability could make it rain, she wouldn't have to sit around for 3 hours. If I find a clue, I'll make sure you never get away with this. Sun Han sighed, called for her team to enter the mountain for rescue, and led the logistics team towards Beihe village. Despite her earlier grumbling, they moved swiftly and reached the village in just over 10 minutes. Stop. As soon as Sun Han saw the village's outline, she ordered her team to halt and split up, remaining cautious of the huge bee queen still lurking underground. Prepared for the worst, Sun Han stepped into the village but immediately frowned. Not because of the horrific scene, but because there was no one there. Indeed, the village was empty except for the collapsed mud houses, roaming livestock, and the raging fire. Only the scorched land remained. What happened? Sun Han knelt, picking up some dirt and sniffing it. Despite the smoky air masking some scents, the strong smell of blood was unmistakable. Moreover, the soil was moist and fresh. Sun Han had the village thoroughly searched and finally found 9 survivors in a small house. These survivors, mostly women, were young and many disabled. They huddled in corners, trembling, some holding forks and shovels as makeshift weapons. Upon seeing intruders, they raised their weapons in defense. Only when they noticed the uniforms did they hesitate, allowing themselves to be subdued. Sun Han, seeing this, felt somewhat relieved. It seemed targeted, not yet spiraling out of control. Her concern was somewhat unnecessary. A little girl with pigtails approached, tugging on Sun Han's pant leg. Big sister, can I go home now? Sun Han crouched, asking, is your name Ah Yang? Where is your home in the village? Ah Yang pointed outside, then shook her head, biting her finger in confusion. It seems not here. Sun Han asked again, where are the other villagers? Ah Yang thought for a moment, gone. Sun Han showed a photo of Guan Shan on her phone, asking, how did they disappear? Was it him? Ah Yang hesitated, then suddenly covered her mouth, shaking her head vigorously. Sun Han turned her gaze to the others, and you? Have you seen him? Silence. The house door was ajar, the window unlatched, giving a clear view outside. Yet, everyone remained silent. Ba Ping crawled over, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper from his clothes, handing it to Sun Han. Ba Ping looked up, his young eyes clear and determined despite his age. Sun Han, surprised, examined Ba Ping's wounds, immediately seeing they were inflicted by humans. Tisk. All these people are disabled. Sun Han asked the logistics team. The logistics team, after checking, nodded, reporting that the wounds were man-made, having healed for years. Most had their tongues cut out, legs severed, some like Ah Yang with mental issues but intact bodies. Clearly, these were measures to conceal something. Sun Han looked at the paper Ba Ping handed her. Despite being crumpled and stained with mud and blood, it was a missing person notice. It featured Ah Yang. Sun Han, after reading the notice, sighed in relief. All right. I understand why Guan Shan did what he did. These people were likely kidnapped, but besides this notice, there's no evidence of their origins. Illiterate, mute, crippled. Even if rescued, they can't fight for their rights or find their families. If handled normally, this village might still exist, but these people would never see the light of day. Sun Han folded the notice, pocketing it, then said, let's go, take them home. The logistics leader hesitated, what about the others? Sun Han glanced at him, there are no others. This village only had these people. Take them out and find a place to settle them, then, let Guan Shan handle the rest. Ran. The logistics leader scratched his head but followed Sun Han out. The survivors, left behind, exchanged looks, finally breaking down in silent tears. Sun Han, not far from the village entrance, saw Guan Shan standing by an old tree, a long blade with a dark red glow beside him. Its fiery pattern seemed freshly quenched with blood. Well, fancy meeting you here. Guan Shan, feigning surprise, the mountain fire was huge, took forever to get here. Too late, it seems. Captain Sun, the villagers okay? How could he lie so blatantly? Were you lost in the fire for 3 hours? Sun Han twitched. They're fine. But we don't take in civilians. How about you figure it out? Clearly, she was washing her hands of the trouble, but also indicating she wouldn't pursue further. Guan Shan smirked, sheathing the demon blade. All right, I'll handle it. Before him was the settlement screen. Simulation ended, Battle Royale. Final boss killed, 1/1, rating upward arrow. Ordinary monsters killed, 38/38, rating upward arrow. Items obtained, Heart of Slaughter X1. Rating, perfect. Rewards, Game Coins X700. All rewards have been added to your inventory. Please check. Settlement completed. Please wait patiently for the next simulation. This simulation was effortless, hence the meager rewards, but it was Guan Shan's first self-initiated simulation without regret. He was in a good mood. As for the missing villagers, perhaps the Bee Queen enjoying her feast could answer that. As a B-level Esper, Sun Han's explosion earlier had still inflicted damage on the Bee Queen. Combined with the injuries caused by drone B1, half of its legs were already crippled, and its body suffered extensive damage, further being pushed underground by the mudslide. Thus, when Guan Shan stepped into Beihe village, he once again heard the faint voice of the Bee Queen. Hungry. Guan Shan was speechless. This creature, the first time it contacted him, was hungry, and now it was still hungry. Was it because the consciousness provided by Chief Li was insufficient, or was it too weak to think? Except for providing some useful information when Guan Shan called for help earlier, it seemed to act purely on instinct, much like the ordinary bees Guan Shan had communicated with before. It seemed only when it was full did it have some rationality. But the Bee Queen didn't care what Guan Shan was thinking, it only called out for food. What to do? Chief Li's consciousness was still inside this creature, so he couldn't just let it starve to death, right? So, the kind-hearted Guan Shan looked around and saw many fresh meals right in front of him, crying and shouting to see the bee god. Anyway, wasn't it natural for believers to sacrifice themselves for their hungry god? They should be very happy, right? Guan Shan thought he was a great benevolent person, helping the believers and their god fulfill their mutual longing. He ran, it chased, and none could escape. The scene was quite beautiful. This Battle Royale simulation's protagonist wasn't Guan Shan but the hungry Bee Queen. So, the believers got the chance to have intimate contact with their god, the Bee Queen got its food, and Guan Shan completed the simulation, a triple win situation, perfect. Oh, by the way, Guan Shan had driven there, and the car's trunk was full of disinfectant. When the simulation began, these had healing properties. Guan Shan tested it, and it was effective even on monsters. So, to prevent the Bee Queen from not eating enough, Guan Shan fed it the whole car along with the disinfectant. Those villagers, mixed with healing medicine, might last longer. Guan Shan thought he was truly kind-hearted to the core. Sun Han ordered the remaining villagers to be taken back to the base, then checked the area to ensure the Bee Queen was inactive before leaving with Guan Shan to join the main team. The forest area would likely be sealed off for a while. Guan Shan's lost car didn't draw much attention from Sun Han, it was likely ridden off due to the fire. He couldn't have driven over someone with an off-road vehicle, right? Lin Shuman saw Guan Shan and Sun Han returning together without being blamed, finally relaxing. She approached, eagerly asking, "What about the kidnapped children? They've been sent to the base. I'll think of a way to settle them in a few days." Guan Shan smiled at her, quietly thanking her through their earphones. On the way, Sun Han told him about Lin Shuman's interference, which surprised him. He hadn't asked Lin Shuman for help, but she took the initiative to buy him time, even confronting a powerful B-level esper. Before this, Guan Shan always felt like an outsider in Yuhao team, but Lin Shuman's help made him feel a sense of belonging. Lin Shuman smiled proudly, "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Then she realized she had acted on her own and said nervously, "I didn't mean to make decisions by myself. It was impulsive. I hope it didn't cause any trouble." "No, yes." Guan Shan laughed, "You're my customer service, not my subordinate. Technically, external personnel and team members are equal. You know the rules better than me. Besides, I really should thank you this time." Lin Shuman hesitated, "You knew I was monitoring you." Guan Shan rolled his eyes, giving her a look like she was a clueless child. "Which customer service needs to watch over someone 24/7? After that late-night call, I knew your nature." Most of his records were probably reported by Lin Shuman. A phone call alone couldn't reveal so much. But it made sense. In others' eyes, he was likely seen as a madman ready to draw his sword at any moment, leaving no survivors. But it wasn't his fault. Blame the simulator and those who tried to kill him. They started it? Lin Shuman awkwardly laughed. "Can I help settle those victims?" "Of course. We rely on your support." Novelplex.org. Donate now. Guan Shan noticed Lin Shuman seemed overly concerned about the victims. But it made sense. From her actions of standing up for him and sending Zhang Xiyan to the hospital when they first met, it seemed she had a lot in common with White Knight. Sun Han suddenly approached, expressionless. "Enough chatting. Let's head back to the base for the formalities. Since the room case's investigation period is over, we have no obligation to monitor you anymore. Death Hive is primarily Yuhao team's responsibility, so the filing has to go to Hangzhou. In other words, you can go back." She felt relieved. Guan Shan's nickname was entirely misleading. He wasn't a demon god but more like a plague god. Wuhao team had been relatively peaceful before he came. Then, 3 murders in a row increased their workload, and she lost a deputy captain, adding more tasks for herself. She realized she was being unreasonable in wanting to investigate Guan Shan. Why bother? It would only bring more trouble. Forget it, let him be, just don't cause more chaos in Wuhao team. With Sun Han's complicated yet relieved mood, they boarded the helicopter. Guan Shan felt elated, finally being able to see Xiao Shen again. Just after confessing, they had been apart for half a month, with only one phone call. With the pressure now lifted, he realized how much he missed Shen Dinghua. Sitting in the helicopter's side seat, about to close the door, Guan Shan looked down and noticed a tentacle emerging from the charred trees, waving as if saying goodbye. The scene was fleeting as the tentacle retracted underground. Bzzz. The worker bee pendant around Guan Shan's neck started vibrating again. Guan Shan was puzzled, seeing the glass containers be fully revived, energetically tapping the container walls. "Let me out." The clear voice echoed in Guan Shan's ear. He raised an eyebrow, responding mentally, "Bee Queen? How did you get into this worker bee? I can control these worker bees and attach my consciousness to them. That guy used this method to control humans. But the difference is, where my consciousness is, so is my ability. Now, the underground body is just an empty shell, and this little thing is the Bee Queen." "I see. So what about Chief Li? Her consciousness? She is me, and I am her." "No, you're not her." Guan Shan shook his head, his gaze turning cold. "I can tell. We are indeed one, and I'm merely an extension of her consciousness. But her consciousness, without a body, is too fragile and needs to re-establish a connection with this body." Though Guan Shan didn't understand the principle, this biological consciousness connection seemed quite advanced. He pondered, since your own consciousness has formed, can Chief Li's consciousness separate and become independent? That's impossible. Her body is destroyed, and without a suitable host, separating means dissipating. This was tricky. Though it was a necessary measure at the time, how would he explain this to Chief Li's family? Without Chief Li, would Hangzhou Evening News fall into Zhang Xiyan's hands or close down? Guan Shan frowned. "There's a way." The Bee Queen suddenly spoke. "Like before, when she interacted with you, she can project her consciousness into reality. Ordinary people won't notice." Guan Shan thought it was a feasible solution. He had been fooled for quite a while back then. Bee Queen asked, "Can you let me out now? It's too cramped here." Guan Shan nodded, opening the glass container. The unusual bee flew out immediately, disappearing from the helicopter in an instant. "Ha ha ha. Human, thank you for freeing me." The Bee Queen's triumphant laugh echoed in Guan Shan's ear, but he remained calm. Holding the worker bee pendant-esque glass container, he raised his hand and stored it in his backpack. "Let me out." As soon as Guan Shan stepped off the helicopter, the voice of the queen bee echoed in his ear. "I let you out." Guan Shan shrugged helplessly and opened the glass container again. "Here, you're free to go." The unusual bee perched on the edge of the glass container, peeking out, but didn't fly away. Instead, it angrily repeated, "Let me out." Guan Shan's eyes were innocent, his expression puzzled. "I really let you out. You wanted to leave, and I didn't stop you. It's not like I didn't let you go." The queen bee was furious, banging against the glass container. "Then why did I come back?" Guan Shan replied curiously, "Yes, why did you come back?" "I don't know either. Shouldn't you be asking yourself that?" The queen bee, with its newly acquired consciousness, was momentarily stumped. "Yeah, I went out, and then I came back." The subject was I, implying it was its own action. Generally speaking, it seemed to be its own problem. The queen bee hesitated, looking at Guan Shan's flawless innocent expression, deep in thought. Could it really be my problem? Is there something wrong with this worker bee's body? This guy didn't seem to stop me at all, just let me fly away. The queen bee paused for a while, then cautiously crawled out of the glass container. Seeing Guan Shan didn't react, it swiftly flew away again. Guan Shan smiled benignly and then put the worker bee pendant back into his backpack. Out of curiosity, he had previously tried separating the worker bee's corpse from the glass container and then storing them separately in the backpack. The conclusion was that items identified by the simulator as a single entity would combine back together when placed into the backpack, regardless of how they were separated manually. Thus, the queen bee attached to this worker bee had essentially walked into a trap. As long as Guan Shan had any part of the pendant, he could capture the escaping queen bee by storing it back in the backpack, no matter how far it had flown. The simulator's rules applied directly to the concept. So whether this worker bee was dead or alive, a normal bee or possessed by the queen bee, it was merely part of the worker bee pendant. Only now, the interface information for the worker bee pendant had changed significantly, with a lot more details. Worker bee pendant. Effect: wearing it grants the ability animal communication, bee swarm, and allows summoning the sealed entity queen bee. Description: a glass pendant containing the spiritual essence of an ancient creature. Utilizing its abilities may yield substantial rewards, though it seems not very intelligent. Queen bee, sealed entity. Health: 1. Description: an ancient creature mastering the rule of connection, of unknown origin, once worshipped as a deity and used as a tool. From this information, it was clear that the queen bee might have existed much longer than Guan Shan initially thought. It existed before Drone Bee 1 arrived at Beihe village and even before the village formed. This mindless meat insect had hibernated underground for countless years, undergoing numerous changes before being discovered by the villagers. Additionally, the queen bee's abilities were now explicitly described. Connection. Effect: with proper operation, it can connect any entities, ignoring all differences and obstacles. Description: Big Brother. This ability was somewhat overpowered. Perhaps it could be used to create chimera, cough. Such inhumane acts were obviously impossible. Attempting to splice genes like Drone Bee 1 was already outrageous enough. With circumflex and epsilon. The queen bee's blood could produce ascension candy, enabling ordinary people to awaken abilities, likely due to its rule of connecting ability genes with ordinary human genes. However, with the fall of Death Hive and the queen bee taken by Guan Shan, Drone Bee 1's plan was entirely foiled. Guan Shan smiled and took out the worker bee pendant from his backpack again. "We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now." As expected, it now contained another unusual bee. The queen bee was silent for a moment, then furiously buzzed, "Let me out." Guan Shan spread his hands. "I really let you out. Why did you come back?" The queen bee fluttered within the glass container, banging against the walls. "Stop pretending. You're tampering with it, you despicable human." Guan Shan entered the base, laughing internally. "You know I'm pretending, so do you think I can't see your problem? After gaining consciousness, you must want more than being underground for so many years, right? Not mentioning cooperation or going solo, it's obvious. I hope you gain freedom, but unfortunately, my respected chief is essentially your hostage, so I can only kidnap you in exchange." The queen bee was speechless. What kind of kidnapping was this? Terrorists kidnap your family, so you turn around and kidnap the terrorists? Even with its newly acquired consciousness, it knew something was wrong. Very wrong, but what's worse, it was powerless against it. It didn't even know what happened earlier. One moment it was flying, and the next, it hit the glass. Then, it was back in the pendant. Twice in a row, it wasn't a coincidence. It was under this human's control. Would it have to submit to humans again? The queen bee fell into a silent breakdown. Guan Shan ignored it, only saying, "I'm different from Drone Bee 1. I have no interest in using you as a blood factory. As long as Chief Li is safe, I won't interfere with your activities unless they're harmful. Think about it." Guan Shan followed Sun Han to complete the follow-up filing, signing a bunch of documents before finally being allowed to take the Special Security Group's private jet back to Hangzhou. But before that, he had to file a report on Drone Bee 1's escape, while Sun Han contacted Yuhao team. Guan Shan wrote the report while reviewing his gains. After the last simulation, he had reached level 19, just 40,000 experience points short of leveling up. In other words, after one more simulation, he would face his second breakthrough task. Guan Shan no longer resisted this as before. Instead, he looked forward to it because a breakthrough meant the store would refresh. He had accumulated 94,042 game coins, enough to spend lavishly. With the store's refresh, he could comfortably splurge. The simulator seemed to sense this. The last simulation's reward didn't include game coins but gave a backpack expansion slot and 2 skill points. Guan Shan leisurely considered how to allocate his points. Meanwhile, Sun Han contacted Yu Hao team via video call, resulting in various reactions. Yu Hao team and other assembled teams were in Death Hive's underground base. The battle had ended, with all members captured or killed, but Drone B1, the main culprit, was still missing. At the forefront were Xiaolei and an A-level Esper sent for support. The latter wore a hooded black sweatshirt, a mask, and was fully covered, only identifiable as male. A-level Esper information wasn't disclosed, so their identity remained unknown. Tang Ji and Chen Yunpeng whispered in a corner, having nothing else to do. This guy came asking for Guan Shan. Could he be unhappy? No way. Why not? Many think Guan Shan is too unstable. What if he's extreme? Otherwise, why ask about Guan Shan? But where did Drone B1 go? That A-level Esper didn't help much with the main culprit missing. I wanted to see an A-level Esper battle. Xiaolei, surprised by the video call, answered, drawing everyone's attention. What's wrong? Is Guan Shan causing trouble again? Xiaolei asked. Wu Hao team had contacted them twice recently, so Xiaolei's reaction was understandable. Sun Han shook her head, no problem with him. Xiaolei acknowledged and was about to ask further. Drone B1 has an issue. Sun Han continued. Drone B1 escaped to Liaoshen and ran into Guan Shan. He's now dead. Xiaolei. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, and Tang Ji and Chen Yunpeng even dropped their sunflower seeds on the ground. The two had not only been idle chatting but also secretly munching on sunflower seeds. However, since the battle was over, no one was paying them any mind. Tang Ji felt deeply shocked. Is this for real? Drone B1 ran to Liaoshen? That's quite a run. He must have crossed half of China. We've been searching like headless chickens, and he just abandoned Death Hive and took off. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Do you think the members of Death Hive would hate him if they knew about this, or would they still be loyal? Chen Yunpeng was equally at a loss for words, his gaze vacant as he muttered, isn't the point that Guan Shan killed him? Only then did Tang Ji come to his senses, his eyes widening. Damn, Guan Shan again? Wait, how could it be a coincidence he was in Liaoshen? Did he predict Drone B1 would go there? Wait, that's not the main point. Drone B1 is A-level. Guan Shan was said to be at most C-level, right? Even if Drone B1 is a brain domain developer Esper, his combat power should be at least B-level. Otherwise, why would an A-level be sent to assist? Could it be that Guan Shan is actually... Damn. Tang Ji inhaled sharply, nearly biting his tongue but still unable to calm his nerves. The more he thought about it, the more surreal it seemed. Although Guan Shan's lack of energy response made judgment difficult, his combat history was evident, suggesting a level close to B-level C-class. Could it be, he's already at B-level? Tang Ji mulled over it, concluding this was the only possibility. But this was ridiculous. When they first encountered Guan Shan, he struggled against C-level Tao Luo. Now, in less than 2 months, he could kill an A-level Esper. This upgrade speed, is it even reasonable? Are you sure this is an Esper's upgrade path and not a pay-to-win mobile game? While Tang Ji wrestled with Guan Shan's rapid power escalation, the more perceptive individuals focused on why Guan Shan happened to be in Liaoshen and managed to kill Drone B1. Of all the places in China, these two enemies coincidentally met there. It had to be intentional. And since Drone B1 wouldn't run to his death, the masked A-level Esper chuckled. This guy is really interesting. I heard he's a journalist. Could this identity actually give people buffs? The A-level Esper stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I should get a job as a journalist too. Perhaps those elusive criminals would just come to me. Xiaolei smiled non-committally. His face remained impassive, but his mind raced, considering whether Guan Shan had coincidentally encountered Drone B1 or if it was orchestrated by someone named Shen Dinghua. His intuition leaned towards the latter. Someone with such a strong desire for control wouldn't leave an unstable element. On the other hand, she didn't intervene herself, suggesting she might be training Guan Shan. Reflecting on Death Hive's downfall, the turning point seemed to be when Zhao Hong and his wife, as experimental subjects, inadvertently dragged Guan Shan into their trap. Perhaps, to eliminate the threat of Death Hive to Guan Shan, a behind-the-scenes manipulator led Guan Shan to destroy Death Hive. This logic sounded absurd but fit the sequence of events surprisingly well. As the only insider, Xiaolei saw much more than the others. Unfortunately, he couldn't reveal this. Otherwise, he might end up spending the night at a fast food joint. The A-level Esper suddenly turned to Sun Han, but you only mentioned Drone B1 died. What about Liu Yangxi? Drone B1 claimed his real name was Liu Yangxi, a name known to some and used by others in Death Hive. However, no records matched this name, suggesting it was an alias. Thus, Drone B1 remained his common designation. Sun Han was surprised by this distinction, knowing it only from Guan Shan's account. But it seemed this masked Esper also knew. Given the A-level Esper's rank, this wasn't surprising. She replied honestly, Drone B1 committed suicide. Investigation revealed his body was fully mechanical, controlled via a consciousness transfer device using Queen Bee blood. Guan Shan said his real body might be in Yingzhou. The A-level Esper raised an eyebrow. Did Drone B1 say this, or does Guan Shan have such an ability? Sun Han answered. Guan Shan used a pan-spirit object that allowed monitoring through the target's gaze but could only be used once. This was Guan Shan's cover story. In reality, the eyeball cluster was reusable, while a kiss from red lips was single-use. Realizing his numerous abilities and pan-spirit objects could attract unwanted attention, he opted for this explanation. Despite Death Hive's downfall, it was best to keep a low profile. The A-level Esper pondered before addressing Xiaolei. In that case, my task here is done. Thank you for your help, Xia Senior. Xiaolei remained unfazed by this title, his expression calm. He whispered, thank you for your assistance, under the snow. The A-level Esper visibly flinched, struggling to control his expression. I lost, can we not mention that? I go by 0 point now. Xiaolei chuckled, adopting a paternal tone. Didn't you choose that code name? I think it sounds nice, under the snow, quite poetic. Does it have special meaning? Stop, please. 0 point trembled with embarrassment, internally screaming. Do you expect me to admit it's from a Japanese anime character I liked as a teenager, and I used her name as my code name? Youthful mistakes. He was just a high schooler when he awakened his powers, and in a fit of adolescent whimsy, chose that name. Luckily, code names could be changed. Otherwise, he might have jumped off a building by now. 0 point sighed in despair. No special meaning. I'm leaving now. Don't contact me for a while, Xiaoguide. He fled, embarrassed and hasty. Xiaolei, puzzled, wondered what he'd said wrong to make the young Esper flee. Done. Guan Shan, satisfied with his report, reviewed his gains. This time, he acquired 2 materials and 2 items, 3 of which were scavenged from Drone B1. The mechanical heart, damaged air cannon, and ability extractor were all obtained from Drone B1. Among them, the mechanical heart and damaged air cannon were materials, yes, materials that could be thrown into the furnace core. These 2 items completely overturned Guan Shan's understanding of the furnace core. He had originally thought that the so-called furnace could only produce cold weapons, and the projection of the furnace core was indeed a group of craftsmen surrounding a forge. But now it seemed, this thing couldn't be measured by scientific logic. It could produce not only cold weapons but also hot weapons, and even robots. Mechanical heart. Effect, when thrown into a certain forging container with other parts, it has a chance to turn into a suitable weapon. Description, from a mechanical structure designed mainly for destructive power, as its main power source, it seems to constantly emit a deep roar of iron and fire. Guan Shan didn't understand it, but he was greatly shocked. This thing was the power core of Drone B1's robotic body, so what would happen if it was thrown into the furnace? Could it produce anything other than a robot? Damaged air cannon. Effect, when thrown into a certain forging container, it has a chance to turn into a suitable weapon. Description, from a mechanical structure designed mainly for destructive power, as its main firepower component, its pursuit is the instant shattering of flesh and blood. These 2 materials, the former must be combined with other parts to be effective, while the latter can be forged alone. But to maximize material utilization efficiency, Guan Shan naturally had to throw them in together, otherwise, the former would be wasted. However, this had to wait until he returned to Hangzhou. The furnace core was still stored in his warehouse. As for the ability extractor, this item was formidable. Ability extractor, 3/3. Effect, extract a temporary skill from the target, does not occupy a skill slot, and disappears after use. Description, gimme that. This was probably derived from the rotating device on Drone B1's arm, with the same mechanism, but the simulated version was obviously more convenient. A with circumflex Thailand bot es. Direct extraction, direct use. However, it could only be used 3 times, and the skill would disappear after use, making it a one-time item. But if used properly, its effect should be excellent. In addition, there was the Heart of Slaughter, which felt like an upgraded version of the Butcher's Heart from before. Besides increasing strength and speed, it also provided 3 seconds of invincibility, immune to negative states, and 15% damage reduction. If combined with the divine protection pattern from the demonic markings, which Guan Shan had upgraded to level 4, reducing damage by 35%, it added up to 50%. The 2 skill points from this time were added to demonic markings and shadow clone. This amounted to having the damage. It was quite substantial. If he encountered a monster that launched high-frequency attacks in a short time, this item would be incredibly useful. After inventorying his gains, Guan Shan couldn't wait to return to Hangzhou. Just then, Sun Han returned. He stood up and handed his final report to her, asking, "How's the situation in Hangzhou?" Sun Han shook her head. "No problem, Death Hive is completely eradicated now. Only a few small fries are left, and Yu Hao team should be able to handle them by the end of the year." "That's good." Guan Shan smiled. Death Hive had always been entrenched in Hangzhou, like a time bomb for both espers and ordinary residents. Now it seemed the dust had settled. However, the still-alive Drone B1 in his vague perception remained a thorn. Who knew if he would make a comeback? But without the Queen Bee, Drone B1 couldn't mass-produce espers anymore, at least not in the short term. After sharing his thoughts, Sun Han disagreed, shaking her head. "No, there's still a major problem, and it involves you." Guan Shan's light-hearted smile froze. What problem?" Sun Han explained. "The mole Lily exposed hasn't been found yet, and Death Hive destroyed all data in their base, cutting off almost all leads. The only useful information left is that Death Hive was involved in a gene trafficking network, and the mole helped cover it up. The Sacred Heart Hospital you investigated is related to this network, so the higher UPS want you to investigate this with Lily. I'm just passing the message so you can prepare. Discuss the specifics with Xiaolei when you return to Hangzhou. Direct orders from above. Despite his frustration, Guan Shan couldn't refuse. He pondered and asked, is there a time limit for this mission? Sun Han saw through Guan Shan's hesitation and shook her head. No rush. The central authorities need to allocate personnel to assist you, so you have at least a month to rest. Guan Shan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanks, Captain Sunday. He thought to himself that his rest depended on the simulator's whims. You're welcome. Sun Han was relieved too, unsure if Wu Hao team would remain intact if he stayed any longer. A few days later, Guan Shan, Lin Shuman, Bai Ye, and the Lu family returned to Hangzhou. Accompanying them were the disabled victims from Beihe village, who would be temporarily housed in a special security group facility for victims of Esper incidents upon arrival. After discussing with Lin Shuman, they decided to build a shelter at their own expense to help these victims find their families. If successful, great. If not, or if other issues arose, they could stay at the shelter. Those with some mobility could care for the severely disabled, doing handicrafts and running an online store. This was mostly Lin Shuman's idea, and she covered nearly all the costs except building the shelter. As a 10-year veteran Esper in the special security group, Lin Shuman was wealthier than Guan Shan. Guan Shan felt there must be a deeper reason for her dedication, but seeing her happy, he didn't press the issue. After landing, the Lu family signed a confidentiality agreement and could leave. Lu Kaiokyo hesitated, then approached Guan Shan and whispered, do you really not remember my dad? Guan Shan was puzzled. You've seemed off since entering the room and meeting your dad. He cut to the chase. Dr. Lu, what do you mean? Should I know your dad? Lu Kaiokyo took a deep breath and said, what if I told you you should? Guan Shan was even more confused. What do you mean? Lu Kaiokyo wanted to show him the medical record but realized she left it at home, so she said, can we meet in 3 days? I have something important to show you. Guan Shan, puzzled, nodded at her sincere expression. He had a good impression of Lu Kaiokyo and didn't think she had ulterior motives. If it was important, he was willing to see it. After thanking him, Lu Kaiokyo left with Lu Minji. Bai Ye also bid farewell, promising to pursue leads on the half-statue in Venom's possession. With Xiaolei and others still away, Guan Shan didn't want to stay at the base. He applied for a new phone from the logistics department and eagerly headed home. Guan Shan stepped out of the base and immediately called Shen Dinghua. As the phone rang, he felt a chill on his hair. Looking up, he saw it was snowing. Hangzhou's first snow of the year. Xiaoshan. The familiar voice of the girl came from the other end of the phone. Is the busy man's business trip finally over? Guan Shan was startled. My phone broke. I'm using a new number. How did you guess it was me before I even spoke? Intuition. Be honest, can you remove the surveillance camera? No way monitoring every move of Guan Shan is a perverted Shen Dinghua's pleasure. Keek keek. Xiaoshan laughed arrogantly. You should still be at work, right? Saying that in public is not a good influence. Nope, I'm not like someone who always works overtime till midnight. Recently, with Li Jiying on a business trip, things have slowed down. Everyone is getting off work on time now. There's hardly anyone in the office. All right. Guan Shan shrugged helplessly and stopped joking. I'm back. Shen Dinghua's tone softened, and she said gently, welcome back. Should I pick you up from the office? Then I want an ice cream from McDonald's, too, please. It's snowing now, eating ice cream in this cold weather isn't good, right? Okay, fine, very well. I'll get them right away. Guan Shan showed his flexible principles. Anyway, even if Shen Dinghua became a chubby little cat, she would be an adorable one that he personally fattened up. I'll wait for you at the entrance downstairs. Shen Dinghua casually added, by the way, did you see Li Jiying? When will she be back? Guan Shan looked down at the pendant on his neck. The queen bee was still in self-isolation. I saw her, but there was a little problem. It might take a while for her to return. Shen Dinghua responded with an "oh" and then asked, is Officer Xiao's case wrapped up? Guan Shan replied, yes, it's over. There shouldn't be any more emergencies needing my help for a while. That's good, but... Shen Dinghua seriously remarked, Xiaoshan still needs to learn more life skills. If you panic at the sight of a cockroach, what will you do without me? Surrender? Ring. Then I'd rather not learn. Guan Shan raised an eyebrow and smiled, this way, I'll always need Xiaoshan's guidance. Shen Dinghua suspiciously said, if you learn, will you stop needing me? Here it comes, the million-dollar question? Guan Shan's smile didn't waver. After so many trials, he was now seasoned. He instantly found the perfect answer. Learning might mean I don't need Xiaoshan's guidance, but I will always need Xiaoshan. Shen Dinghua, incredulous, said, impossible, my Xiaoshan can't be so smooth-talking. Who are you? Guan Shan played along. Oh, you found out? Your Xiaoshan is with me. How much are you willing to pay to get him back? Shen Dinghua solemnly said, 2 ice creams. Are your upper and lower sentences even connected? Hehe. Guan Shan chatted and joked with Shen Dinghua for a while before reluctantly hanging up and heading to buy 2 ice creams as promised. When he arrived at the office building entrance, he saw Shen Dinghua, already dressed in a knit sweater and a wool coat. Despite wearing thick clothes, she didn't look bulky. Instead, she looked very cute. Her semi-long black hair was styled into 2 braids on the sides, tied into one at the back with a bow hair clip, adding a touch of intellectual beauty. She wore a deep red pleated skirt under her sweater, her slender legs wrapped in black stockings, and her elegant little leather shoes. Standing quietly in the falling snow, she looked like a lone, aloof flower. Guan Shan realized that Shen Dinggua's aura carried a hint of coldness, but not the hard, icy kind like Gaoya. If she didn't make any other expressions, she resembled a daffodil by the lake, reserved and distant. But as Guan Shan approached, this daffodil revealed her endearing side. Xiao Shan. Shen Dinggua's eyes lit up. She waved, then felt the cold and shrank into her sleeves. She hopped a few steps towards Guan Shan and threw herself into his arms, rubbing her face against him. She looked up and complained, "Why are you dressed so lightly? It's snowing." Guan Shan hadn't paid attention to his attire. He had hastily thrown on a jacket over a short-sleeved shirt. Now that Shen Dinggua mentioned it, he realized it was indeed inappropriate. But his current tolerance for cold had significantly increased. The sub-zero temperature now only brought a slight chill. Guan Shan dismissed it with a wave. "No worries, I'm not stupid. I'll wear more if I feel cold. Lately, I've been running around a lot and feel much healthier. I don't get cold easily." Shen Dinggua opened her arms and hugged him tightly, rubbing him. "You are stupid, pretending not to feel cold." Guan Shan didn't argue, slightly bending to rest his chin on her head, hugging her back. He laughed, "Now it's warm." Shen Dinggua huffed, "Thanks to me." "Yes, yes." Guan Shan asked, "Still want the ice cream? It'll melt soon." Shen Dinggua immediately looked up, her eyes firm, "Yes." On the way home, Guan Shan watched Shen Dinggua holding 2 ice cream cones, amazed at how girls seemed immune to the cold. Shen Dinggua justified, "Eating ice cream in winter is like using a quilt in an air-conditioned room in summer, both are joys." Well, Guan Shan couldn't deny it, it was quite delightful. As they got off the bus, Shen Dinggua took a lick of her ice cream, then turned to Guan Shan, regretting, "I wanted to share one with you, but seeing how cold you are, I guess I'll eat both." So, buying 2 was for this reason. But giving one back to me after I bought them is childish. Guan Shan chuckled, "It's fine. These 2 ice creams were to ransom me, right? But be careful of getting a stomach ache. I'm not afraid anymore." Shen Dinggua took another lick of her ice cream. "Hope so." Guan Shan patted her head and looked at the fork in the road. "All right, back to our homes. Your parents aren't home, right?" He nervously glanced at the villa, still wary after their last unexpected encounter. Shen Dinggua looked at him and said, "Of course, they aren't." Guan Shan and Shen Dinggua stared at each other. Then Shen Dinggua dropped a bombshell, "Want to come to my place tonight?" Cough, cough. Guan Shan nearly choked on his own saliva, frustrated. "Are you trying to set me up again?" Shen Dinggua innocently replied, "Of course not. They're really not home. I'll prove it." Suddenly, a mischievous gleam appeared in Shen Dinggua's eyes. She wrapped her arms around Guan Shan's neck and shared the taste of her ice cream with him. The sweet, cold taste spread in his mouth. Guan Shan instinctively chased the sweetness, but it soon slipped away, leaving a strong restlessness in his heart. Seeing Shen Dinggua leave with a light step, Guan Shan couldn't help but feel the urge to muster up the courage he had when facing bosses and just tie her up and take her home. But battling bosses in a simulated environment provided by the simulator was different from doing something transcendently brave in real life. The courage required was different too. Guan Shan restrained himself and went back home. Luckily, the weather was cold enough to help his brain cool down. Guan Shan entered his bedroom and turned on his computer, informing others of his new phone number before doing anything else. Then, he decided to relax by playing a few games. Even though he hadn't slept for nearly a week, he still felt energetic, especially after consecutive level UPS that completely refreshed his state, filling him with energy. However, this didn't alleviate his inner fatigue. Constantly traveling and opening instances, concentrating on fighting, was mentally exhausting. Playing games for 7 consecutive days would cause a normal person to collapse, not to mention Guan Shan hardly ate or drank, seemingly having no limits. Guan Shan felt that he was becoming less and less human, unsure of what he would turn into as he continued to level up. He even wondered if he could achieve perpetual motion by constantly staying in simulation mode and leveling up by killing monsters. Compared to his issues and the various complications with Esper, changing his phone number was just a minor detail. Sigh, bullying noobs is still the most fun. Guan Shan looked at the game screen, feeling a profound sense of loneliness. Whether it was the Church of Unity con artists or the leader of Death Hive, killing them was not as satisfying as bullying noobs in a game. Horror games, unless you have a rocket launcher in hand, are always horror games. No, even with a rocket launcher, if you can't win, it's still a horror game. The persistent player wanting to become his disciple, Cool and Flat Yuki Nashida, was still pestering him. If he muted the voice chat, they would switch to private messaging. Cool and Flat Yuki Nashida, big bro, are you there? Cool and Flat Yuki Nashida, are you still in Hangzhou? I've come to Hangzhou recently. Can we meet for a meal? My treat. Guan Shan couldn't handle these overly familiar players, but after dozens of games together, aside from being talkative and impulsive, they had no other faults. In fact, this person seemed to be an online keyboard warrior, unrestrained and unfiltered. Guan Shan had time off until the end of December, so he had nothing to do for the next few days. As for the Drone B1 incident report, it wasn't as complicated as it was at the Wuhao base. He only needed to submit a detailed report to Xiaolei. After all, it was his home turf, and with parental oversight, there was room for leniency. Moreover, he needed to figure out the situation with his manager, Li Jiying, and at least let the Queen Bee project Li Jiying. He needed to find out if Special Security Group could reintegrate someone like Li Jiying back into a human body. However, based on what the Queen Bee said, the chances were slim, since Li Jiying's body had long been destroyed in the swamp. But Guan Shan was unwilling to disclose the Queen Bee situation to Special Security Group. This pan-spirit being's significance was enormous. If some people knew about it, they might take the Queen Bee for experiments. Currently, Li Jiying and the Queen Bee were a joint entity, and he couldn't let Special Security Group decide Li Jiying's fate. Although Yuhao team appeared to be filled with good people due to the sheer numbers, Guan Shan had seen the mixed bag of people in other teams. For example, Qi Xingyu, who used his abilities to charm others right off the bat. Many espers, even within Special Security Group, were not entirely obedient. Having abilities meant transcending norms, inherently walking the line of the rules. For someone like the Queen Bee, which even A-level espers would treasure, Guan Shan didn't dare to gamble on human nature. So he could only rely on himself, and White Knight, who had an overabundance of a sense of justice. Guan Shan snapped back to reality and realized that while he was deep in thought, cool and flat Yuki Nashida had almost spammed the chat and was still sending messages. Nigerian Nairo Epsilon. Guan Shan, amused, thought that if he didn't respond, he might be spammed daily by this guy while in Hangzhou. But deleting a friend wasn't necessary, they were still a reliable teammate. After all, it was just a meeting. Given Guan Shan's current combat abilities, the only scenario where he would be kidnapped during the meeting would be if the other party was also an esper. But, with how terrible this person is at games, how is that possible? Guan Shan shook his head, recalling the scenes where he dominated the other person, dispelling his concerns. Mountain beyond mountains, sure, when and where? Cool and flat Yuki Nashida, tomorrow at 11 a.m., SG Hotel, does that work? Guan Shan searched for the restaurant's prices and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. It seemed this person wasn't short on money. Sigh, there are so many wealthy people in this world, why isn't he one of them? Guan Shan was frustrated. If he wasn't so poor back then, he wouldn't have ended up in that 30 yuan all-you-can-eat meat restaurant, wouldn't have encountered Zhao Hong and his wife, and wouldn't have triggered the simulator. Well, maybe he should be thankful for his poverty? Mountain beyond mountains, doesn't the hotel require reservations? Will it be too late? Cool and flat Yuki Nashida, no worries, I can jump the queue. Well, the world of rich people was beyond Guan Shan's comprehension. His imagination was limited by his poverty. Since the other person had said so, Guan Shan could only reluctantly agree. Mountain beyond mountains, alright. Cool and flat Yuki Nashida, woohoo, the big bro accepted? I'm so happy. Then came a string of incomprehensible nerdy terms. Guan Shan was used to this person suddenly getting excited and calmly replied with "it's settled then" before logging off and clearing out his QQ messages. Most of the messages were from colleagues or classmates asking about his new number, inquiring about the manager's return, or complaining about having to deal with a troublesome colleague in his absence. The last message was obviously from Lu Rui, the gossiping and slacking master, who was likely spreading rumors about Guan Shan being the Dragon King. Mountain beyond mountains, even if it's tough, you have to endure it. Don't come to me, I'm not the Dragon King. Lu Rui, no, by the way, are you really taking leave until the end of the month? Tomorrow, a big figure in the literary world is visiting. Without manager Li, Zhang Xian is in charge, and it's going to be a big hassle for us. Mountain beyond mountains, isn't slacking off your principle? I'm going to slack off to the end. Good luck. As for the rest, Guan Shan responded formally before finally contacting Lin Schumann. Lin Schumann had already started arranging the shelter. She was very committed and efficient, having already found a location. She mentioned it was previously an orphanage but was now close to shutting down. They hoped to retain the orphanage while investing to turn part of it into a shelter for disabled individuals. Guan Shan had no objections to this. Lin Schumann said the person in charge wanted to meet soon. Guan Shan thought for a moment and checked the time, realizing it wasn't too late. All right, let's meet now, if that's possible. Lin Schumann quickly replied, the person says that's fine. Beiqing sat nervously in the coffee shop, facing Lin Schumann. While sipping her coffee, she cautiously observed the girl across from her, who seemed even younger than herself. Beiqing never expected that the financier willing to shell out 300,000 yuan to refurbish the entire orphanage would be a young woman in her 20s. But, it seemed that the person in front of her wasn't the real deal. So, was she some rich second generation with money to burn? Or did the disabled people they mentioned need to be placed somewhere because of questionable origins? Beiqing's heart was filled with unease. She couldn't help but be suspicious since her nearly bankrupt orphanage held no inherent value for anyone. She was desperate, making a wild guess with her offer. She hadn't expected anyone to agree so readily. Thus, she first suspected the other party was a scammer, arranging a face-to-face meeting to confirm her suspicions. Beiqing glanced at the man seated at the table beside her. He returned her gaze and made an okay gesture with his hand. He was someone she had asked to help if something went wrong. The coffee shop was also owned by someone she knew. If anything seemed off, they'd send the suspect straight to the police. Though Lin Schumann might not seem reliable, She had been a spy and informant for many years and had excellent psychological resilience. Dealing with ordinary people was a piece of cake. She was neatly dressed in professional attire, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding the air of a distinguished secretary. Lin Schumann put down her phone, covering her mouth with a dry cough, and said, "Ms. Bei, Mr. Guan will arrive soon. In the meantime, could we confirm some details about the Fuchsin orphanage?" Bei Qing nodded. "Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know, provided you are sincere." Lin Schumann asked. Fuchsin orphanage has been operating for 16 years. For the first 15 years, it was managed by Mr. Bei Dexin. It was transferred after his death a year ago. As someone who grew up in this orphanage, you took over less than a year ago, but due to poor management and loss of funding, you're preparing to transfer it. Correct. Bei Qing was taken aback, her face showing embarrassment at the thorough investigation. "That's right, but a charity organization has contacted me and is willing to provide funding." Lin Schumann smiled nonchalantly. "However, they wish to take full control of the orphanage's future planning, which is different from our intentions." Bei Qing was at a loss for words, her heart skipping a beat. How did they even know about that charity organization that contacted her just 2 days ago? Lin Schumann continued, "Ms. Bei, as someone from the orphanage, you're aware of Mr. Bei Dexin's dedication and the effort he put into it." Bei Qing couldn't hold back any longer, glaring at Lin Schumann. "Are you trying to threaten me?" "No," Lin Schumann shook her head. "I'm just saying, if Mr. Bei Dexin valued the orphanage so much, why didn't he leave anything for it in his will?" Bei Qing had never considered this, being asked by a complete stranger. Her previous aggressive stance softened in surprise. She stammered, "The orphanage was just an act of goodwill. He wasn't obliged to leave anything behind." Despite trying to conceal it, Bei Qing's disappointment was evident. Lin Schumann shook her head. "You're wrong. He did leave something behind. He donated 1/3 of his estate to the orphanage, but the will was altered by someone. Oh." The man beside her suddenly stood up, shouting, "Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Bei's family would never do such a thing. His son is Bei Guangji." Bei Qing was startled, agreeing inwardly. Exactly. As the editor-in-chief of a prominent magazine, he champions charity and education. How could he do such a thing? The man was Yantai, someone she had asked to help manage the situation. The other customers were his friends. "I didn't name names," Lin Schumann smiled. "Whether it's true or not, the evidence will speak." At the mention of evidence, Yantai's eyes flickered. He walked over, slapping the table. "What evidence? Clarify, or we'll sue you for defamation." Bei Qing was frightened, not expecting such a reaction from Yantai. She wanted to intervene but noticed the customers surrounding her, realizing something was wrong. Her pupils contracted as she said, "Yantai, what are you doing?" Yantai snorted. "How can we let Mr. Bei's life's work be sold off to outsiders? You've lost your mind. And this woman, spouting nonsense, must be kicked out." Hey, Yantai, this is too much. This wasn't the plan." Bei Qing panicked, standing up to stop him. Yantai, tall and burly, brushed her aside and reached for Lin Schumann. Lin Schumann, outwardly calm but slightly panicked, didn't expect the entire coffee shop to be filled with their people. Then, she saw someone step into the coffee shop, her eyes lighting up as she relaxed. Guan Shan arrived at the agreed location, confirming he was in the right place before entering the coffee shop. But as he stepped inside, he sensed something was off. The normally quiet coffee shop was unusually noisy, with all the patrons standing and gathering in one direction. Lin Schumann's voice came through his earpiece, pleading, "Guan Shan, help." Without thinking, Guan Shan instinctively pulled out his Glock 17, releasing the safety. The sound of the gun being cocked was distinct in the crowded coffee shop. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, spotting the menacing black weapon, their expressions changing drastically. In a lawful society, the sight of a real gun was shocking. Some people even raised their hands, pale-faced, legs trembling as if about to pass out. Yantai, the leader, was also dumbfounded, swallowing hard. He hadn't planned for this to escalate. Reflex action, reflex action. Guan Shan grimaced inwardly, realizing he had two choices. One was to act as a robber, the other as a police officer. So he went with the flow, raising the gun and adopting a serious expression. "Robbery, don't move. Let me see, what kind of stuff did they bring?" Each one has a phone, combined cash amounts to around $500, not even worth 10,000, tisk. Baseball bat, brass knuckles, butterfly knife, cosplaying as gangsters, huh? Let's forget that, but bringing a sharpened knife, isn't this a controlled weapon? Robber Guan Shan diligently searched through everyone's belongings and started taking inventory. He squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the dagger in his hand. It was relatively short but had a sharpened blade and blood groove, clearly not just a fruit knife. "Big brother, you're carrying a regulated firearm, and you're nitpicking our little knives?" Everyone crouched down with their heads covered, inwardly complaining. Yantai smiled awkwardly, we wouldn't use it, it's just for intimidation. We're all, law-abiding citizens, law-abiding citizens." Click. Guan Shan directly broke the dagger with his bare hands and threw it on the ground, clapping his hands, "Law-abiding." Hiss. Everyone was dumbfounded, shocked. That was a genuine alloy dagger, not some candy. How did it break so easily? Is it a fake dagger, or is this guy in front of us not human? Yentai's expression was distorted. He swore that the man standing less than a meter away from him had no muscle bulge when breaking the dagger. Moreover, this man's physique seemed even weaker compared to a few who had been working out. Initially, seeing Guan Shan put away the gun, they exchanged glances, planning to retaliate at the first chance. But now, any thoughts of retaliation were completely crushed. Retaliate? They might end up like the dagger, broken in two. Terrified.jpg. Yantai swallowed hard, stepping back half a step. Not law-abiding, but it's not our fault. We're just hired help. Beiqing immediately realized something was wrong, questioning, Yantai, who paid you? If she didn't recognize the problem now, she'd have a mental problem. Initially, it was just business negotiation and haggling, asking Yantai and his group to prevent any potential scams. But before they could finish talking, these people came in to disrupt things, carrying controlled weapons, clearly here to mess things up. Messing things up, to stop her from selling the orphanage. Beiqing's heart skipped a beat, recalling what Lin Shuman had said earlier. The only suspect was Bei Dexin's son, Bei Guangji? Could it be, the will was really altered? Yantai hesitated, suddenly changing his story. No, I misspoke. I didn't want you to sell the orphanage, so I brought people over. He looked at the still standing Beiqing and Lin Shuman, confused as to why this robber hadn't tied them up, letting them stand and talk. Is this some sort of play? Guan Shan pulled out his gun again. Yantai instantly cowered, not wanting to take the fall before his demise. Fine, it's Bei Guangji. Beiqing was incredulous. It's really him? Why, was the will really altered? Yantai stammered, I don't know. He just told me to cause trouble and stop you from selling the orphanage, at least until January. Lin Shuman nodded, that makes sense. In January, the old city outskirts will be redeveloped. The orphanage is in a prime location. If he can get the orphanage from you, he could sell it for millions, even tens of millions. Oi. Beiqing was at a loss, seeing Yantai's expression confirmed her suspicion. Bei Guangji probably hinted at this, and it was likely true. Guan Shan focused on the key point, so, in other words, he's competing with us. Us? Everyone was puzzled. Who is us? Lin Shuman nodded, yes, so we need to deal with Bei Guangji first. I've already gathered all the information. We just need the evidence to send him to jail. He's got more than just altering the will on his record. Huh? Everyone was in disarray. Yantai was shocked. Wait, you too. Beiqing also looked at them, bewildered. Guan Shan walked over, extending his hand, smiling. Nice to meet you. I'm Guan Shan, the one here to discuss the investment and renovation of the orphanage. Beiqing. Indeed, looking at it now without the robber filter, she noticed the man had a refined and handsome appearance, with elegant manners, and a smile that radiated warmth, like a broadcast host. If she forgot that this person just pulled out a gun and broke a dagger with his bare hands. Beiqing stuttered, that gun. Guan Shan kept a straight face. Oh, just a toy. I saw things getting tense, got scared, and happened to have a toy gun, so I improvised. No need to thank me. Who carries a toy gun on a whim? Do you think we're fools? Everyone looked at him with deadpan expressions, not daring to argue. Beiqing forced a polite smile, shaking his hand. I'm the current head of the orphanage. Beiqing, nice to meet you. Guan Shan said, let's discuss the main issue. He turned to Lin Shuman, remember to clear the surveillance. There are cameras at the front and side doors. Lin Shuman nodded, the support team is already handling it. Beiqing maintained her smile, internally freaking out. This team, no, group, is really professional. Yantai and his group shivered, realizing their small-time antics were no match for this level of professionalism. Little did Guan Shan know, he was also mentally complaining. How is the support team so proficient? He hadn't even mentioned it, and they were already taking care of it. How many times have they done this? The rest of the discussion went smoothly, as the orphanage issue became secondary. Beiqing was more concerned with Bei Guangji and the will. Lin Shuman, having thoroughly investigated through various channels, revealed that Bei Guangji had bribed a lawyer to alter the will. The lawyer, however, kept a copy intending to blackmail Bei Guangji later. So now, we just need to find that lawyer. We'll handle this. As for the orphanage, Guan Shan looked at Beiqing, who quickly said, no problem. You helped me so much. The previous price was indeed unreasonable. You decide. I just want the orphanage to continue. Guan Shan smiled, no need to go that far. We'll offer a fair price. As for Yantai and his group, they were left to the support team to deal with. Outside, Guan Shan couldn't help but ask Lin Shuman, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Finding such an obvious target to gain her favor. Beiqing's words were partly false. Beforehand, she had no malice but intended to exploit a wealthy fool. Now, with Bei Guangji as a bigger threat, she softened towards them. This usually unnoticed little transparent girl was quite cunning. Lin Shuman pretended to look at the scenery. Just a coincidence. After reviewing all the detailed information provided by Lin Shuman, Guan Shan couldn't help but marvel at the stark difference between ordinary people and espers. While Special Security Group often seemed overwhelmed in cases involving esper criminals, in situations without esper involvement, ordinary people had no secrets from Special Security Group. Take the case of the Fuchsin orphanage, for instance. If Guan Shan hadn't intervened, it would have been a muddled affair for Beiqing. She trusted people to help, only to be stopped by them under the guise of concern. her funds would have been drained, and selling the orphanage at a low price to the old headmaster's son would have seemed inevitable. In the end, she might never have known the true story behind the scenes. The orphanage would be rebuilt, the children dispersed to other institutions, and the perpetrators would profit immensely. But with special security groups' involvement, the truth became crystal clear. Guan Shan couldn't help but recall his file, which briefly mentioned the intervention of special security group the morning after the restaurant incident when he clashed with Zhang Xiyuan. Xiaolei allowing him to see this file indicated genuine acceptance of him as one of their own, hence no concealment. Guan Shan understood this. Reflecting on his own behavior back then, he felt a bit scared himself. This kind of testing was inevitable to prove special security group's integrity. But it also showed that for espers, ordinary people like Zhang Xiyuan, no matter how rich or powerful, were merely tools. Used when needed, discarded when not, without any notification. This is what sets special security group apart from regular official organizations. Because the rules for espers are made by espers. No wonder the real restrictions on espers are so few. Only one psychological red line is absolutely untouchable, everything else can be navigated. In essence, choosing to enter the esper world means detaching from normal rules, leading to a gradual erosion of moral values. Guan Shan had been dealing with espers all this time, typically without intersecting with ordinary people's affairs. Now, seeing firsthand how espers handle such matters, he realized the vast disparity. If this continues, I'll probably be gradually assimilated too. Guan Shan sighed. He had noticed the shift in his mindset while dealing with Yentai's group. He was changing faster than typical espers, as his daily life, apart from interactions with Shen Dinghua, was quite dull. With no family and no friends, he lacked the ropes that maintained a normal life. Gaining the simulator and encountering espers, he was inevitably consumed by the abnormal. So at least, I need to keep my job at the newspaper, and more importantly, I need Xiao Shan. Guan Shan believed that as long as he had Xiao Shan, he could still be a normal person. The support team has already apprehended that lawyer. This lawyer isn't a good person either, having advised many on making false statements and defended numerous scumbags. Under threat, he'll likely turn over quickly. For these people, their own lives are paramount. Once we have the revised will, the 7 artworks Bei Dexin preserved in his lifetime will belong to the orphanage. They can be auctioned for charity, solving the funding problem and using Bei Dexin's name for publicity. He quietly managed this orphanage while alive, but his will shows he was willing to use his works and fame to promote it. No wonder Bei Guangji wanted to keep the will. If it gets out, the orphanage will be associated with Bei Dexin's name, making any future manipulation by him extremely difficult. Lin Schumann's chatter pulled Guan Shan back to the present. He pondered, rectifying the will and saving the orphanage isn't enough. Investigate Bei Guangji too. If he's so adept now, his dirt might be even worse than the lawyers. A with ring above S. Guan Shan added, our newspaper's official account hasn't had big news in almost a month. Lin Schumann blinked, recalling that the man before her was primarily a journalist. A journalist's job is to present the truth to the world. Bei Guangji had indeed hit the wrong target. Guan Shan squinted, messing with the charity orphanage his father supported shows how petty he is. Instead of waiting for his retaliation, it's better to preemptively strip him of that power, once and for all. He turned to Lin Schumann, isn't that right? All right, back to the Esper's perspective. Lin Schumann nodded, agreeing that there was no need to give an ordinary person the chance to retaliate. I'll have the support team investigate immediately. Guan Shan suddenly asked, by the way, what happened to those 3 from the support team? I haven't seen them since we got back. Lin Schumann twitched, they quit their jobs to work at White Knight's detective agency. Guan Shan, well, that was expected. It's good. After experiencing life-threatening crises together in the room, the 3 support staff and White Knight had bonded deeply. Their camaraderie had turned into a brotherhood, a touching story. Back home, Guan Shan received the information from Lin Schumann. Skimming through, he saw a page filled with misdeeds. Bei Guangji, no wonder the name sounds familiar. Not just a magazine editor, but also a contemporary renowned writer. Considering he's an old calligrapher's son, it's not surprising. Turning the page, Guan Shan clicked his tongue, but his character is trash. He sells spots for his works, rigs contests, maliciously suppresses peers, buys fake reviewers, quite comprehensive. Is he all about money? Oh, not just that, sleeping around while married, not very gentlemanly. Fake donations too, building Hope primary schools for show, only to demolish them for real estate later. And he indirectly controls a real estate company. Isn't that the one doing the development? No wonder, he's profiting from it, while evading taxes. Guan Shan flipped through the pages, clicking his tongue in amazement. Overall, this person hadn't done anything heinous like murder or arson but certainly wasn't a good person. Some media had even labeled him a philanthropist, educator, giving him a noble title. A classic case of unworthy praise. Expose all this, and his status and reputation will crumble. Guan Shan flipped to the last page, about to set it aside when he saw the note. Tomorrow, expected visit to Hangzhou Evening News, hosted by Deputy Editor Zhang Xiyan at SG Hotel. Hangzhou Evening News, SG Hotel, huh. Guan Shan was genuinely surprised to find that even if he hadn't come out on this trip, he would still probably encounter Bei Guangji tomorrow. It seemed that fate had a funny way of bringing enemies together. However, this wasn't purely a coincidence. There were only a few renowned and expensive restaurants in Hangzhou. Given Zhang Xian's personality, now that Chief Li was away, he was in charge and would definitely want to make a grand show of his capabilities. So, the question arose, Zhang Xian had no real understanding of business matters, so any interviews or similar tasks would have to be delegated. What else could he do to showcase his abilities? Of course, he would choose the best and most expensive restaurant, striving to make the biggest impression. In a way, Zhang Xian's thought process is quite transparent. Guan Shan couldn't help but smile wryly. Thus, choosing SG Hotel was a logical move. This hotel not only offered grandeur but was also the closest to the newspaper office, making it a likely choice. The only real coincidence was that Bai Guangji happened to be visiting Hangzhou Evening News. But upon further thought, Guan Shan found this reasonable. Recently, Hangzhou Evening News had gained significant recognition due to several events he had reported on, standing out among the few lukewarm local newspapers. As a well-known educator and philanthropist in the local area, Bai Guangji would naturally seize this opportunity to boost his own fame and create more buzz. For him, the bigger his reputation, the better his chances of making money. Therefore, what appeared to be a coincidence was actually the result of various factors, including Guan Shan himself. Now that Guan Shan knew about it, he was determined to deal with Bai Guangji before Zhang Xian arranged an interview with him. He didn't want Hangzhou Evening News to become a media outlet that praised someone one moment and exposed their darkest secrets the next. There's no better time than now. Tomorrow, the support team would take action. It's unfortunate that Zhang Xian's chance to shine would likely fall through. Guan Shan chuckled. Zhang Xian, I really don't know if this is karma. Although you haven't done anything to offend me this time, you can't blame me for this. The next morning, Lu Rui had been pestering Guan Shan on QQ since early morning, live-streaming his experiences at the hotel with exaggerated excitement, calling it the highlight of his life. While marveling at the restaurant, he also repeatedly asked if Guan Shan was coming. Despite his seemingly regretful tone, it was clear he was gloating, likely wanting to get back at Guan Shan for saying he wouldn't come to help. Guan Shan raised an eyebrow. What else could he say? He could only respond with envy, saying he had changed his mind and was on his way. And indeed, he was almost there. Guan Shan arrived at the restaurant as scheduled and was greeted by staff who had obviously been informed of his arrival. The staff led him to the private room where cool and flat Yuki Nashida was waiting. Coincidentally or not, on the way, Guan Shan noticed the private room Zhang Xian had arranged for Bai Guangji, not far from where he was headed. Good, might as well enjoy the show. Guan Shan had no intention of intervening himself. There was no need. Had it not been important, he would have left the orphanage matters entirely to Lin Schumann. But to be sure, he had met Bai Qing once. As for an ordinary person like Bai Guangji, the support team was more than capable of handling him. As an esper nearing B-level, and with Xiao Lei's backing, dealing with ordinary people personally would be unnecessary and detrimental to Special Security Group's reputation. A Nigerian Naira. Having a strong backing felt great. Entering the private room, cool and flat Yuki Nashida was already seated at the head, waving with a curious look. Hello, master. The tone was exactly the same as online, perfectly matching his online persona. Guan Shan returned the friendly smile. He was always amicable to those who treated him well. He sized up the other person, finding nothing particularly unusual, just an average-looking guy, dressed in black, with a slender build, slightly greasy black hair, and noticeable acne scars. His most distinctive feature was the large burn scar on his neck, hinting at past injuries likely extending to his back and arms. Guan Shan hesitated on how to address him, finally deciding on the nickname, Cool and Flat Yuki Nashida. As he spoke the nickname, his expression turned slightly awkward. Cool and Flat Yuki Nashida was actually pleased, laughing. Yes, that's me. A brief eye contact was enough to confirm mutual understanding. Guan Shan twitched his mouth. You seem pretty proud of such an embarrassing nickname. Cool and Flat Yuki Nashida shrugged. There are way more embarrassing ones out there. This is just love. Guan Shan nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had encountered players with names like I Want to be Makama's Dog and Sakurajima Mai is the Best, often resulting in chaotic battles. Using this as a topic, Guan Shan and this online friend started discussing gaming experiences and techniques in this high-end restaurant. It seemed that although Cool and Flat Yuki Nashida was willing to spend lavishly on a fellow gamer, he had no interest in Guan Shan's real name or identity, focusing solely on meeting and persuading him to be his master. Guan Shan was content with this arrangement. If the other person had a compatible personality, interacting with fellow nerds was quite relaxed and enjoyable, aside from the constant nagging about being his master. Given that he was treating, becoming his master was doable. Guan Shan now had a deeper understanding of his enhanced abilities, which translated into gaming not just through physical prowess but also through intuitively developed skills. Teaching these to his new disciple wasn't a big deal. Meanwhile, the support team initiated their operation. In the adjacent private room, Bai Guangji and Zhang Xian were also having a pleasant conversation. However, their conversation was purely superficial, both skilled in politeness. Zhang Xian, compared to Bai Guangji, was less refined, lacking the latter's hypocritical demeanor. They exchanged pleasantries, toasting each other though the wine was for their subordinates, while they, under the guise of health, drank tea. Bai Guangji said, Thank you, Editor Zhang, for your hospitality. Today's meal was delightful. Zhang Xian regretfully responded, I originally wanted to book the Dragon Hall next door. The auspiciousness of the name would have been perfect, though more expensive. Unfortunately, someone beat us to it. I wonder which VIP that might be. Lu Rui, the habitual slacker, had been hiding nearby. Seeing no movement at the door, he couldn't resist messaging Guan Shan again. Are you here yet? Yes, I'm here. I don't see you. I'm next door. Lu Rui was puzzled. Next door? Just as he was about to ask why Guan Shan was in the adjacent room, a bad premonition struck him. Could this next door be the VIP room Zhang Xian mentioned? Lu Rui had suspected Guan Shan might be a rich second generation, though he mostly joked about it. But now, he genuinely began to question his assumptions. Guan Shan messaged again, by the way, try to hold Zhang Xian back a bit. Hold Zhang Xian back? Why? What was going to happen? Lu Rui had a bad feeling, then heard a loud bang from the door. The private room door swung open, and a group of armed personnel stormed in. When Guan Shan saw the armed men surrounding the private room, reenacting a real-life FBI open up, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He knew the support team was usually bold, but he didn't expect them to be this bold. And when Lu Rui was trembling in the corner, hands raised high, Guan Shan finally understood what was going to happen. But this situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Eating at a high-end restaurant, drinking wine, and suddenly being raided. Who could handle that shock? Lu Rui was sweating profusely, and the other newspaper staff weren't much better off. Everyone began to introspect, questioning whether they had done anything wrong or reported any forbidden news recently. As the only two people who could be considered leaders present, Zhang Xian and Bei Guangji were even more nervous. Zhang Xian remained relatively calm, though his eyes darted around. He prided himself on having a clear conscience. But he had seen these people dressed similarly before. At Sacred Heart Hospital. Even now, in the dead of night, Zhang Xian could still recall the scene vividly, especially when Guan Shan beheaded a nurse right in front of him. The impact of that sight could still wake him up in a cold sweat. Several times, he had even dreamed of being beheaded himself, waking up and hiding under the bed, trembling for a long time before coming to his senses. Zhang Xian now had a psychological aversion to doctors. He refused to see a psychiatrist and had to bear it alone. Luckily, Guan Shan had been away on a business trip with Li Jiying recently, otherwise, Zhang Xian might not have come to work at all. Of course, because of this, Zhang Xian had been in a foul mood lately, doubling his nitpicking with his subordinates. Zhang Xian had been slowly recovering over the past month and thought things were behind him. But now, it seemed like a classic case of déjà vu. He knew these people were from an official organization and wouldn't be here without reason. But the only connection their newspaper had with such people was Guan Shan. So, does this mean Guan Shan is likely here as well? Zhang Xian's face turned pale. Just thinking of that name made his stomach churn, as if he might vomit at any moment. Meanwhile, Bei Guangji was completely unfazed, maintaining the demeanor of a well-known writer and editor-in-chief. He righteously faced the intruding support team, chuckling, "Is someone here causing trouble? Feel free to check, we absolutely won't shield anyone." The newspaper staff cursed inwardly, what's an outsider got to do with shielding anyone? Bei Guangji acted all righteous and promptly sold everyone out without a second thought. However, the support team didn't move, just looked at Bei Guangji as if he were an idiot. Bei Guangji suddenly felt something was off but still tried to remain calm. Aren't you going to check? Would you like to sit down and have some tea? Zhang Xian was quicker on the uptake and realized something was wrong. These people were here for Bei Guangji. No way, my performance? Zhang Xian's mind was still lagging. Seeing that Bei Guangji was about to be in trouble, he thought he hadn't committed any serious crime, and they were acquaintances now. Couldn't he ask for leniency? Nuo Epsilon. Just as he was about to take a step forward, his leg was suddenly grabbed, and he unexpectedly fell to the ground, seeing stars. Before he could react, he passed out. Hey, Editor Zhang, are you okay? Lu Rui quickly let go and pretended he hadn't done it, anxiously shaking Zhang Xian. He was sweating bullets, cursing inwardly. He just wanted to stop Zhang Xian as Guan Shan had suggested, who knew he'd make him fall. Hopefully, Zhang Xian didn't see who it was. Lu Rui awkwardly smiled at the support team and Bei Guangji, then quickly dragged Zhang Xian away. The support team didn't waste any time. Bei Guangji, you're suspected of bribery, organizing gangs, and armed conflict. Come with us. Bei Guangji's pupils shrank, naturally denying, I didn't do any of that. Who's your superior? Where's the arrest warrant? I haven't done anything, you can't arrest me. But the support team wasn't listening to his excuses, handcuffing him and taking him away. Bei Guangji knew not to escalate things in public, so he stayed silent after being taken outside, just covering his face and calculating who he could call to bail him out. But then he remembered he was at a reception for a newspaper. Lu Rui got up from the ground, looking at the photos on his phone, eyes glowing. Big news. Famous writer Bei Guangji caught in a scandal. He also felt a bit scared. If Bei Guangji hadn't been arrested today, they would have done a positive interview, tarnishing Hangzhou Evening News. Good thing. Wait, Guan Shan is also at this hotel, and he reminded me. Could it be he arranged this? The more Lu Rui thought about it, the more likely it seemed. As others chased outside, he stayed back to call an ambulance for Zhang Xian. Then he saw Guan Shan entering. Guan Shan, seeing Zhang Xian unconscious on the floor, paused. This scene felt like déjà vu. He twitched his mouth, giving Lu Rui a questioning look. Lu Rui shook his head, looking innocent. No, not me. He fell on his own. He definitely didn't fall on his own. Guan Shan raised an eyebrow, pulling Lu Rui up and seeing the photos on his phone. Nice shots. I'm busy lately, so you write the official account's news this time. Lu Rui pointed at himself, overjoyed but pretending to be surprised. Me? I don't think so, I'm still a rookie. Guan Shan patted his shoulder. I'm in charge of the official account now. Wasn't I a rookie? Chief Li isn't like Zhang Xiyan, she'll agree when she returns. That's settled. The organization has decided, you write it. Lu Rui immediately stopped pretending, rubbing his hands and grinning, whispering, Brother Guan, did you arrange those people to arrest Bei Guangji? Guan Shan obviously couldn't tell the truth, smiling faintly. Me? No way. I'm just a little reporter, how could I arrange anything? Don't overthink. Lu Rui immediately got it, changing the subject. Ahem, Brother Guan, when are you coming back to work? He pulled a long face. Zhang Xiyan is impossible to serve. Guan Shan looked at the unconscious Zhang Xiyan. In 2 or 3 days. But it's not me, it's Chief Li. As for Zhang Xiyan, tell him your guesses about today's events, and he'll behave? Lu Rui's eyes lit up. Great idea? Since Bei Guangji was arrested, the matter was essentially resolved. The support team would continue dealing with his associates, and the orphanage wouldn't be demolished. Guan Shan, under Lu Rui's awe-filled gaze, returned to the private room. Cool and flat Yuki Nashida gave him a curious look. So your name is Guan Shan? Guan Shan was momentarily surprised but didn't pay much attention, as it was perfectly normal for Lu Rui's loud voice to be overheard. He simply nodded. Yes, my name is Guan Shan, with the characters for pass and mountain. Cool and flat Yuki Nashida's expression became even more intriguing. So, it's you. As a fellow reporter named Guan Shan who could command the support team, it couldn't be anyone else. Well, it was like looking for something everywhere, only to find it in an unexpected place, or something like that. He hadn't expected to meet Guan Shan during the raid on Death Hive but encountered him during a meeting with a fellow online gamer. The two were the same person. Truly, fate works in mysterious ways. To be honest, he was more interested in Mountain Beyond Mountains, the CS Go Master, than the Yuhao team's demon god Guan Shan. Curiosity about the latter was secondary and incidental. As a genuine A-level Esper, he wouldn't be too interested in a B-level Esper, even if this Esper had more than 3 abilities and was pivotal in destroying the Death Hive. Many powerful and unique Espers exist, and if he found each one interesting, it would be exhausting. So, after knowing from Xiaolei that Guan Shan wasn't around, he didn't dig deeper. Instead, he focused on meeting Mountain Beyond Mountains. Who knew these two were the same person? Guan Shan, however, looked puzzled. You know me. Cool and flat Yuki Nashida nodded and smiled. I've read your news reports. Didn't expect you to be that anonymous reporter, the unsung hero. Guan Shan didn't ask how an anonymous reporter's name was known. Money can make the devil work. This guy didn't seem to lack funds. Knowing this was expected. Their newspaper was ordinary and could only block the curiosity of average people. Guan Shan shrugged. Unsung hero is a bit much. I just did what I could. He didn't seem as exaggerated as the rumors, not like a cold-blooded butcher who would slaughter 20 innocent civilians. There must be hidden details. Cool and flat Yuki Nashida pondered. Thinking back, if he had really done that, Special Security Group wouldn't keep him. There must be some cover-up. Alpha and Epsilon. The rumor spreaders were either foolish or malicious, likely moles or those wanting Guan Shan dead. If not for this curiosity, he wouldn't have wanted to meet this rising star in Special Security Group. Since I know your name, I'll introduce myself. I'm Li Yangbing. Nice to meet you, Mr. Reporter. Cool and flat Yuki Nashida extended his hand, smiling intriguingly. Out of some selfishness, he decided not to reveal his identity to Guan Shan. Right now, Guan Shan bullied him in games and refused to be his master many times. When he knew the truth, Guan Shan's reaction would be priceless, a cheap thrill for an A-level Esper. Of course, Li Yangbing didn't forget he was the one begging to be a disciple and learn skills. He would scare Guan Shan but wouldn't put on airs. Guan Shan keenly noticed Li Yangbing's change in tone. Earlier, the gamer begged to be a disciple. Now, he seemed to turn into a condescending client. Though unsure of Li Yangbing's thoughts, client? Not happening. Guan Shan shook hands with Li Yangbing and suddenly said, I just remembered I might be busy soon, no time for gaming. Teaching you will have to wait. Let's discuss it later. He let go, grabbed his backpack, and smiled at Li Yangbing. Thanks for the treat, but I don't like owing favors. How much was it? I'll transfer the money. Li Yangbing's smile froze. Clearly, this was a polite refusal. But why? We were just fine a moment ago. Why back out now? Li Yangbing watched as his master was about to slip away again. He forgot his A-level Esper dignity and stubbornness, almost lunging to grab Guan Shan. No, that's not okay. He exaggeratedly wailed, I love treating others. If you don't let me treat you, my social etiquette, my good nature, even my soul will be destroyed. Guan Shan got goosebumps and twitched his mouth. What nonsense. He glanced at the closed door. Does this guy have no shame? No wonder he could come up with such a username. Li Yangbing immediately stopped and smiled ingratiatingly. Anyway, you must accept my kindness. As for teaching, there's always time. I can wait. All right, he was dead set on becoming a disciple. Guan Shan sighed, fearing this guy might use this tactic in public, so he put away his phone. All right. I must go now. Contact me online if you need anything. Li Yangbing instantly complied. Take care, master. As Guan Shan left, Li Yangbing leaned on the table, his smile fading into a blank expression. He muttered, busy with Esper matters. Knowing him, it means a series of events, especially with the Church of Unity targeting him. Should I help, just in case? No, helping is secondary. If he dies, where will I find another master willing to teach me? Li Yangbing felt helpless. He had to help Guan Shan, if the latter ran into trouble. Fortunately, no missions recently. I'll keep an eye on him. He grabbed a glass of room-temperature cola. With a thought, water vapor condensed into ice cubes, dropping into the glass. A glass of iced cola was born again. 0. Li Yangbing, power, water to ice. A rare elemental type, he awakened as a B-level Esper and quickly rose to A-level, a true talent. But now, he was an unexpected disciple of a small C-level Esper. The next day, news broke that famous writer, educator, and philanthropist Bei Guangji was involved in various scandals and had been detained by the police. The drama immediately went viral. Being the inviting party, Hangzhou Evening News became the reporter, leading to endless conspiracy theories online. Unquestionably, Hangzhou Evening News hit the trending topics, its attention soaring again. As the mastermind, Guan Shan confirmed the orphanage funding was in place, delegated the responsibility to Lin Schumann, and headed to Dr. Lu Kaiuchi's home. Guan Shan got up early that day because Xiao Shen had offered to come over and make him breakfast. Not just for a day, but for every day from now on. What did this signify? Guan Shan didn't know and didn't dare speculate, but he agreed. Shen Dinghua kept her word. Just as Guan Shan reached the downstairs entrance, he heard the door opening. As part of their agreement, he had given Shen Dinghua a spare key to his place. If Shen Dinghua was coming over to make breakfast and something unexpected happened to Guan Shan, he couldn't just leave her waiting outside indefinitely. Giving her a key made perfect sense. The door clicked open, revealing Shen Dinghua bathed in the early morning light, dressed in sportswear. It looked like she had even gone for a morning run. A fine layer of sweat glistened on her forehead and cheeks, with strands of slightly damp black hair clinging to her temples. Her cheeks, still retaining a bit of baby fat, were flushed. Her black sports bra outlined a full curve, reminiscent of a slime bouncing. Her slender waist and the broad swathes of fair skin seemed to glow under the sunlight. Her loose sports pants and the jacket tied around her waist added a touch of athleticism and vitality, different from her usual demeanor. As Shen Dinghua entered, her demeanor turned vigilant, almost like a cat with its ears pricked up, focusing intently on Guan Shan. Guan Shan was about to greet her but froze in his tracks. What's wrong? Shen Dinghua sniffed the air and then walked up to Guan Shan, standing face to face, almost touching him. Guan Shan's body stiffened. He could almost smell the faint scent of morning dew and sweat from Shen Dinghua. Of course, a girl's sweat couldn't just be called sweat, it was fragrant, a mix of pheromones, youth, and sensuality. Shen Dinghua's nose brushed past Guan Shan's cheek, her warm breath trailing from his jaw to his neck and collarbone, finally stopping at his chest. I smell it. Shen Dinghua squinted her eyes and sniffed again, a cute smile forming on her lips, the scent of another woman. Guan Shan's eyes widened, almost in shock, and he hurriedly denied, impossible. But he soon realized he had reacted too strongly and added, I only interact with colleagues at work. Recently, I've only met with an orphanage director and a subordinate of Officer Xia, no one else. R. Epsilon. Shen Dinghua pressed her finger to his Adam's apple, silencing him, then slid her finger down to a hard object and tilted her head. What's this? Guan Shan looked down to see it was the worker bee pendant hanging around his neck. The girl's delicate finger was pressing against the glass container through his shirt. Currently, the worker bee within the pendant housed the souls of Queen Bee and Li Jiying. Given the glass and shirt, she probably couldn't sense anything unusual. Otherwise, the sight of such a large insect might have scared. Well, he was overthinking. His Xiao Shen could catch mice and kill cockroaches without batting an eye. She wouldn't be scared but might take it to study what species it was. Shen Dinghua huffed. I remember Xiao Shan saying he didn't like flashy accessories. When did you start wearing necklaces? So that's what it was. Guan Shan sighed in relief, explaining, I mentioned I went to Liushin's mountain village with Chief Li, right? This is a local specialty. The villagers were so hospitable, I couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Indeed, the villagers were so warm-hearted they were willing to risk their lives for him. He took out the necklace, showing the peculiar gel-like liquid inside the glass container with a strange, ferocious hornet suspended within. It looked bizarre, definitely not something a woman would give to a man. Shen Dinghua held the glass container, spinning it to examine it. She squinted and smiled. I was just joking. If Xiao Shan finds another girl, I'll eat this little bug right here. But unfortunately, Xiao Shen won't. Even though it's true, Guan Shan said helplessly, you don't have to put me down like that. Shen Dinghua let go of the pendant, grinning, who knows you better than I do? Since childhood, Xiao Shan has always been a gentleman. He never gets too close to anyone, never forms deeper relationships, which others might see as a subtle coldness. If you can't take the first step, there's no way to proceed to the next. She walked lightly to the kitchen doorway, glancing around the apartment. Even I, your dear childhood friend, only just got allowed into this place. Guan Shan couldn't refute. Ever since his parents passed, his attitude towards people and things had been exactly like that, more deeply closed off. Shen Dinghua took a lap around but didn't enter the kitchen. Instead, she asked, "Are you going out today?" Guan Shan nodded, hesitated, and then said honestly, "Going to that female doctor's house who helped with the investigation at Sacred Heart Hospital." Shen Dinghua's smile turned wry. Guan Shan, feeling guilty, forced himself to continue, "She just needs to discuss something." "Damn, the more I explain, the worse it sounds." Shen Dinghua sighed, "Seems I made a mistake. Today, this bug is going to be eaten." Guan Shan suddenly felt the worker bee pendant, previously still, give a violent shudder. Guan Shan paused, thinking the queen bee felt offended, finding it both amusing and troubling. He had been wondering how to make the queen bee speak up. Who knew Xiao Shen's teasing would prompt it into action? But he couldn't let queen bee harbor any ill feelings towards Shen Dinghua. Guan Shan quickly said, "No, the bug is poisonous and has a sting. What if you get hurt? Even if you're willing, I'm not." Shen Dinghua puffed her cheeks, "Then what do you suggest?" Guan Shan had a sudden idea, "How about you come with me? That should be fine, right?" Shen Dinghua blinked, "Xiao Shan, you've gotten quick wit. Did this trip make you smarter? Was I stupid before? A big, stupid dummy. All right." Guan Shan watched Shen Dinghua walk into the kitchen and start making breakfast like she knew her way around. It seemed she had already familiarized herself with the place when she stayed over last time. Guan Shan smiled, feeling an odd sense of domesticity. Undoubtedly, Shen Dinghua's understanding of him made him happy. It showed that Xiao Shan valued him, just as he valued Xiao Shan. As for Lu Kaiuchi, she didn't specify that he had to come alone. If it involved Esper matters, they could discuss it another time. Lu Kaiuki felt an inexplicable sense of unease as she waited in the living room, surrounded by stacks of paper documents and an old cassette tape. Over the past 3 days, she had repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of the medical records with her father, Lu Minji, and tried to inquire with anyone who might be related, including the former head of Sacred Heart Hospital and longtime nurses. However, after the incident, the former head had suffered a massive heart attack due to the shock and was still in the ICU, not allowed to discuss the matter. As for the nurses who had been working for over 6 years, not one had survived the previous incident. All of them had perished. At the time, Lu Kaiuki was told that a building collapse had caused the deaths of those who couldn't escape in time. But after experiencing the surreal events alongside Guan Shan, Lu Kaiuki deeply doubted the official explanation. The positions of those nurses varied, some were even at the front desk. Escaping the building shouldn't have been more than a few steps away, yet all had died within, raising serious suspicion. Moreover, the later exposure of Xiang Wen's crimes only solidified Lu Kaiuki's belief. The collapse of Sacred Heart Hospital and the deaths of its staff were certainly related to Guan Shan. So, the fact that no nurse with over 6 years of tenure survived, was it intentional? Lu Kaiuki didn't suspect Guan Shan. She knew his character well enough. He was a noble, pure individual, free from base desires. Though it might sound exaggerated, Guan Shan's decision to let White Knight leave while he stayed behind to face that terrifying monster had left an indelible impression on Lu Kaiuki. Moreover, Guan Shan and Lu Minji didn't recognize each other, suggesting another force might be involved. This force might have caused memory loss in Guan Shan and Lu Minji, eliminating potential witnesses to conceal some truth about Guan Shan's condition. Over the past 3 days, Lu Kaiuki couldn't help but wonder, am I next? But her determination to help Guan Shan uncover the truth outweighed her fear of possible death. A life-saving grace should be repaid with one's life, right? Other promises, such as lifelong servitude or marriage, felt like empty words to her. At least, that's what Lu Kaiuki believed. Regardless of her personal feelings, she wanted to do something genuinely useful for Guan Shan. Though the nurses had died, Lu Kaiuki still found several valuable leads from her father, including information on other patients from that time and their medical records, as well as a treatment video that seemed to feature a young Guan Shan. NBS. Combined with Guan Shan's medical records, this was enough to prove he had been treated at Sacred Heart Hospital for a period. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Who? Lu Kaiuki took a deep breath, glanced at the documents, and went to open the door. Mr. Guan. Hello, Dr. Lu. To her surprise, Guan Shan stood there with a familiar yet overly serious expression, looking straight ahead and speaking as if he were interviewing a guest on camera. Lu Kaiuki blinked, caught off guard by his formal demeanor. Mr. Guan, welcome. She forced a smile and opened the door wider, only to see a girl beside Guan Shan. Shen Dinghua was holding Guan Shan's arm, smiling warmly. Hello, Dr. Lu. I'm Shen Dinghua, Guan Shan's girlfriend. I was worried about my Xiao Shan's safety, so I came along. I hope you don't mind. Girlfriend? Lu Kaiuki's smile froze, feeling inexplicably guilty. This felt like catching an affair red-handed, even though nothing had happened. Her gaze couldn't help but scrutinize the petite girl before her. So beautiful, no, so stunning. She had heard Guan Shan had a girlfriend, but seeing her in person revealed an almost unreal beauty. Her features, voice, and every part of her body were perfect, exuding an astonishing, unique charm that naturally drew the eye. Even from a woman's perspective, there seemed to be no flaw in Shen Dinghua. As a psychiatrist, Lu Kaiuki keenly sensed that it wasn't Shen Dinghua's perfect looks but rather a natural inclination to view her as perfect. Lu Kaiuki was alarmed because no human could be perfect. When someone seemed perfect, it usually indicated a deeper problem. Of course, this could simply be subjective, aesthetic perception. Feeling slightly defeated, Lu Kaiokyo couldn't deny the overwhelming allure. If she, a woman, felt this way, then in men's eyes, Shen Dinghua was likely a living, breathing version of Venus, a lively, adorable goddess. Welcome, welcome, Lu Kaiokyo said, composing herself. But this matter involves a bit of Mr. Guan's privacy. Guan Shan, still savoring the thought that Xiao Shan had publicly declared herself as his girlfriend for the first time, was taken aback. Privacy. He gave Lu Kaiokyo a questioning look. Could it be about espers? That couldn't be mentioned. Moreover, her wording sounded as if something untoward had happened, which was very misleading. Guan Shan glanced at Shen Dinghua, who blinked playfully. Xiao Shan, do you have? Guan Shan immediately denied. No, I'm perfectly normal. Shen Dinghua feigned innocence. What are you thinking? I was asking if you're hungry. Guan Shan. You liar? We just had breakfast. Why would you ask if I'm hungry? Lu Kaiokyo sighed internally. Clearly, privacy wasn't a concern for these two. Their relationship was indeed strong. She invited Guan Shan and Shen Dinghua in, then explained, it's not something Mr. Guan is aware of, it's something you don't know. Guan Shan frowned, even more puzzled. My privacy that I don't know. Shen Dinghua's gaze fell on the documents on the table, squinting with a smile. Are those the so-called privacy? Guan Shan picked up a document and glanced at it. Medical records. Lu Kaiokyo nodded. Yes, medical records. She handed him the file she was holding, looking at Guan Shan seriously. Your medical records. Guan Shan was stunned when he heard this. Pointing at himself, he was utterly confused. Medical records? Mine. He hadn't expected that the important matter Lu Kaiokyo mentioned would be this. Guan Shan knew his own health condition well enough. Even before getting the simulator, though he wasn't in the best shape, he was never seriously ill. If he was never sick, where would the medical records come from? Moreover, Lu Kaiokyo was a psychiatrist. Did he have a mental illness at some point? Shen Dinghua glanced at the medical records and showed no reaction, as if she didn't take it seriously. She turned to Guan Shan with a smile and teased, Xiao Shan, you wouldn't really. Guan Shan quickly took the page and said, how could it be? Dr. Lu is from Sacred Heart Hospital. The implication was that she treated mental illnesses, not other diseases. Shen Dinghua tilted her head, showing a curious expression. But Xiao Shan never went to Sacred Heart Hospital before, right? I'm also confused, but I trust Dr. Lu wouldn't lie. Guan Shan said quietly, then looked at the medical record in his hand. Lu Kaiokyo had no reason to lie, and she wouldn't be foolish enough to fabricate something so easily debunked. There had to be more to it. The old medical record was incomplete, not only a single page but also partially burned, with many words missing. But the basic information of the patient was still legible. The name, ID, and age matched Guan Shan's. Guan Shan's expression grew serious, especially as he remembered that during that period, he had taken a leave of absence from school due to his parents' accident. That half-year in his memory was indeed a blur, almost entirely hazy. But this was normal. The human brain had a limit to how much information it could store. Asking someone to recall a specific period from the previous year would likely yield few meaningful details, let alone something from 6 years ago. However, saying he was hospitalized then was pure nonsense. Even if Guan Shan didn't remember, if it were true, Shen Dinghua would have known. But the medical record in his hand didn't seem fake. Guan Shan's gaze moved to the doctor's signature at the end. Though the handwriting was messy, he could vaguely make out the character Lu. Guan Shan's eyes widened as he connected the dots with Lu Kaiokyo's earlier questions, his thoughts sparking like static electricity. Lu Minji. He looked up sharply, staring at Lu Kaiokyo. The person who wrote this medical record is your father. That's why you kept asking if I knew your dad. Lu Kaiokyo nodded, helplessly, but you don't, and my dad has no memory of you either. She pointed to the medical record. I found this while organizing old records. It was uncovered from the rubble on the night Sacred Heart Hospital collapsed Nui. Since the hospital transitioned to electronic records years ago, that records room hadn't been used in 3 to 4 years. Only cleaning staff went in, so the possibility of tampering is very low. Guan Shan understood. He could take this page to the logistics team for authentication. Guan Shan grimaced, considering a treatment where neither the primary doctor nor the patient remembered anything. If the record were fake, it would be a very poorly constructed lie. But if it were real, Lu Kaiokyo looked at Guan Shan. I know it seems absurd, but... She hesitated, glancing at Shen Dinghua. All right, no need to say more, I get it. In this situation, there was only one possibility, an esper was involved. Guan Shan sighed, rubbing his forehead. He moved past the topic, putting down the medical record, and looked at the other documents and the videotape on the table. What about these? Lu Kaiokyo said, these are records of other patients treated at the same time, given to me by my father. This request was a breach of protocol, so please keep it confidential. If this still doesn't help, my dad had a student back then named Zhou Ruhei. He assisted during that period but later went abroad for a classified project. You might want to contact him. So dedicated, breaking rules for a life-saving favor? Guan Shan sincerely thanked Lu Kaiokyo, declined her invitation to stay for a meal, and left with Shen Dinghua, carrying the documents. Lu Kaiokyo sat at the table, lost in thought, feeling somewhat disappointed. Dr. Lu seems to have feelings for you, Shen Dinghua teased, smiling slyly as soon as they returned home. Xiao Shan, you're so heartless. Guan Shan ruffled her hair, exasperated. I'm not heartless. If anyone should be heartless now, it's you. Shen Dinghua feigned surprise, tilting her head. I thought Xiao Shan was too dense to notice. Guan Shan pinched her cheek, amused. I'm not a blockhead. The age-old trope of hero saving the damsel often sparked romance. Lu Kaiukyu's dedication clearly exceeded the level of mere gratitude, especially inviting him to her home this time. Shen Dinghua smiled at him. Exactly. You're not a blockhead, you're a mountain full of flowers. Guan Shan frowned. How are they planted? Internally, he mused that if anything, he should be the one planting her. Shen Dinghua tiptoed and gently bit his cheek, leaving neat teeth marks. Ow. Shen Dinghua dashed to her house, laughing. Like this. Guan Shan sighed, touching the mark on his face. It'll disappear soon. He felt a twinge of regret for not grabbing Shen Dinghua and giving her a taste of being planted full of flowers. With Shen Dinghua gone, Guan Shan looked at the documents, frowning. Although the medical record seemed absurd, it involved a period following his parents' deaths. Shen Dinghua would have known and asked, especially since she seemed slightly concerned. It was as if she was avoiding something. Guan Shan shook his head, dismissing his doubts. Shen Dinghua likely sensed he and Lu Kaiukyu were hiding something and chose to give him space. Esper. If it involves an Esper, why do this? Guan Shan pondered. He didn't mind if he had been treated at Sacred Heart Hospital. Losing both parents overnight was a massive blow for a high schooler, making a mental breakdown understandable. But now he was fine, so he must have recovered. No need to dwell on it. The question was, why hide his hospitalization? What was the need for secrecy about a high schooler? Unless, he got entangled in an Esper-related incident. Guan Shan's eyes narrowed as he took out the videotape, setting up his old VCR to watch it. I'm really scared the video content was chaotic, and the quality wasn't great. To be honest, it even had a bit of a horror movie vibe. It seemed to record a doctor's ward round on a certain day. It was unclear whether it was for internal display or for submission to a supervising authority. According to Li Kaiukyu, the video was shot during the period when Guan Shan was hospitalized, so it was very likely to contain relevant clues. The day of the video shoot was a rainy day, not just any rain but a torrential downpour. Even inside the hospital, the sound of raindrops hitting the windows could be heard clearly, and outside, it was pitch dark. The hospital corridors were brightly lit, making them seem exceptionally quiet. Occasionally, a nurse pushing a cart would pass by. The doctor smiled mechanically along the way, conducting daily inquiries and checking the condition of each patient under his care, from the first floor to the top floor. It could be seen that the layout of Sacred Heart Hospital's building was almost identical to what Guan Shan had seen before. The historical preservation was quite impressive, though unfortunately, Guan Shan had already demolished it. Among the patients, Guan Shan even recognized a few familiar faces. Of course, it wasn't because he remembered something, but because those patients had been hospitalized at Sacred Heart Hospital for decades. Guan Shan had seen them during his undercover period. These patients had essentially been abandoned by their families, and there were many more similar patients. As a result, they were chosen by Xiang Wen as experimental subjects because as long as the internal affairs were ignored, there was no risk of exposure. The entire video lasted about half an hour, repeating the same work over and over again, checking room by room. But until the video ended, Guan Shan did not see the doctor check on the Guan Shan who was a patient 6 years ago. Did Dr. Lu make a mistake? Guan Shan frowned, put the tape back, and started watching from the beginning again. Or is it that he wasn't among the patients being checked? This time, he focused on observing every passerby appearing in the video. Finally, at the 24-minute mark, Guan Shan saw a figure flash past the dark corridor behind the camera. Guan Shan pressed the pause button. He squinted his eyes and rewound the video by a few seconds, carefully watching it several times. With Guan Shan's current dynamic vision, he could easily capture the expressions and movements of the figure in an instant, frame by frame as if they were frozen. It was a young boy, but he wasn't wearing a hospital gown. Instead, he wore regular clothes and had a yellow plastic raincoat draped over him, silently passing through the dark corridor without attracting anyone's attention. Of course, the most important thing was that it really was him. Although 6 years was a long time, and the boy's appearance in the video was quite blurry, Guan Shan could still recognize himself. Moreover, just seeing the figure for an instant made Guan Shan's eyelid twitch wildly. A strong intuition told him this is you. From this shot alone, he didn't look like a patient but rather like a family member who had just braved the rain to visit a patient. If the premise was to find Guan Shan as a patient, then it would be impossible to find him. 6 years ago, he had indeed been to Sacred Heart Hospital, but it seemed he wasn't receiving treatment. At least, a mental patient undergoing treatment was unlikely to wander around the hospital. With ring above Nui. Where was he heading? Guan Shan closed his eyes and immediately recalled the specific location of the scene in Sacred Heart Hospital. The direction the boy was facing had no other wards, only the stairs. He either went up or down. And the raincoat obviously had no water stains, indicating he wasn't returning from outside, so he must have been going downstairs to leave the hospital. If it really was as the medical record stated, he should have been a non-aggressive schizophrenic. The symptoms were only daze and babbling, but he wouldn't have the ability to take care of himself and should have been supervised at all times. Guan Shan suspiciously watched the video version of himself, whose expression was rational and purposeful, making the situation even more mysterious. Firstly, he had indeed received treatment at Sacred Heart Hospital. Secondly, his video self didn't look sick, appeared to be able to freely come and go, and wasn't stopped by any caretakers. Lastly, no one remembered this incident now, including himself. Phew. So, the key question seems to be, why did the me in the video leave the hospital, and what was I going to do? Guan Shan pondered and pressed the play button again. The video continued, and by this time, the doctor was already on his way downstairs, introducing various facilities in the hospital. Soon, he reached the lobby of the inpatient building. Guan Shan was very familiar with this place. The luxurious and solemn stained glass windows and 4 marble pillars had been smashed by him personally. The camera followed the doctor, but at a certain moment, it swept past the side door of the lobby. The raincoat-clad boy left a full-body side view in this frame and quickly disappeared behind the door, merging into the dark rainy night. This confirmed Guan Shan's suspicion. He really did leave the hospital. Wait, what is he holding in his hand? Guan Shan noticed that the raincoat's folds were obviously unusual, as if he was holding something, but due to the angle and the raincoat's cover, nothing could be seen. This isn't enough to analyze anything. More information is needed. Guan Shan frowned and rummaged through the pile of documents beside him, which were all files of patients from the same period. Based on the information in the video, the doctor and Guan Shan went downstairs at almost the same time. In the previous video, Guan Shan was not seen. So, it was highly likely that the floor where Guan Shan appeared was the one where his ward was located. On the 3rd floor, Guan Shan kept all the patient files with room numbers starting with 3 and removed those who had developed severe conditions or died accidentally. In the end, only 2 people remained. Cheng Yun from room 305 and Mu Angxian from room 311. Although the chances are slim, we can only take a chance now. These 2 people were discharged in 2011 and 2014, respectively. Li Kaiyukyu, of course, couldn't provide subsequent information. Guan Shan had to find Lin Shuman and ask her to investigate these 2 people, claiming it was for future assignments from above. After all, he needed to investigate the genetic industry chain behind Xiang Wen later, so using this reason wouldn't arouse suspicion. Moreover, after so many missions together, Xiao Transparent was trustworthy. While waiting for the information, Guan Shan finally remembered the furnace he had locked in the warehouse in Bixiang town. He glanced at the mechanical heart and damaged air cannon in his backpack. It looks like it's time to find a more reliable warehouse. Guan Shan had previously stored some of his items, including the furnace core and obsidian polyhedron, in a relatively safe warehouse in Bixiang town. But that was based on his belief at the time that the simulator's items did not have a physical presence. Now that he thought about it again, it was far from safe. Of course, it wasn't that he feared the items would be stolen, he was more concerned that someone might fall for the obsidian polyhedron's trap and summon the night demon, leading to a bloody scene. However, there's been no news so far, so it should be fine, right? Guan Shan's mouth twitched, feeling an ominous premonition. After all, no news could mean nothing happened, or it could mean that there were no bodies left to be found. Hoping that no one was harmed, Guan Shan, after more than a month, returned to Bixiang town. He even called the landlord named Zhang to confirm the situation. Judging by the other party's tone, it seemed there were no accidents. Phew, that's good. Guan Shan breathed a sigh of relief, stood in front of the warehouse, brushed off the snow on his body, and took out the long unused key to open the shutter door. Clang! The cold wind and dust from inside blew out together, bringing an even colder chill than outside. The empty warehouse was cold and desolate. The only light coming in from outside formed a rectangular patch, the rest was deep darkness. The furnace core quietly floated in the center, emitting a faint glow, illuminating various items on the surrounding shelves, especially the conspicuous obsidian polyhedron box. The obsidian polyhedron would summon the night demon in the dark, so a light source had to be kept nearby. At first glance, it seemed no different from when Guan Shan had left. But when Guan Shan looked down, he couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. The dust on the floor was clearly divided into several layers, each forming numerous chaotic patterns. This is... Guan Shan's heart raced. These marks were not just of struggle and dragging but also of shapes resembling splattered blood. And it wasn't just one layer but layer upon layer. Just imagining it painted a hellish picture. So something did happen. Guan Shan sighed, but logically speaking, leaving such dangerous items unattended for a month without incident would be strange. He turned on the warehouse lights and walked around, discovering one window was not closed and had cracks. Guan Shan checked the window lock and found signs of forced entry. The landlord said nothing happened, and the warehouse door was intact. So, it was probably a thief who came for the obsidian polyhedron, surely for profit, but why so many people? The traces on the ground indicated at least over 10 people. Was it necessary to send an entire gang for such an empty warehouse? Guan Shan frowned, puzzled by what had happened over the month. Wait, was it always like this? Guan Shan approached the shelf and was stunned. The obsidian polyhedron, originally as deep and dark as obsidian, had turned a rich crimson, like it had drunk its fill of blood, almost appearing to drip at any moment. NES. The red was so dark that Guan Shan hadn't noticed the difference earlier. Guan Shan picked up the crystal, played with it in his hand, and found that not only had its color changed, but even the item description had completely altered. Hunter's Authority, Prototype, Obsidian Polyhedron. Effect: at nightfall, it can become the incarnation of Night Demon, gaining equivalent power until sated with blood. Description: your name echoes in the mountains, and they sing of the tyrant's virtues. Guan Shan. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. He stared blankly at the round crystal in his hand, shocked. This isn't the same item I originally obtained? What the hell happened in this month? Guan Shan was disoriented in the cold wind. Meanwhile, the long-separated item, now back in Guan Shan's hands, triggered a series of simulator notifications, causing a flood of messages. Obsidian Polyhedron fell into darkness, Night Demon summoned. Experience plus 300. Night Demon has left. Obsidian Polyhedron fell into darkness, Night Demon summoned. Experience plus 400. Experience plus 350. Experience plus 300. Experience plus 400. Night Demon has left. Obsidian Polyhedron fell into darkness, Night Demon summoned. Experience plus 2000. Special Mission Blood Feast triggered. Blood Feast, Special Mission. Description: the Night Demon craves blood and death, delighting in the frenzy of killing. The brief feast leaves it unsatisfied. Offer more sacrifices, and it will grant you its blessing. Current progress, 1/10. Night Demon has left. Obsidian Polyhedron fell into darkness, Night Demon summoned. Experience plus 1700. Experience plus 2100. Experience plus 3000. Experience plus 2400. Experience plus 5000. Current progress, 14/10. Special Mission Blood Feast completed. Reward received, Night Demon's Blessing X1. Night Demon's Blessing. Effect: transforms Obsidian Polyhedron into Hunter's Authority. Description: the Night Demon acknowledges your cruelty and savagery from your frenzied high-quality sacrifices, and is delighted to share this joy with you. Obsidian Polyhedron Rightward Arrow Hunter's Authority. Night Demon has left. Guan Shan read the entire process and looked at his skyrocketing experience points, feeling as if a herd of alpacas had trampled through his mind, leaving him utterly stunned. This was insane. Who on earth provoked this killing god? And the most crucial part is, I didn't do anything. Guan Shan laughed bitterly. How did the mission get completed automatically? Judging by the experience points, the first two summoning events involved ordinary people, likely just thieves with ill intentions. The difference was that the first time involved one person, while later, it seemed to attract a group. But starting from the third time, the experience points clearly indicated espers, and they should be deranged espers. This esper, who somehow entered the warehouse, also took an interest in the Obsidian Polyhedron and became the Night Demon's prey. And such high-level food seemed to trigger the Night Demon's ferocity, even activating a special mission Guan Shan had never seen before. The subsequent developments were even more fantastical. This esper must have belonged to some organization, and his death brought more people, including an esper of at least level 10 to 13 by the simulator's evaluation. But against the Night Demon, they were just a meal. Thus, after a feast, the Night Demon left, completing a mission for Guan Shan in the process. Current experience points, 95550/1000000. Guan Shan stared at his rapidly increasing experience points, now just 5,000 away from the next breakthrough, and fell into a peculiar silence. You're already a mature item, you should learn to level up on your own, he thought, accompanied by an imaginary JPG image. Facing such an overly diligent item, what else could Guan Shan say? He could only accept the upgraded Hunter's Authority, then dutifully clean up the scene to avoid leaving any evidence behind. Thankfully, the Night Demon acted cleanly, leaving no traces of corpses, and the landlord was lazy enough not to check again, otherwise, it wouldn't have been this easy. Guan Shan found a random spot, using gravity control to sweep away the dust. With increasing usage, gravity control had become more proficient in Guan Shan's hands. Not only could he manipulate large objects, but he could also affect finer particles like dust and even air. However, for now, he could only manage to finely control dust, while his influence on air was still minimal. It feels like this skill's potential goes beyond this. Guan Shan observed the dust being pushed away by an invisible force and sat down casually, thinking, rather than gravity, it feels like this skill controls attraction. If one day I can freely manipulate particles and combine them, wouldn't that mean I could create anything? This bold idea startled even himself. But Guan Shan quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. It's too difficult. To reconstruct matter, simple disassembly and reassembly aren't enough, it requires more microscopic intervention. With the current performance of this skill, it's impossible. Guan Shan could clearly feel that gravity control had a bottleneck. Although the skill description said it could manipulate all objects, when he tried to control them deeply, he felt increasing resistance. In practice, he couldn't focus his mind to interfere with a fixed target. Maybe his current level wasn't high enough. As he used gravity to clean the entire warehouse, Guan Shan once again activated the furnace core. The skeletal ghost blacksmith's tableau gradually unfolded beside the furnace, projected in midair. Guan Shan placed the mechanical heart and damaged air cannon into it. Forging begins. Materials, mechanical heart X1 damaged air cannon X1. Prediction, armed automata. Completion countdown, 47:59:59. Armed automata? Could it be a combat android? Guan Shan rubbed his chin. 2 days, shorter than last time forging the Yellow Springs Demon Blade. Does that mean the Yellow Springs Demon Blade is of higher quality than the robot? Technically and practically, this should be higher A with diuresis new. Guan Shan's long-range capabilities were still a weakness, with only a twice-modified Glock. If he could have a robot equipped with an air cannon as support, it would be a significant boost. But the Demon Blade is a weapon that can grow, it should indeed be more powerful. The Demon Blade's attack power had already increased from 1200 to 2000. A casual slash could easily take out monsters below level 10, equivalent to typical deranged espers. The more monsters it killed, the stronger it became. As long as Guan Shan continued dungeon crawling, it would keep getting stronger. Since it grew by percentage, its attack power would become even more terrifying later on. I'll stay here for these 2 days, waiting for those unlucky ones backers to show up. A C-rank esper and so many D-ranks. Since the special security group didn't detect their deaths, they must belong to some civilian organization. This was actually a conservative estimate. Guan Shan was certain it was a criminal organization. Guan Shan squinted his eyes, storing all the items in the warehouse into his backpack. Sage's pocket watch, locked box, key to some box, Hunter's authority. These items occupied all 18 of his backpack slots. Of course, because of the obsidian polyhedron's mutation, the box and key were now useless. Guan Shan tried selling them to the simulator's shop for recycling, but together they only fetched 50 game coins, less than selling them directly. At least the box and key were encrusted with gems, and the body seemed to be made of gold. Dismantling them could probably fetch a good price. For finding a buyer, Guan Shan didn't want to get ripped off, so he decided to contact White Knight. This guy had broad connections as a detective and was familiar with the black market esper handlers. Giving it to him would be no problem. After making up his mind, Guan Shan immediately called White Knight. When the call connected, White Knight sounded particularly excited. Guan Shan? What a coincidence, I was just about to call you. Guan Shan was taken aback. White Knight said, there's news about Venom's whereabouts. Guan Shan's heart leaped with joy. The other half of the Quesadagarba statue, which White Knight had been investigating, was in the hands of the B-rank esper Venom. But he was an esper operating in the gray areas. Though registered and not marked as red, the special security group had always suspected his involvement in some gray industries, just lacking evidence. There were many espers like him, such as those in the black market where high-risk pan-spirit objects were traded. Yet, the special security group tacitly allowed such organizations to exist, likely due to interests involved. Guan Shan asked, where is he? Is there a way to get the Quesadagarba statue? White Knight replied, next month, he'll auction that half of the Quesadagarba statue in the Jiangbei black market. As long as you can offer a suitable price, you can get it. With the black market ensuring security, he wouldn't dare play tricks during the transaction. Auction? That made sense. The damaged Quesadagarba statue had some calming and healing effects for ordinary people, but it was useless to espers. However, it couldn't be ruled out that he might be fishing, using the Quesadagarba statue's news to lure out the other half. Guan Shan looked at the Quesadagarba statue in his backpack, muttering to himself that even if it was a trap, he had to try. Then White Knight added, but, there's a problem. We don't have entry qualifications for the auction. The auction only accepts bartering, so we need to bring something the black market hosts deem valuable. Guan Shan pondered for a moment, glancing at the box and key in his backpack. Does it have to be a pan-spirit object? What about something that once held a pan-spirit object? White Knight was taken aback, then answered, not necessarily, but its value must be high enough. Guan Shan took out the box, snapped a photo, and sent it to White Knight. White Knight was silent for a long time, staring at the gold box encrusted with various gems and the key, then asked, bro, be honest, did you rob some chieftain? Even for espers, who were generally wealthy, the value of this item was enough to tempt anyone. Moreover, the craftsmanship was exceptional. Some female espers would be particularly attracted to it. Guan Shan chuckled, is it enough? More than enough. White Knight decisively replied, then asked, what pan-spirit object did it hold? It might need appraisal. Guan Shan thought for a moment. A bead that could summon a demon-like pan-spirit creature, but the bead is gone now. It shouldn't affect the box. Indeed, it was gone, having transformed into another item. White Knight nodded. Got it. I'll contact you in a few days to meet with the black market guide. Just pretend you're my first-time client. Guan Shan agreed. After hanging up, he mused, a B-rank esper. Getting that Quesadagarba statue won't be easy. Is he the owner of the stuff in this warehouse? He doesn't seem special at all. Xiaobei had been quietly observing for half an hour, yet Guan Shan had not left the warehouse. Xiaobei couldn't help but mutter to himself, is he planning to live in there? Wasn't there only a few shelves and some weird items inside? Xiaobei had sent a photo he took of Guan Shan to the Free Logistics Group 4, a group established in a special chat channel for espers. The members responsible for intelligence in the group were supposed to investigate this guy's identity, and Xiaobei was waiting for new instructions. Finally, Xiaobei's eyes lit up as he saw the new message in the group. Intelligence Service 1, found him. This guy's name is Guan Shan, a C-rank esper recently recruited by the Special Security Group's Yuhao team in October. He's nicknamed Demon God and is a rare dual-type esper with spatial and physical abilities. He is known for his ruthless and brutal methods. I'll send a file with more details shortly. Transport 3, no way, Special Security Group? Are you sure? The warehouse has almost 20 dead bodies. Intelligence Service 2, he's an external member and has close ties with Celestial Xiaolei. Intelligence Service 1, you're too naive. 3. Look at the file. Guan Shan's first record with the Special Security Group already had 20 deaths. Transport 3, apologies for the disturbance. Transport 1, Xiaolei, when did he start tolerating people with such personalities? It seems his severe injury and retirement have greatly affected him. Transport 2, what do we do now? Should we still go after that pan-spirit object? Transport 1, yes. We've already lost half our team in that warehouse. If we can't retrieve that pan-spirit object, we can't answer to our superiors. Transport 3, but how do we get it? That unknown pan-spirit object is lethal, and its limits are unknown. Transport 1, it needs specific conditions to activate. From the footage, I've analyzed that it has to be in the box to work. Every time, the monster appears after the box is closed. Stopping it is simple. As for Guan Shan, I'll handle him. If he's a formidable opponent, this might be the opportunity one need to break through to B rank. Transport 3, so that's it. With the boss personally taking action, we're sure to succeed this time. Transport 1, 2, keep an eye on Guan Shan's movements and report constantly. I'll apply for the use of the blood parasite as insurance. Transport 2, understood. Transport 2 was Xiaobei. He admired his boss's meticulous and cautious approach. But this seemingly ordinary young man having the notorious title of Demon God and the number of lives he had taken indeed shocked Xiaobei. Xiaobei and his group belonged to a Free Logistics, a logistical organization walking the line between legal and illegal activities, deeply connected to the black market. Unlike pure criminal organizations like Death Hive, they dealt in transporting goods, regardless of origin, often using illicit means to acquire them. For instance, the unknown pan-spirit object in the warehouse. However, the current mess wasn't due to their theft, it began with the disappearance of a few thieves, followed by an Esper sent to investigate also disappearing. NOS. They only wanted to find their missing Esper and became greedy for the box and crystal. Who would have known that closing the box meant death? But now, someone had to take responsibility for this mistake. If not them, then it would have to be Guan Shan, who caused all this. Xiaobei's ability was C-rank plantman. He could control plants and, when in an area with more than 3 kinds of plants, could completely merge with them to become invisible. He waited quietly in place until the next evening when the operation message finally came. Xiaobei, feeling drowsy, shook himself awake, brushing the snow off his head and shoulders. Transport 3, I've created chaos in Hangcheng North. It should delay the main force of the Yuhao team for an hour. Transport 1, I'm at the location. Report, 2. Transport 2, he's been in the warehouse all this time without moving. There are no ambushes nearby, and he's alone. Transport 1, good. After we start, circle to the side of the warehouse, sneak up, and control him. Always keep an eye on the pan-spirit object. Xiaobei, familiar with this tactic, adjusted his state with deep breaths and moved along the green belt towards the warehouse. Meanwhile, Transport 1 Bian Xingyun arrived at the warehouse entrance. She wore a black tight combat suit, highlighting her muscle lines, and her face was covered with a metal mask, revealing only her eyes. A mixed metal chain whip hung at her waist, exuding arrogance. Hey, what are you doing here? Dressed like that, get away from my warehouse. The landlord Zhang approached with a frown, shouting loudly. In reality, Zhang had checked the warehouse before but just casually looked around. He felt something was off but didn't think much of it. But as days passed, his unease grew, fearing the tenant was up to something illegal in the warehouse, so he came to probe. Unexpectedly, he found a suspicious person, dressed like a cosplayer, standing in front of the warehouse. Zhang angrily approached, and Bian Xingyun glanced at him, smirking. Perfect. She could use this mortal to knock on the door. Swish. A flash of white light like lightning, Bian Xingyun had already drawn her whip, striking at the middle-aged man. Without hesitation, extremely ruthless, the whip cut through the air with a terrifying crack. Given the metal weight, it would be fatal if it hit. Clang. Metal clashed, sparks flew, the whip tangled with a long blade, its momentum straightened by force. Zhang was stunned, trembling, stumbling back a step, almost falling. This. In front of him stood Guan Shan, holding the demon blade. Guan Shan squinted at the woman. Are you here for those who died? Die. Zhang's pupils dilated, covering his mouth in fear, running backward and screaming, help, help. Bian Xingyun shook her head. For the thing that killed them. Guan Shan shrugged. Sorry, it's gone. Bian Xingyun looked through the warehouse door, seeing the skeletal phantom inside. No problem, you seem to have other items that can substitute. We're not Death Hive. As long as you're willing to hand them over. Before she finished, Guan Shan sighed. You've already planned to kill me, so no need for the pretense. Before you finish your words, the simulator has already activated. Xiaobei, about to make his move, suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw a smoky black figure. The shadow held a crowbar? Sorry, your health bar is leaking. Scene scan complete, generating horror game. Horror game generated, Zombie Siege 2. As Bian Xingyun spoke nonchalantly to Guan Shan, the simulator's voice rang in his ears again, signaling the activation of a new scenario. It indicated that despite the woman's claim that Free Logistics wasn't like Death Hive, she had already harbored murderous intent. Guan Shan wasn't surprised by this. An esper who could ruthlessly attack a random passerby couldn't be anything good. Moreover, several espers had already died at the hands of the night demon, most likely from free logistics. The idea that they could let bygones be bygones was laughable. This woman had probably seen the furnace core in the warehouse and, noticing Guan Shan was alone, decided to claim it for herself. Guan Shan could only shrug internally, accustomed to the cutthroat nature of the esper world. But the name of this horror game left him speechless. Zombie Siege 2. The last time he encountered this scenario was in the alley near Zhao Hong's house, ambushed by people from Death Hive. That dungeon still left an impression on Guan Shan because it was the most careless and crude dungeon he had ever experienced. Just like the simulator's description, it was a terribly low-quality horror game. But he never expected this trash game to have a sequel. Story loading complete. You are once again playing a low-quality horror game. Guan Shan's mouth twitched. Once again? Was I a masochist or a YouTuber specializing in trash games in this scenario? Who, after playing Zombie Siege and knowing it's a garbage game, would play Zombie Siege 2? A low-quality and cliched horror game, with a cliched apocalypse background, cliched bioweapons, and cliched Zombie Siege. Everything is so cliched. Just like the last game, you think. It's indeed no different. Asterisk note, only by killing the final boss can you end this simulation. So the story really has an upper and lower segment. But what's with no difference? Why even mention it then? What a mess. I shouldn't have expected anything from a trash game sequel. Guan Shan couldn't help but complain, but then again, having expectations for it might mean there's something wrong with me. Smack. The whip cracked through the air, aiming at Guan Shan's face, its sharp sound enough to give anyone goosebumps. Spacing out now will get you killed. I admit you, as a multi-esper, must have far superior strength compared to an ordinary C rank, and I've heard of your exploits. Bian Xingyun said coldly, but in the end, you're just a C rank. Facing you is no different from facing 2 or 3 C ranks. And conveniently, I'm best at taking on multiple foes, or no. Though her words made sense, unfortunately, Guan Shan couldn't understand her at the moment. Standing before him was a white-dressed, tongue, boss hell incarnation mutated zombie, tongue puller, LV.19. Health, 32000. Description, slanderers, have their tongues nailed here. Admittedly, though the simulator rated Zombie Siege 2 as no different, the monster design showed more effort than the first game. If the previous zombies were all similarly grotesque, this new monster was disgustingly creative. Gibberish noises. Guan Shan stared at the tongue before him. Yes, a giant tongue flailing around, making nonsensical sounds. The tongue stood over 6 feet tall, covered in pus-yellow mucus, with decaying flesh and holes that contracted and expanded as it moved, making one's scalp tingle. Moreover, the part of the tongue touching the ground was a cluster of large and small flesh bubbles, transforming into long, thin tentacles. Even more horrifying, the upright tongue was wrapped in a white dress, vaguely forming a graceful female shape through the flesh bubbles and rotten meat. But where the head should be was this massive tongue? And just now, the tongue had whipped over, looking to lick Guan Shan's face. Even knowing the true nature of this weird entity was a normal woman, at least in appearance, Guan Shan still felt an overwhelming sense of disgust, unable to accept it. Ah, don't touch me. Guan Shan, repulsed, dodged the tongue's attack in a panic, genuinely crying out in his mind. Being touched by this thing, even once, was horrifying. Gravity control, activate? Guan Shan moved at top speed, retreating out of the tongue's range, but he underestimated the tongue's flexibility. The tongue twisted mid-air, swish, changing direction and swinging back at Guan Shan. No matter how he dodged, it left almost no dead angles. Guan Shan could only kite it with his Glock, but its damage was too low, and the tongue wasn't part of the boss's body, merely a whip. If Guan Shan hadn't faced it directly, he might have wasted much effort. I need to find a way to hit its main body, likely those flesh bubbles. Guan Shan squinted, dodging another attack. This creature's attack frequency was too high and very powerful. A single graze would deal hundreds of damage. Any pause after being hit could lead to continuous hits. In other words, it had very low tolerance for mistakes. But I can raise my tolerance. Guan Shan drew his Yellow Springs demon blade, stopped abruptly, and sighed, resigning himself to facing this horrifying monster. Come on, we're the same level. I'm not afraid of you. Then he saw the tongue enlarge in his vision, even seeing its tongue fur, those tiny bumps undulating on the soft, wet flesh. Ah, scared. Guan Shan shivered, feeling that being licked would make him dirty. No way. Being touched, even once, is a betrayal to Xiaoshan. He touched his forehead, and a white mark spread, covering his body. Demonic markings, protection. Damage reduction 35%. Simultaneously, Guan Shan sped up, charging at the tongue. Heart of Slaughter, activate. Damage reduction 15%. Instantly, Guan Shan felt his heart pounding fiercely, a violent urge to kill surging up, making him want to tear everything apart. This discomfort made him frown, pausing for a second. Swish. The tongue attacked again, splitting into countless strands. Boom. Guan Shan was struck, flying back, using the Yellow Springs blade to stop himself. Ha. Guan Shan stood, patting his clothes, looking at his deep wounds, exhaling, his eyes cold. He moved forward, a blur, appearing beside the tongue in a blink. As long as no one knew, it didn't count as betrayal. 0. An unprecedented damage number popped up in front of Guan Shan's eyes. Thud. Simultaneously, Guan Shan could feel his violently pounding heart at work, and his wounds healed instantly, as if he hadn't been injured at all. Heart of Slaughter's 3-second invincibility state. This item's invincibility differed from Quesadagarba statue's golden bell shield. The latter blocked damage, while the former instantly healed wounds, making it as if no injury had occurred. Whoosh. Guan Shan charged towards the wildly swinging tongue, but despite his agile movements, the high attack frequency left few openings, preventing him from getting close quickly. 3 seconds passed in a flash, and he was hit again. 1,360. If you removed the 50% damage reduction, the actual damage from this hit would be 2,720. Adding Guan Shan's physical resilience reduction, the boss's base attack power was almost 3,000. If hit 3 times, Guan Shan would immediately be in a critical state. However, Guan Shan had effectively increased this number to 6 hits, and he also had the Sage's Pocket Watch, which could reset demonic markings cooldown once. Using the Life of All Things marking would instantly restore 35% of his health, further increasing his margin for error. As for the health rune, it was useless in such high-intensity combat. This guy seems to have poor mobility. Guan Shan narrowed his eyes, searching for an opening while moving at high speed. Despite being influenced by the Heart of Slaughter, filled with a desire for destruction, this didn't turn him into a thoughtless beast. The simulator's description slanderers nail their tongues proved that while this creature had strong attack power, it might lack mobility. If he could get close. Guan Shan's mind raced, and at that moment, his shadow clone had finished its battle a one-sided slaughter. After leveling up, the shadow clone was more agile and had no signal delay. Handling a stealth specialist Esper was easy. Moreover, the health bar had completely exposed his position. Experience plus 5100. That was the end of another enemy. Guan Shan didn't care what kind of person the simulator called mutated zombie. Soul Stealer was under that grotesque skin of countless skulls. As long as the simulator deemed someone an enemy, they harbored murderous intent towards him. Once the simulator activated, it was kill or be killed. Guan Shan had no choice. Current experience, 100650/100000, awaiting breakthrough. LV.19 rightward arrow LV.20, awaiting breakthrough. As expected, moving from level 19 to 20 required completing a breakthrough task, otherwise, he couldn't continue leveling up. But, now it's 2 against 1. Guan Shan controlled the shadow clone to harass using the soul capture bell, feinting attacks to draw the boss's attention, then quickly retreating. The soul capture bell mainly affected those with particularly fragile souls. Without a special indication, its impact on normal people was minimal, at most causing slight dizziness or palpitations. But it still had some effect. Especially in such a tense battle, Guan Shan maneuvered while observing. Every time the shadow clone used the soul capture bell, the tongue's attacks were delayed and noticeably off-angle. I can use this gap to force a mistake. Guan Shan ducked to avoid a hit, then seized the moment, increasing his speed and taking a hit, faking an attack. The forked tongue twisted together instantly. The dense attack net tore open a wide gap. Guan Shan rolled, pulled out his Glock, and fired several shots at the boss's main body. Bang bang bang. With unlimited ammo and incendiary rounds, Guan Shan's Glock mimicked a Gatling gun, visually intimidating. Meanwhile, the shadow clone attacked from behind with the crowbar. The boss, seeing the crowbar, likely recognized its danger. Normally, it would block the shadow clone and dodge the bullets. But instead of defending, the boss pressed on, enduring the crowbar and bullets. A bloody trench opened in the tongue's center, revealing a long nail. The nail sparkled with electricity, and the spread tongues nailed into the ground, each tip hiding a sharp metal piece. 11,089. Minus 500. Minus 500. Minus 500. Minus 450. Minus 450. 450. The crowbar dealt significant damage, instantly taking a third of the boss's health. The following numbers from the Glock's incendiary rounds, though individually weak, collectively dealt substantial damage. This wave took nearly 15,000 health, a severe blow to the boss. But before Guan Shan could celebrate, his eyes widened. Realizing the setup, he retreated quickly, recalling the shadow clone and sprinting to the gap. However, gravity control's cooldown had ended, slowing Guan Shan, trapping him within the tongue's circle. Zzz. Instantly, the nail gathered a blinding ball of electricity, resonating with the surrounding metal pieces. The metal pieces lit up one by one, forming a circle, trapping Guan Shan. Dust in the area floated into the air. A moment of silence, then a thunderous explosion. Boom. A lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel struck, white light spreading from the nail, obliterating everything in an instant, turning the ground to scorched earth. The metal pieces formed a barrier, containing the lightning. In a flash, the circular area became a pool of plasma. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning and electricity intertwined, destroying everything within. Cough, cough. I must admit, you're strong, but I said, I excel at fighting multiple foes. No one escapes the electric execution field. This setup's voltage is for B-rank espers. Once activated, no one survives. Bian Xingyun looked at the flashing light, smiling smugly, wiping blood from her mouth. Phew, cough. She steadied herself, holding her ruptured abdomen, trying to keep her insides from spilling out. So messy. His methods are as brutal as rumored, but in the end, I won. Bian Xingyun's ability, superconductivity, and her suit and weapon were special discharge devices. Normally, they stimulated bioelectricity, enhancing her physical strength. Activated, they were lethal weapons. Bian Xingyun headed to the warehouse, forcing herself to stay upright, ready to claim her prize. At this moment, dusk turned to night. Nightfall had arrived. From dusk to nightfall, the process might seem slow, but the sun actually sets quite rapidly. Especially now, in winter, night falls quickly in Hangchang, often turning completely dark within minutes. The previous battle, though neither fast nor slow, had lasted long enough for the night to blanket everything. Zzz. The nearby lights flickered twice, then lit up. Bian Xingyun took a couple of steps, watching her rapidly lengthening shadow, and suddenly stopped at the warehouse entrance. There was no scream. She suddenly realized this. It was very abnormal. In an electric field strong enough to severely injure a deranged esper, anyone with pain receptors would naturally scream in extreme agony. But now, besides the crackling of electricity, there was only the sound of wind carrying snow. Guan Shan, who should have died in agony, remained silent. Something's wrong? He's not dead. Bian Xingyun's instinct screamed danger as she quickly turned around. There was nothing but the roaring electric field and the quiet streets under the night sky. Bian Xingyun stepped back, frowning. Was she overthinking? If Guan Shan's physical resilience wasn't high, it was possible he was killed instantly, which would indeed silence any screams. But Guan Shan was also a physical class enhancement type esper, making that unlikely. She couldn't afford to be careless. Bian Xingyun took a deep breath, hardened her resolve, and used the remaining electric field to fuse her wounds with high temperatures, stopping further blood loss. Ugh! She groaned, closing her eyes briefly, then reopened them with a sharp gaze, gripping her whip tightly. Even if he survived, he couldn't withstand such powerful electricity. Bian Xingyun was certain his injuries were worse than hers. Even if he was alive, he wouldn't be a match for her. Panting, Bian Xingyun faintly heard sirens approaching. The commotion, combined with the landlord's call to the police, had accelerated their response. The special security group can't hold them off for long. This has already drawn too much attention. I need to take the stuff and go. Bian Xingyun walked into the warehouse, immediately spotting the floating furnace core and a figure encased in light. It was a gender-neutral, doll-like complex mechanical body with a semi-transparent shell, revealing intricate mechanics inside. Its left arm ended in a cannon barrel, looking very futuristic. Bian Xingyun didn't know what it was, but she could tell the furnace had created it. Buzz. She reached out, activating a folding space developed with the help of spatial-type espers. A pale blue light shot from the silver gem on her armor, enveloping the furnace and quickly contracting. At that moment, Bian Xingyun dodged a sudden gust from behind but was simultaneously stabbed in the abdomen. Shhh. Remaining calm, she instantly stopped the folding space and switched to the electric field. A final surge of electricity exploded from her body. Her superconductivity ability maximized the current's power. Anyone touching her would be attacked by the terrifying electricity? You're not. Bian Xingyun sneered but froze as she turned. Her words stopped. Before her wasn't Guan Shan but a large black monster. This giant had no face, blending with the night. Sharp, long horns grew from its forehead, and massive wings hung down its back. Even crouching, it nearly touched the warehouse ceiling, completely blocking the exit, exuding immense pressure. Its shadow enveloped Bian Xingyun entirely, and one hand could crush her. It wasn't part of the night, it was the night itself. And the weapon piercing her wasn't a tool. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. It was the monster's sword-like finger. Zzz. The electricity from Bian Xingyun's body merely arced briefly on the monster's surface before vanishing into the darkness. Roar. The monster growled deeply, lifting Bian Xingyun with its finger. What's going on? What is this? Where did this monster come from? That creature in the box? But it never appeared. Didn't it need conditions to summon? Why is it here now? Pale with fear, Bian Xingyun's thoughts were chaotic, her entire body trembling as she struggled desperately. But it was futile. The monster's slight grip embedded the sharp bone spurs into her body, forming an inescapable cage. As the monster's face drew closer, Bian Xingyun, terrified, tried activating her ability, amplifying the current to its maximum. Die. Zzz. 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 But each time, the arcs vanished within seconds, not even piercing the skin. Give me. Her voice trembled as the monster seemed to tire of her tricks, opening its hand. Bian Xingyun, skewered on its finger, was being torn apart. Struggling, she felt a strange relief. Finally. Slash. Splat. Blood splattered on the warehouse floor. But Bian Xingyun didn't die immediately. Her ability granted her cells vitality, making her exceptionally resilient. Yet now, it only prolonged her agony. To her horror, the nightmare was just beginning. The monster lowered its head, approaching, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Bian Xingyun's pupils shrank, watching in horror, finally breaking down. No. Please, don't. The warehouse fell silent. Guan Shan stood in the center of the blood pool, looking around, lost in thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His last memory was the lightning strike, choosing to use his newly acquired item Hunter's Authority out of a strong sense of danger. Hunter's Authority, Prototype, Obsidian Polyhedron. Effect, at nightfall, become the night demon, gaining its power until satiated with blood. Description, your name echoes through the mountains, singing the tyrant's virtues. The dungeon is over. The process isn't important. Guan Shan shrugged, collecting the furnace and its product. Click. A bright light shone from behind, police cars stopping at the warehouse entrance, officers pointing guns at Guan Shan. The landlord nervously pointed. There, I saw it. The lead officer called out, inside, surrender now or... Before he finished, a young man appeared at the entrance, and all guns instantly pointed at him. Don't move, Pole. Guan Shan waved his ID, interrupting. Police. Everyone froze. Guan Shan coughed. This case is now under the Special Security Group's jurisdiction. You can leave now. Any questions, ask your superiors.